Señoras y señores, bienvenidos a esta Batalla de las Naciones del Historic Medieval Battle Association International. Dentro de unos instantes empezaremos ya con las batallas. Empezaremos con la primera categoría del día, que será el duelo con espada larga masculino, categoría 1 contra 1, grupos A y B. En el ring número 1 empezaremos con Estados Unidos y Alemania dentro de unos instantes. Los luchadores se están preparando. Obviamente el manejo de sus armaduras tiene su complicación y poco a poco van viniendo todos los equipos al ruedo para empezar ya con la competición. Ladies and gentlemen, we're getting ready to begin now with our first category. The competitions in men's longsword duel category 1-on-1.
And a very good morning to everyone there, Battle of the Nations fan. We're coming to you live from La Monumental in Barcelona, Spain. I'm joined here by Tariq Van, coming from Australia. Tariq, how are you doing?
Fantastic, Gavin. It's quite an honour to be here. It's a fantastic idea for, obviously, to get two commentators so we can have a bit of a banter.
Absolutely, absolutely. How's the arena?
The arena is currently filling up. We've got a few groups of marshals getting themselves ready for the first sets of competitions. Up first, obviously starting around the 9:30 block here in Barcelona, is the men's longsword duel. This is obviously a 1v1 category. We've got groups A and B. Following that, we're going to be having the so not following at the same time, the men's sword and buckler duels category, a 1v1 as well, groups A and B.
Excellent. In Group B so far, we've for the longsword 1 versus 1, we've got Spain, Switzerland, Poland, Mexico, Canada, Germany and Czech Republic. Germany possibly favourites to win that, but also in the Poland, the longsword, they have a WMFC fighter with a lot of experience. So that could be the favourite there as well. But it looks like a very interesting group in Group B.
I can imagine that the Canadians have been practicing hard, as obviously wanting to pick up their game every year. It seems like they're getting better and better.
They're specialists in Bohut more than the dual categories, but I certainly think that because of the practice that they put in and the amount of travelling that they've done over the years.
Yes, I can imagine as well. One of the key things for me, obviously, would be if Canada is going to step up their game, it would be in this category. As you said, they're Bohut specialists, so this is the one area that they want to be improving. Poland, though, I haven't seen great things from them every year. If they're consistent, they might be able to do quite well here.
Well, they did pretty well last year. I mean, if you remember, they got to the semi-final in it, so they've got the team captain, Robert, very, very experienced fighter. As I said, takes part in the pro fights, the WMFC tournaments, travels a lot, goes to Russia, very, very successful. So he's a very well-established fighter. You're going to see some very, very fast longsword action from him.
Exactly. Now, obviously, Czech Republic last year was the favourite because he was the local, of course, in Prague.
Absolutely.
Now, I wonder if we're going to be seeing the same from the Spanish member, and how much of our audience is going to be Spanish blood, and how loud they're going to be cheering for their favourite.
I think they'll be very, very animated. As you can see right now, the arena is still pretty empty. This is usually the case on the first morning, but we're expecting a lot of people to turn up after the opening ceremony, which will be in a couple of hours.
As everything starts to obviously get set up as well, it takes some time for the people to get in the motion and then turn up. We seem to have the first group over here in the bottom left of your screen.
Okay, so here, although it is hard to tell because they're not wearing the standard tabards, but it looks like we have
a Team America sword and buckler tournament.
Well, that's we've got Canada there.
Canada. I would think.
Exciting action.
Team America. We'll have
it
to
hasn't quite been announced. We'll have to get back to that, but it did appear to be Canada versus USA there. As you can see, just by the side of the list, you do have. In fact, yes, that is Avalok Twiceborn there, the US fighter, as we can see closely now.
Definitely. So I think it's a North American competition happening.
Absolutely,
right now.
yeah, nice duel there. Okay, so got some sharp work there from Avalok. He does choose his swipes fairly carefully. As you can see, he's using that decent sword there, a nice blow there.
Yes,
stopped by the marshal, and that is Ilya Shor, a very, very experienced marshal.
He's on the ball as well.
Absolutely.
I see Avalok was doing some amazing shots to the forearm of the Canadian fighter.
Yeah.
So those are going to obviously rack up their points.
Sure.
Would you be able to go through the rules of these first duels?
Well, to put it in really, really simple terms, essentially they've got to get 3 clear strikes for time to be called on a round, and it's best of 3 rounds there. So anything blocked by the buckler, of course, doesn't count, and certain strikes will not be allowed. For example, strikes to the gauntlets or back of the knee standard rules apply.
Yeah. Obviously, got to be clean
A
as
nice
well.
shot there from Canada.
And you'll never be able to miss Avalok's iconic mask. So.
It's quite something, isn't it?
It is incredible.
And it just zooms in on there. Look at that.
Oh, God.
Outstanding. And he's quite a veteran in the sport, actually. This I'm not sure how many tournaments he's done, but it's quite a number.
Well, I spent some time with one of his team members, Colin Campbell, otherwise known as Moses, when he came to Australia. And he talked about how they live there in Seattle. It's basically a commune of fighters. They all live there, they all fight, and
Wow.
they got a permanently built list as well.
Outstanding.
So if that
Great,
says
and that's
anything
call
about
time
them,
there.
if that says anything about their character, it says that they are ready.
Well, that's how you succeed in HMB. You've got to live it. It's not a sport for part-timers. And this guy is, if what you've told me is the case, then you can see why they get their success.
Yeah, indeed. It's going to be interesting to see how thorough the American team is this year, as they've formed some pretty good teams in the previous years.
Absolutely,
We'll see
yeah.
what they've done this time. There's always new faces, and that's the idea.
Yeah.
Here they tap, they're ready for the, I think, third and final round.
Yep. Oh, yeah, just on the subject of the American team, they've got big development there in the women's categories as well. It's a very, very fast-moving sport there.
Fantastic. Ooh.
And you can see we've got Italy against Argentina. And I believe we've also got Poland. A very, very fast action there from the fighter from Turin, if I'm not wrong. Like over on the other side, I believe there's also Poland who have started. Tarek, maybe you could keep an eye on that for a moment.
Yeah, Poland, and I can't quite make out the other team, but it might be Mexico. I see green, red, and white.
That would be the Mexican tabard. Yes, just looked over there. Now, if you're focusing in, you can see Italy against Argentina in the longsword category.
And doing a fantastic
Some quite
job there.
fast
Ooh.
swipes there. Again, Argentina, very, very big development in the sport. So we're looking for some, after a relative performance last year, we're looking for quite something from them this year.
The one thing that we need to mention, obviously, is that this Battle of the Nations, we have two lists, which is an incredible improvement on last year. We have, it looks to be probably the Italians and Israel starting up for their sword and buckler. We'll be able to switch that soon. But one of the key things here is that we will obviously be having 4 duels going on at once. So obviously forgive us as we switch between them, and we'll try to keep you updated on every single fight.
A great shot there from Argentina against the Italian. It does seem to be the slightly quicker fighter, I must say.
The question, of course, is whether Italy's getting tired. He seems to be poising a bit, not
There are
being able to pull his blows if it's
one
if
or
it's not
two
clean.
wasted shots,
Yeah.
Got some
Ooh,
nice action
nice
there,
shot.
nice aggression from the Italian. And time is called there.
Fantastic. It's really interesting to see, obviously, the Argentinian and the poise that he has while going for his shots.
Yeah, very steady.
But the Italian, unfortunately, seems to be wavering. One of the key things in fighting is that when you do take a shot and it doesn't go through, you need to have either the conscience to follow through and carry on to another attack, or pause and move on to the next one.
We go to sword and buckler now, Israel against Italy. This will be a very, very fast fight. Israelis, of course, real characters in this sport. They've traveled everywhere, and in fact, the captain, Michael Morgulis, is responsible for the first international training session in China. It'll be China's first year at Battle of the Nations this time.
It's going to be incredible to watch them. Right now we have Argentina getting in a bit of a lock there with their competitor.
Maybe Russia, but I'm not sure. It does look like the fighter they had last year, who was Russia 3 in the triathlon tournament.
As you can see, set up now is the 4 fields, currently having the competition in the back, which is still Poland versus, I believe, Mexico. As you zoom in closer now, we can see, obviously, Argentina versus what we assume to be the Russian fighter.
Quite possibly. I can't confirm that just yet. In fact, well, yes, we can see some Russian support around the list, so it's well possible. Again, you can see some marshals there, a number of trainee marshals this year. Really big development there, too. A lot of them coming from South America.
Oh, fantastic. I think South America's pulling out all the stops this year.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting what they've got.
Big development, big
but
development.
You can see Israel and Italy with the sword and buckler tournament kicking up the, I think, third and final round.
Yeah, that's right.
Ooh. Some nice shots in there through from Israel, all to the leg.
A good aggression there from the Italian against Israel.
Up in his face, it was good. The one key thing there that the Italian tried to do was take his buckler arm around the head of the Israeli, but the Israeli took the advantage by hacking at his legs. That's going to rack up some points.
Very aggressive fighters, the Israelis. Very, very effective style. And you can see Canada, who are also getting ready for their fight.
Yep. They had one member already, but each team has multiple fighters ready to go at any moment's notice.
You can see some Moldovans preparing there as well.
A nice fair sword tap by the Italian and the Israeli. As we take a break from the Argentinian, the Israeli and the Italian are having at it. The Italian's aggression is admired. He's very jumping on his feet. But
Very smooth. Some great shots there from the Israeli.
The Israeli seems to have that poise.
He does have that edge. The Italian's leaving himself slightly exposed there. Leaving himself quite. His buckler is quite far out.
Yes. As you start fighting, the energy is so intensely focused on hitting them that sometimes you can forget defense is one of the biggest keys, especially in a fight like this. As a primarily bowhead fighter myself, it becomes somewhat second nature to defend yourself if your helmet and your armor can do most of the job.
Absolutely.
So taking a hit and moving on is fine in a bowhead. In a pro fight, that's going to lose you points.
Absolutely. I think the victory there has been given to the Israeli.
But we'll obviously have to
let's look up. We have got the USA against what appears to be Spain, or maybe in fact Moldova. No, in fact that's Moldova.
Fantastic. Nice little tussle there. Ooh, long sword shot that just missed the face.
There appears to be some discrepancy there with marshals from the Italian side. And you can see, just over in the corner is USA against Moldova. Seems to be quite tight. It's difficult to make it out, being the furthest list away from the camera.
No, they've got the Americans up against the ropes in that corner. You can see now, obviously, in the top right of your screen, that's the competition that we're talking about. We seem to be having, in the bottom left corner of your screen, a French team member getting ready to take on his next opponent. We see, I think, Spain gathering at the edge of the field.
Yep, that's right. That's the Spanish team.
So it might end up being the French versus Spanish, which is quite quite a border fight here in Barcelona.
Absolutely. I think in the bottom right-hand screen here we have got UK, who are actually wearing the St. George tabard this year rather than the previous red tabards that they had.
Is that, yes, I've seen it all be wearing that. Well, it'll be interesting. Maybe at one point we will see a Great Britain and further separation of Great Britain teams as we expand.
Quite possibly, quite possibly. Now this should be quite a rapid fight.
Definitely, they've got their guard up nice and high.
Obviously, good technique there.
Not too afraid of those gut shots. Head shots is what he's worried about.
And it's in the lower screen. You can see Mexico taking on France there.
Fantastic. Ooh, very
and that is Sergei Ukolov, who is a world champion in longsword fighting and has done a number of seminars and training sessions around the world, USA and Argentina, Italy. Okay, France have got more experience in these categories, but Mexico last year really had a great tournament, especially in Bohorj. They were really quite a fan favorite as well. So we're looking forward to seeing more from there in the Bohorj tournaments.
Definitely, definitely. I mean, one of the key features about Mexico is obviously they feel that they have a lot to prove. So they will get in as fast as possible. Some friendly hugs between a Ukraine team
and the Russian. Yep, that's like I said, Sergei Ukolov. So this should be a very, very exciting fight. And the marshals are very, very aware of the time it takes to pull decisions together. They have to be quick.
But at the same time, all credit to them. I've never seen a blatantly ridiculous call like you might see in some other sports. One beautiful thing about HMB that I love is that there's not much to argue about. When you're hit, you are hit.
That's right.
There's no technicality.
A great shot there from the French fighter against the Mexican.
Indeed. And that was called, obviously, conversations happening now between the English fighter and his compatriot.
Okay, just keep an eye on the top list there. Now you can see Russia. I think it's Russia 2 against Ukraine. But you can see how long the stance is. Very, very careful. Some great strikes there from Ukolov.
Fantastic.
So controlled.
The choices of helmets are becoming very, let's say, 13th century. Wow, the speed between them.
Great aggression there from the UK fighter.
the energy's high. It was going to be interesting to see how the points were counted through then and whether or not they were clean hits. Obviously, there must be clean. A side of the sword or a glancing blow just does not count.
That's right, that's right.
Reminder to people, this is done as closely as it was done way back in history. This is, I don't think there's much has been adjusted. Obviously, certain rules allow for certain things to be worn underneath the armor, but on top and everything else is pretty much as same as it was.
Well, yes, it has to be historically accurate, and that's in fact an integral part of the entire tournament. Of course, under armor, rash guards and that sort of thing. Obviously, they use modern things because the safety and comfort of the fighters is quintessential.
Well, I mean, as the viewers will realize, we want to keep these guys fighting as much as possible so we can see every single bout. The bruises you get from a nice solid hit, that's one thing, but it can be mitigated by some under armor or the stress that you get from wearing armor on a belt around your waist by a rash vest. I can tell you, they're not enjoyable.
Of course not, sure.
The amount of times that I would spend with a nice strong belt around my waist as much as possible, hold up, a kilo or two of weight hanging on my legs. It means you get a very red waist.
Sure.
Now it seems like every list is taking a bit of a break at the moment. We've got I think Canada and another team member.
Yeah, it seems to be very, very swift. We're getting through the rounds pretty rapidly, but what we haven't got is the actual results of the rounds. However, that should be published on screen via the live stream quite rapidly. As you can see, the arena is still pretty empty. A few more people showing up. We're expecting to see a lot more people this afternoon, especially tomorrow. Definitely. And it's Bank Holiday Monday, 1st of May.
Oh, fantastic.
So I should expect to see a lot of families out, a lot of new young fans. Here we've got Canada against Czech Republic in the sword and buckler.
I think it looks like it might be the same Canadian fighter from before.
I think it is, yeah, that's right. That's some great shots
right
there.
out of the ring.
Nice.
They didn't even realize that they're outside. The Czech Republic has done a fantastic job cleaning that helm. I can see my face in it from up here.
That's a very polished helmet.
But the one thing that I do find incredible is obviously the speed that we're going through these duels. The good news is obviously that that means more time for Bohurts and more time for mass battles.
That's right. Well, in fact, if we just check out the program to let you know what we're expecting this afternoon, after the opening ceremony, which will be in about 2 hours, after that we've got more sword and buckler duel, men's finals, men's longsword duel finals, and then we go straight into the women's sword and buckler duel, category 1 versus 1, and women's longsword duel. Then we will take a 1 hour break. Before we rejoin the second block of today, which will include the women's group battles, groups A, B, C, and D, 3 versus 3, which was used in an experimental category last year. And this evening, for the last 2 hours, we'll be enjoying the men's mass battle category, 21 versus 21, groups A and B.
Which will be a sight to see, of course.
Yes, it's an interesting one, the 21 versus 21, because you can't really see what's going on so well. It's just, I think that's half the fun of it. Now you can see here we have the Poland 1 fighter, very, very rapid here. And I believe that's the captain. I think I made a mistake before that this is in fact the captain because I recognised the brigantine.
Fantastic light amount of armour there.
But the Moldovan has got some well-placed shots and some nice aggression shown there from Poland.
Poland recovered well.
Very, very well. Very rapid fighting. And again, here from Czech Republic versus Canada.
I would like to be thinking, obviously, back in the day, the energy, the fitness that these men would have to have, they don't have the same advantages that we have nowadays in the 21st century. So,
such as the weight for a start of the armor.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, some of us are lucky enough to have titanium armor, which is an advantage. The helmets seem to be almost consistently becoming this 13th century, nose helmet.
That's right. Okay, here we go, the sword and buckler, Moldova against Poland. And you can see that really developed stance from the Polish fighter.
He's sort of teasing him out with that sword to the side.
Very, very rapid, though.
I can see, obviously, back in the far left corner, we've got
some great aggression there from Poland against Moldova.
This needs to This needs to be obviously the fastest display of a Polish fighter, as it is the freshest that he is.
Duelo con espada larga masculino, categoría 1.
And the marshals meet there at the end of that round. Should be able to see who the winner is there, though there seems to be a discrepancy. But Moldova, last year, in the women's pole arm category, got gold. A really great achievement from them. Again, the first time that that category was in Battle of the Nations, and because of an experimental category, they wanted to see how it went. It went very well, and therefore it's on again this year.
I think happily, one of the key features here is that in most of their hometowns, women fight alongside the men and do fantastically well, and so in a World Championship, of course, they do like to separate them, and the whole point of having the women's category is to make sure that they have every chance they have to enjoy the same opportunity as the men and prove their efforts.
I think most of the women actually prefer fighting with the men.
Well, why wouldn't you? It's in the end, if you can best someone who is socially in some areas of the world considered stronger, then why not? Why not?
Well, we've got a tense moment here between Argentina and the USA in the sword and buckler. And just in the background, I think you can see Switzerland against Spain, if I'm not wrong.
No, I believe you're correct. And I've been watching that in the distance. The shots from Spain have been incredibly powerful against Switzerland.
There's some mildly slower action here with Argentina, USA. It does seem to be quite tense.
I think Avalok's playing defensive. I think the American team here is playing very defensively. He's very fast, and so I don't think he does shots unless he has to.
Yeah, very experienced. This is where experience counts, to know when to hit them.
And I think Argentina got a bit of a shock then, went from being the aggressor to a bit of a cautious attacker. So.
Okay, I believe we've got Canada starting against, well, I couldn't tell. It appears to be Italy. That's in the bottom right-hand screen.
I believe you would know best, Gavin. Obviously, you.
No, I'm going by the Italian flag in the corner, mate.
Yeah. It could be, could be.
Yeah.
I think obviously you've had that experience with the Italian team.
Yep, that's right. Well, I lived in Italy for 13 years, so went to many training sessions and events with Italy. So I may or may not be slightly partial towards.
I can imagine. We try to do our best to be as unbiased as possible.
We do
some nice clean shots there from Avalok with his guard up high.
Some nice aggression coming back from the Argentinian, however, but leaving himself quite exposed. If Avalok can just go for some lower shots there, because the guard is very, very high from the Argentinian.
Yeah. Obviously, in this right corner, it looks like they're about to start their fight. Canada versus what we assume to be Italy in the Black Brigandine.
So if we get a zoom in on that, this time we do have the camera crane in the middle, which was used in Dynamo Cup for the first time last year.
Seen some fantastic clean shots coming from the Italian. Friendly bout there, it seems. And I think this is the final round from Avalok and the Argentinian, or the American and Argentinian here.
It appears to be that, yeah.
The stare down is intense. And it looks like that that fight was over between the Canadians and the Italians.
Once again, we're very sorry about this, but we can't give you the results of these until they're printed on the screen. So we do apologize. We don't have the connection with the ring announcers.
And with 4 fights happening at any given time, I think it'll be a bit of a jumble for us to be throwing that at you.
Yep. Appear to be some medics who just went to the list there, but they haven't carried anyone off, so everything seems to be okay.
No bodies yet, so we hope to not have anybody in by the end of the tournament as well, but obviously we have everything standing on by ready to support these fighters should that happen.
There were a few injuries last year, nothing devastatingly bad, unfortunately, but a lot of injuries are caused by insufficient armor, so it is also the responsibility of the marshals to make sure that only suitable armor is accepted. Okay, and we've got a victory there for the United States.
Fantastic job by them. I believe it was clear when watching. We seem to have England versus
well, that'll be UK versus Israel there.
It's that St. George that always gets me.
It is, yes.
Being the English flag. So, yes, UK versus Israel there.
I'm not sure if that's, in fact, Pavel Kurzak of Team UK. Yes, it is.
Seems to be the right stance, yeah.
Very, very good fighter. Went to Italy for his first pro fight last year, the event that you were at as well, actually,
yes,
Tarek.
when I was fighting for... Oh, we seem to have had a bag has fallen off the Israeli, but it's not needed for fighting. I think the rules are you can obviously continue to fight as long as you have chosen to enter without said piece of armor. If a piece of armor falls off you during a fight, then you must stop and repair it.
Absolutely.
You seem to have...
We've got the Mexican there against what appears to be the Russian. Sorry, there's a slight technical error there.
but intensely, a nice forward stance from the Mexican.
Some nice movement there from the Israeli. Very sharp, but again, this UK fighter, very, very skilled indeed. And you can see his stance.
Definitely.
He keeps his distance, but he's standing upright.
Yeah, not so much crouching, which is weird. My fighting that I like to do is very ready to explode. I think he must be pretty relaxed then.
Sure thing.
The experience says a lot.
There seems to be some composure from this this Mexican fighter. Again, as we said before, lots of development within the country, and we're going to see big things from them in the future, and not even the too distant future.
Oh, bit of feigning there, bit of getting ready, testing their water before they engage.
Seems to be ready for him, however.
Oh, very
some nice movement, some good aggressive strikes there, and a nice
They've
lunge.
both shared one now. Ooh.
And he seems to have
getting a bit of a tangle. Both of them got in a bit of a tangle there. I think they're feeling their ground with one another. But I believe that might be the Russian off to the left.
I believe it is, but I'm just not sure.
It is hard to tell without the tab, so we apologise. But the Russian seems to be stepping up the aggression there. And sometimes that can be nice, clean shot to the head. Sometimes that can be to the side of that aggression. It can set the pace for the rest of the game.
Well, there seems to be a number of Spanish fans at the list. It may be that the fighter, in fact, is Spanish, but we can't spend all our time
speculating
who it may or may not be.
In the bottom right hand, we can see the UK fighter Pavel against the Israeli, and now he's setting up the aggression, coming in cleanly.
Both very rapid teams. Israelis, as we mentioned before, travelled a lot. Women's category, they've got one of the best women's fighters in the world at the moment.
I do believe with the nicest term and in the most complimentary way, they are psychotic. It's fantastic.
Exactly, yes. But great fighting style, great sports as well. Everybody enjoys,
of course,
the tournaments where the Israelis are guests. Great fun as well, and add a bit of light to the side. But not only, they're also very, very keen on authenticity, and I believe they will be involved in the historical costume competition, as they are most years.
You can see Israelis fixing some of his kit up as he's back into the corner. Pavel allowing that to happen, not taking advantage of the situation.
Well, certainly Pavel's wearing a new helmet, so perhaps they both are. And there might be that just slight adjustment that they're looking for.
Every fight, first major fight you have in some new armor is definitely going to be a lesson.
Yeah. But there's some very composed fighting there from the UK fighter. However, there's some nice movement there from Israel. The aggressive now all coming from Israel, but some low shots coming there from UK. And the Israeli has lost his sword.
That is going to cost him, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, it will. But there's some great aggression by both fighters there. Very, very clear blows.
And unfortunately, comical scene when any HMB fighter tries to pick up a weapon.
It's not that simple, is it?
The dexterity is not there.
Especially with the sand. It just gets buried further deep.
This is why, as you'll notice in the Bohurts, they have spare weapons.
That's right.
When we do have that Bohurt competition, as a fighter loses a weapon, they must run back to what we would call their baseline and be given a weapon by their teammate. They cannot use their original one.
That's right. They can't attack anyone when they don't have a weapon. Okay, just like that last fight there between Israel and the UK, it looks like a UK victory. But it was a very, very aggressive fight there.
We're seeing Czech Republic versus France in the bottom left hand of the corner.
It's just about to get underway.
The pose there, ready for it.
That is again in the sword and buckler category.
Seems like we have a lot of competitors, and to be honest, a few countries have put in more than one this year.
Absolutely, yeah.
Our medic standing by on the edge of the field lets us know that maybe the French and Czech fight is going to be an intense one.
You can see the arena itself very
nice clean shot to the head by the French.
Nice. Arena very slowly starting to fill up. Again, France such an experienced team. The standard is so high in the UK. We can just see a replay of UK-Israel there.
And
Again,
oh,
very,
just
very
hit the
good
shield.
evasive moves from the Israeli fighter there. Such a professional.
It was fantastic. Pavel had his guard up high for that. He knew that it was coming down on his head, and that one
Great
was
shot
through
there. That was a clear shot.
Yep.
And a nice headshot there from Israel. The aggression, the style really paying off, but some great shots to the leg there. You can see the UK fighter has the edge on balance.
And
With the last great block there from Israel.
as the English UK fighter brought up the weapon, obviously, probably I believe got under the guard of the Israeli fighter and therefore drew it upwards. This is the problem. You can hold your sword as hard as you want, but the harder you hold it, the less you can do with it. So it's this constant battle between losing it and making sure that you're able to do the movements you want. Oh, brilliant
Very
shot
swift
from
there
France.
from both countries, actually. This is turning out to be a nice. You can see the size of that very small buckler.
Indeed. But the French fighter, his shots to the head of the Czech fighter, there was at least 3 or 4 very clean ones straight across.
Well, I think it wasn't quite 3 because then time would be called on that particular round.
Fair
But
point.
so I think the marshals would have judged that it wasn't a clear enough strike.
As the guard comes up, even clips off the shield are no longer clean shots, as the energy has been lost.
Of course, the marshals do have a much better view than us
Yes.
in terms of proximity.
They are focused on one fight to make sure that obviously everything is covered and all safety is looked after as well.
So you can see a replay there. Great shots to the head. Great defensive move by the Czech. And that last one I don't think will have counted.
No, unfortunately, I don't think it even connected. But the French fighter obviously willing to push the second that the engagement is finished.
Yeah, and you can see great aggression there from the French fighter. Didn't quite get that shot, slightly over the head there, but you can see the movement of him. Strikes down.
I think the Czech fighter has amazing wrist work.
Yep.
Slow-mo is always an incredible sight to see because when we see it again fast, it is
Nice
incredible.
defensive moves there from the Frenchman. So precise with that small buckler.
Indeed. I do believe that the Czech fighter has a repertoire of moves that he might be repeating a bit too much. So now we have the Italian versus what I believed was the...
Oh, I'm lost.
I do believe that you said that was previously maybe Russian. Or Polish.
Are you putting words into my mouth?
Memory fails me. Intense fight nonetheless. The Italian's
Okay.
pressing it against him.
A nice movement there. And yeah, the Italian really taking it to his opponent here.
Now he's decided to play it safe a little.
I'm not sure. I'm wondering if that's in fact a Russian fighter because we're seeing some support from Russian teammates at the side of the list. So yeah, I think we can safely say that that's Russia.
Now we have Canada taking the field with Argentina, which we'll be able to swap to eventually. Bit of float like the butterfly sting like that be from the Team Italy there. Now he's pressed in.
A nice move there. Some great evasive moves from the Russian. You can see the combination that the Russian comes out with are absolutely spot on.
Yeah.
Very, very sharp.
And unique, every single one of them. That's key here. You need to be able to think on the fly.
Yep.
Nuestros deportistas con su indumentaria luchando en la lista.
This is a key moment when you're able to stare down your competition as the marshals have their conversation.
Or just get your breath back.
Yeah, well, that's it. You stare down, but at the same time, you are really panicking and going, okay, I need to pull this together and get the next fight in. But there's no way to know that from the outside.
Of course. Well, certainly from the stance, the Russians seem pretty composed there.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Very far forward with the sword. It doesn't leave the Italian with too many options, but there's some nice lower shots there.
Something to note, obviously, the Italian is a left-handed, something that most fighters won't have a chance to defend against.
Sure.
It's an odd situation. Ooh, that was a near thrust there. I think
Yeah, that was a near thrust, and the marshals might have a word with them about it, although it didn't connect, so there'll be no point deducted.
It may
I
have
think
been a
they
bit of
may get a mild verbal there.
Yeah, it may have been a bit of a glance off, as sometimes this happens. If you get caught on something, you need to clear it, and that may happen as you thrust forward. Now we see Argentina against Canada here. Some great shots from Canada. Now Canada here has obviously chosen their Hatunga, which is a Middle Eastern or Mongol, Russian background. There's obviously contentious as to which one you would call it. Now, as we see here, these are the groups that have been competing. Right now, all lists are at the ready, and we'll be able to cross to one soon.
Looks like we've got another UK fighter in the top right
Stephanie
list.
versus Ukraine.
Yes, that's right.
And longsword, and they seem to be pausing, tapping. Ukraine's giving a bit of a field to the UK fighter.
Do you think?
Few
Oh, there we go.
last
Some
connection.
nice exchange of strikes there.
It seems to be that Ukraine may be fighting defensively, but he's the one getting the clear shots. Right next to them, it looks to be Poland, I believe, but it might be their competitor might be Spain.
I think that's actually a Moldovan, because I
Moldova
can
versus
see the
Spain.
yellow bull on the back.
Obviously, these are the categories of the fights. We're in the long sword at the moment. I believe that sword and buckler is slightly wrapping up. We do have a few final competitors taking the list that we'll be able to fight with soon. There's going to be Canada versus
Poland.
and they're going to be doing a fantastic fight here. The Canadian fighter they have is burly, strong,
Yes.
and someone you would not want to be fighting in a dark alley.
Of course, Poland do, however, have their captain, who is extremely fast, very experienced. So Canada's going to have, it's going to be their work cut out there.
We'll see that in the bottom center of your screen. They are the ones, Poland versus Canada.
Right.
And just next to them, obviously, has the Argentinian and the Canadian.
Up the top, yeah, we can see the Spanish fighter there against the Moldovan.
Ooh, now the engagement here is getting a bit touchy. I think they got a bit close before, and they don't like that.
I
So
think the
they're-
Argentinian's just trying to get some distance against the
Ooh,
Canadian.
he
I
likes
think
to close it.
He's just sort of slightly sweeping his sword to keep the fighter, his opponent, at a distance. Here we go, with like some great moves there from the Polish fighter. Sokenba, so athletic. Very, very well controlled with the buckler there to
He
his
is.
side.
Blocking every shot needs to become, every defense needs to become an attack. That's the best way to be racking up your points. Poland's doing that very well.
You can see how quickly he shifts his legs out of the way with that back shift. Very, very exciting fighter.
The aggression is obviously intense from the Canadian fighter. We cross here obviously to the Argentinian and Canadian fighter in this instance. A unique helmet I feel from the Canadian. Ooh, tucked up there, nothing really happening. And they freed themselves, and Canada got that nice little shot to the head. An extra point here or there will make the difference sometimes.
Okay, I think because of the response from the crowd, it appears to be a Spanish victory in the 1 versus 1 in the second list.
So we know which one are the favourites.
Exactly. Yeah. You can hear when Spain are winning because the crowd like it.
I can imagine so. Oh, a low sweep there, but didn't really connect, I don't feel.
There seems to be a number of shots which are not connecting between these two there. I think fatigue is starting to kick in.
Especially with Canada, though Argentina's dropped their guard, so the moxie from Argentina is better as stepping into the fight. Ooh,
Yeah.
and time is called. One of the important things about these martials is having that stick, because you can imagine as they have no armor running around next to
That's
people
right.
with flying metal weapons will get pretty intense. Excuse me, I have a cold, so if you hear an occasional cough, I apologize. The intense
And
fighting,
once you
wow.
can see that, sharp blows from the Polish fighter. He's reading his opponent well, but I think the Canadian fighter is actually stalking him.
He is following him, trying to connect as much as he can.
He's going to put his weight behind that, but the Polish fighter is just too precise.
And this
Marshall
is a
breaking it
perfect
up.
example as to why you need that Marshall stick.
Yes, exactly.
Even with that bird's eye view, the distance he had to have to make sure that one of those weapons did not collect with his head. This is why these marshals are very, very earning of respect, to be able to put themselves in danger sometimes to make sure that they can look after these fights.
Especially with the reach of that Polish fighter.
He's a tall one.
Yes.
I'm 6'3" and he stands above me, so I wouldn't know how tall he is. Very friendly fight between them.
We've got a bit of Mexico versus Switzerland in the top list there. I'll be able to focus in on that. It seems to be quite an energetic fight. And down below, it looks like, it's hard to see, but we might have France going in. You can just see a replay here. The movement of that Polish fighter is so calm, collected, but you can see the Canadian there stalking him, going through. Great block there from the Polish fighter.
The Polish fighter, though,
His
is
whole
sharp
body.
as a diamond.
Great shots to the legs there. Really, really nice.
Every block very specific. Oh, nice shot to the hips
He
there.
did catch him there. Yeah,
And there's that martial flag coming in there, having to stop
that's
it.
right. That'll be a victory there for Poland.
I believe it's Moldova versus maybe Poland again, or Russia. Oh no, this was
Okay.
the Italian fighter I believe you mentioned before.
And again, I'd have to double check that, but we're looking at USA now, once again.
Against what we believe to be the Russian in
I-
the scale.
It may be the Russian, yeah, it's, but it's just hard to tell. What
The
can I say?
poise from Avalok is incredible. It's funny that he did that shot. I believe he was just trying to get the Russian to do something.
Are you maybe seeing a Dutch flag on the side there?
Ooh, I will have to double check that.
Of course, unfortunately, we still haven't got a connection with the ring announcers, so we can't tell at this moment, but we are working on it.
Berhertz will be a lot clearer, obviously, having to wear their tabards.
Do you remember last year when I was commentating on the UK fighter, and I said he was Polish? Unfortunately, he was actually Polish.
Yeah,
that's the thing.
that's great.
I got away with that one,
Yeah.
but the thing is, I kept mentioning the Polish fighter, clearly from UK, and he was the UK 1 fighter.
This will happen. Luckily,
Speaking of
wow, so the speed there from both of them.
really nice work.
Left-handed Moldova. This shall shake things up a bit for what I believe was. It looks very similar to the Italian fighter we had a few fights ago, but
Sure.
on his belt is the key.
And of course, it's
Looks to be just white. Might be a bit of blue there. Unfortunately, we will find out eventually as to which fighter that is. Those at home will know their fighter. Some poise here. The one thing I've always been interested about, obviously, most people's helmets are heading towards that Mongolian or
That's
the
right.
Norman side to make sure that the breathing and the eyesight is as clear as possible. But yet Avalok chooses that incredible face mask. Maybe he feels
Yeah.
that the intimidation makes up for the lack of endurance. Not that he has any lack of endurance, but
Absolutely not.
obviously probably less than if he did have some clear airways and clear sight.
People do choose their helmets very carefully, and the fact that vision is limited and also breathing is very, very limited with the Western European medieval helms. People are looking for something more Eastern for the airways.
Definitely. Very friendly there amongst fighters, and one of the clear things I've always said about HMB is that you cannot be angry with someone who has punched you in the face and then let you punch them in the face.
How could you possibly be angry at that?
It's a nice, fair, even fight.
And a victory there for the United States.
I don't think that is surprising at all, though. the poise that he has, it seems like nothing phases him anymore. We are getting up in the top right corner what looks to be
There's a Canadian fighter in there.
definitely.
Again.
And then maybe an Australian, but that's only because of the aventail I see hanging from the neck. It might end up being a Mexican. We'll wait to see till we can get a closer look there. Down in the bottom left, the sword and buckler fight that's happening seems to be Italy versus Czech Republic. Would you agree?
No, that would be Mexico versus
Mexico.
Czech Republic.
It's always the
Quite a tense fight there. Some great movement there from the Mexican and the Czech fighter.
if the Mexican keeps up their guard. I believe this Czech fighter is the one I mentioned before. Does very similar moves.
But really takes advantage of those
He definitely takes
nice
advantage
leg
of the
shots
legs,
there.
Yes. And again, incredible shine work on that helmet. It's definitely something says about fighters who take care of their armor to
Absolutely.
the nth degree. I am a criminal in terms of letting my armor get damaged.
Yes, I remember last year at Battle of the Nations, you were running around looking for ways to clean your armor.
Yes, because they were.
But it wasn't only that tournament, was it, Terry?
No. But it seems to be, for me, I take pride in a lot of the fighting. One thing that I always forget, especially when traveling on these flights, what a lot of these fighters have to deal with is there being a cold space in these aircrafts filled with moisture. and that just leads to condensation building up on your armor. And if you leave it for 1 or 2 days, rust.
Sure.
A lot of
in fact, in HMB tournaments and in WMFC tournaments, if a fighter's armor is not in sufficient condition, they will not be allowed to fight.
Indeed. There seems to be discussions there with the marshals, and something was given to the Moldovan there. I believe that must have been the win to the Moldovans.
Okay.
Obviously, there seems to be a bit of a relaxed pace out of that, so I'm not sure whether anybody was pleased or unhappy about that.
And looks like we've got Russia going into the list there. You can see the UK fighter just moving away. He just fought, in fact.
Seems like we might have a bit of a delay on that fight, as there has not been anybody arrived to the list.
Yeah, you do have a limit about how long you can leave it before entering into the list.
And as you were saying before, should it be rust or something, you are not allowed to fight with rusty armor, as it
Absolutely.
can do damage to weapons. And not to mention, if a piece of metal does end up in someone's body, which I don't believe has ever happened,
No.
but it would be very, very unhealthy. You can see in the bottom left corner we've got Mexico coming back against Czech Republic. A friendly sword tap to make sure that everything is agreed upon and underway. The interesting thing about buckler fights is the choice of stance between shield leg forward or sword forward.
It's strange, though. We saw the UK fighter earlier with a fairly flat stance, standing upright, and not with that classic lunge position. But he seemed very, very controlled. In fact, got the victory against Israel. So the stance works.
It did. It may be, when you lower that range and keep your whole body closer, they don't know what your moves are going to be.
Now this should be exciting here. Russia versus Israel. We saw this Israel fighter who got the loss against UK, but very, very aggressive. And this Russian fighter going for the lunges, not quite connecting there. So nice blocking there from the Israel fighter. He took a blow and he knew it. The Russian fighter looked very, very composed there. Great combination of shots.
I think as the Russian coming in there, there seems to be something wrong maybe with the Israelis' leg armor.
Oh, I think that's more frustration than anything else.
Okay. The good thing about the Israeli team, very competitive, but also very friendly.
Oh, they're absolutely fantastic. I mean, if you want to have a good tournament, invite the Israelis.
Yes,
they're really, really wonderful.
Nice high guard there from the Czech, but it seems like it didn't really work. He's gone back
Relaxed
to his original
stance,
stance.
and we go for some aggression there from the Czech fighter.
Mexico seemed a bit flourished there.
Some good movement from the Czech.
Keeping
His
his guard
backup
up
shots
high
are good.
right against that sword, but the
think-
Mexican got his weapon past the guard.
I think he's firmly in control of this fight.
It is a few nice shots from the Mexican. So if the Mexican can simply defend and get those shots, then
Good defense there from the Israeli.
cutting back to the Mexican and Czech fighters, that's been broken up.
And just a nice blow there, not in view from the Russian fighter, who appears to be in control of the fight, but it is very, very tense. We're just moving there for the final round of this fight. You can see the physicality involved in this fight. And time has been called on that one. I'm not sure if there was something called for perhaps an illegal blow by one of the fighters. I didn't quite see it, but nothing seems to be given. There's no verbal.
The Israeli, unfortunately, he dropped his head, meaning that obviously there's a certain level of how far you can go down before you start to expose your neck, which is very dangerous.
Very dangerous.
Very dangerous move. Some fantastic guard work there by the Russian.
Nice movement also from the Israeli.
Bit of a duck that led to a headshot, I believe.
Oh, very
Yeah,
smooth.
see, every duck that he goes for there, that's a headshot. That's getting.
That's the thing with that. It is quite a high helm, so it's slightly exposed there.
One thing that everybody needs to account for, and this comes into practice, is realizing that your body is extended in every single way. It's an exoskeleton.
Yeah.
I would say essentially, but it literally is an exoskeleton.
Victory goes to Russia there against the Israeli, who still fought a fantastic fight. So we'll be looking forward to much more of that aggression, speed and precision from Israel later. But of course, Russians' favorite in this category. Let's see what else can be produced later on. Just in the background, it appears we've got Ukraine against. You see the replay of the Russia versus Israel fight there. You can see the aggression certainly coming from Israel, but the precision is straight back from the Russian. A shake of the head there.
Every time he goes for that duck, I believe he's hoping it's a headshot, but I think the Russian fighter is going for more mid shots.
Yeah, but even then he's very, very calmly deflecting those shots. But again, ducking again, taking the shot.
It's not working for him. Maybe in a bow hurt, but as you get your squat skills
Sure.
up, but not
But
in
he
this
didn't
situation.
balance the raising the buckler.
No,
with
that would
moving
have been
down.
advisable. Yes, yes. We see in the far top corner, we seem to have what I believe might be Spain, definitely. Versus
Spain against. Can you get a closer view on that? No, of course we
unfortunately
can't.
not. It seems to be. It might be either America, depending on what those stripes are on the side. The US of A.
Sure. And just at the bottom, we got France back in action now.
Against Canada. Canada being a bit exhausted in the other fights, as well as not as fast as the French fighter. So it'll be interesting to see how he fares in this one.
Just pausing a moment there. Again, with that smaller buckler, preferred weapon by the French fighter, who's very, very agile. We saw some great movement from him earlier.
I believe, if you're going to have a buckler that small, I believe he just isn't bothering. For him, it's such a byproduct of this competition right now.
And we see now UK against Italy. It should be a tense moment. In fact, this fighter from the UK, Pavel Kurzak, went to, as I said before, went to that WMFC tournament in Italy at the end of October last year. So knows the Italian fighters very well.
I see again, that's very straight stance that Pavel has. I don't believe I've seen him, whether or not he's used that stance before, I'm unaware. So it might be that he's not wanting to exert himself by engaging muscles by crouching.
Could be. There's a very tense
Ooh.
movement from the Italian there, who does manage to evade some of the shots, but leaving the helmet slightly exposed.
Yes.
Certainly has good energy, and that's being called.
Another left fighter, so maybe it's a slight advantage for him over Pavel.
At list number 1, Germany and
French versus Canada here.
Again, good high shots there from the French. Makes a great spectacle going for the headshots. Very, very good movement, but took a couple to the leg there, the Frenchman.
This is always good when we get some slow motion footage back after Battle of the Nations, and we can start to see those sparks flying from the
Absolutely,
helmet.
that's right. That's right.
Incredible. But with us,
some nice shots there from the Italian. Some great movement here, and the UK fighter is in trouble, so it's having to stalk him. Lots of low shots coming through there, but none of them connecting. Some movement being brought by the UK fighter. Now the Italian is very, very energetic in this fight, throwing down a low shot, moving back, choosing his space, lunging forward.
Brilliant shots by the UK fighter straight across the noggin. He made it a very impressive choice to make sure he was on the shield side of the Italian. He even locked his arm and rotated so that the Italian's weapon was as far away from Pavel, the UK fighter, as possible.
Yeah, it's smart fighting. Smart fighting, but the whole time looked very, very composed. However, there was so much energy coming from that Italian fighter. So it really put him under a bit of pressure there. In fact, you could see that he started to stalk and push back the Italian fighter.
I think that's a matter of honor. If someone needs to chase you for points, you've done well.
Well, that's it, yeah. We have a salute there by the two fighters, but this is going to be quite an aggressive round, I would imagine.
The question for the marshals here is if a half-cocked shot is a clean shot. So a shot at maybe a 45-degree angle. Ooh, nice shield punch to the head. Now, Gavin, shield punches, knees, bottoms of fists. How do those fare in the rules against?
Well, sword and buckler, no. They're not going to get you very far.
So it's got to be clean shots from your sword.
Exactly. Blows with bucklers are perfectly acceptable in Pahoots, as you know. Shield shots are obviously used in pro fights, first-class tournaments. But with this, it is pure technique, so it's swordsmanship we're looking for here. If we take a closer look, some hesitant movement there from the UK fighter, who went a little bit close, playing the dummy, but a great shot there from the side. But it's countered by the Italian. Nice headshot again from UK.
The Italian, unfortunately, he's dropping his guard after he feels the engagement is over, but the
slightly,
UK
but
fighters
definitely got good movement there.
He's getting that one final shot in, which is going to rack up some points.
See, plays the dummy there, leaves himself open on the side, but of course the high sword of the UK fighter left his side open using the left-hand sword from the Italian, so it was an easy point for him.
This is the complications with dealing with a left-hand fighter. There's only about 10% of them generally in any sport, and so taking them on is unusual. We can see in the left-hand corner of your screen the Mexican versus Argentina. So we have a Latin America competition happening.
Excellent.
Here. Now the clear clear aggressor here seems to be Mexico, but then again, Argentina has played the back foot for quite a lot of their fights.
Good composure here from the Mexican fighter.
Yeah,
As we said before, a lot of development. Sorry for interrupting. A lot of great development in these two countries. The fighters, the 1 versus 1, the Bohorts obviously are making good progress, where the Argentinians have slightly more experience. However, in terms of marshals, well, there's a great number of them. Trainee marshals who have made it to this tournament. It's absolutely incredible. Great news for the sport. There's so many countries which, you know, even in Europe, who don't yet have certified marshals, and it does put them at a disadvantage when they have their selection processes for Battle of the Nations.
It does, and I can imagine, obviously, themselves trying to get clarification and train within the ruling system. You need to make sure that you have everything as clear as possible.
Absolutely.
I remember turning up for Battle of the Nations 2016 and having a few rules, needing multiple clarifications from multiple sources, simply because I was not as prepared as I should have been. Now, they're ready to engage again, obviously. The few little happy taps coming from Argentina, making sure that forearm of the Mexican getting a whack here or there.
You can hear some furious action in the list beside them, which has involved that very, very fast Polish fight, extremely aggressive there.
The fight that we're covering here, obviously, with Mexico and Argentina, taking their time, very much taking their time with each shot, and that Mexican continuously leaving open that forearm, but now knowing that the Argentinian is going to go for it like that.
Do you think it's because they're saving energy, or are they playing that game of chess?
They may be playing a game of chess. In the end, this isn't first to a certain amount of points. Clearly, it is the idea of how many points you can rack up.
No, it's first two. It's 3 blows.
First to 3, correct. Yep. I'm thinking pro fights. So if they're waiting and trying to burn through that energy, it might be that they are trying to exhaust the Argentinian. But they are obviously friendly. I believe that they get that chance to probably fight against each other throughout the day.
And you can see there, just at the bottom of the screen there, that Poland won fighter. Very, very aggressive movement there.
The Polish fighter, he is brilliant on the back foot.
Very, very good. Well, he's a great all-round fighter.
I can imagine.
So a word of the marshals there. I believe the fighter that we believed was Russian is in fact Spanish, because he seems to be with Spanish teammates. They can see him just putting his helmet on.
Fantastic.
So again, I apologise to the viewers back home about that confusion.
Well, that's all right. Obviously, the interesting choice for him for the scale lamellar, but that is the advantage of this sport, is that you do not have to choose your historically accurate outfit for your country. It can be from anywhere in the world. It's
something that was they tried to introduce a number of years ago, but it was not practical for a number of reasons. You know, who's making the armor, where they buy it from.
And most importantly, the fighter choice. You know, this is a sport for the fighters. This is being from the ground up. A fantastic shot to the head, finishing off that round. The Polish fighter got a bit shaken up there. I think when you're a fantastic defender, and usually a fantastic defender, a random shot like that becomes a bit of a shock.
Oh, it can shake people, absolutely.
The poise there. I can see, though, the Polish fighter shrugging his shoulders, trying to catch his breath there. But obviously not wanting anybody to see that.
Well, you can see how energetic he is, so it's just natural that he needs to get his breath back.
I would be amazed as to how tight he would be if he started to actually be the aggressor.
We've got a bit of a breeze going on here in Barcelona. It's all sunny down there, but there's quite a wind blowing through here.
In the armour, trust me, you get very, very hot.
Yes, absolutely.
It's very warm for them. But and with the sun beating down on their metal outfits, it builds and builds. But here in Barcelona, we woke up to an 8-degree morning.
It was delightful, yes.
The sun is out, but the wind is chilling.
The wind is very chilling. It's slightly clouded out, and it appears we've got some big support coming there. I believe we can see, I can't see it now, we've got Russia against USA in the longsword. Sergei Ukolov fighting there, ex-world champion for Battle of the Nations.
Fantastic.
Phenomenal fighter, absolutely incredible.
We see now Moldova coming up against Canada in the center of your screen. Will be obviously the bottom right when we have that wider shot.
Okay, that gets underway now, and you can see the arena slowly starting to fill up. More and more people come, but it was reasonably well publicized, and it's a growing sport. So the people in Spain, even tourists, are asking about it as we as we go around the city. There's a lot of curiosity. People see the weapons everywhere. Some great aggression there from the Moldovan fighter.
Canada not letting up though.
Stalked by him.
I think that's his signature, Canada. He will approach and lay on and not give up until it is definitely
He's
covered.
ferocious, yeah. He puts that pressure on, and it does put a lot of people off. They try to back away, but he will not stop moving forward.
That's the one key thing when it's your first time fighting. You need to make sure that obviously you set the pace for yourself. It can be a concern when if you give too much away, that your next fighter will be aware of what is to come.
That's right. Yep.
So that may be some of the fighters like Pavel we mentioned before had his straight stance. He might be not wanting to give anything away.
I think that's it really.
Exciting action continues
And you can see once again the replay of the Moldovan fighter who's got the precise edge there. Some shoulder shots, not leading to very much, but you can see they're back at it. Okay, I think there's an intervention there by the marshals who have seen the 3 hit count.
from all over the world to represent their countries.
Again, you can hear much more liveliness from the crowd now as Mexico-Argentina continues. So nice aggression there from the Argentinian, which we haven't really seen so far. There's some great movement here. The Mexican now finding it difficult to get the blows in, but it appears that the weapon is caught and is broken up there. So we'll start again. It's very cautious fighting. Some nice aggression, however, showed by the Argentinian. But these precise blows are coming from Mexico. Okay, not so many calculated blows by the Argentinian. And you can see they're pulling back, taking their time there. See the Argentinian come out with some lunges there, but they're not connecting. So I think the Mexican will take advantage of that on the counter-attack.
There seems to be quite a bit of a relaxed pace for these two. And I'm wondering if it's maybe a bit of an agreement to make sure that they have energy saved for later fights.
What a bit of an agreement. What are you talking about?
Well, of course, they are friends, and they want to make sure that they are representing their side of the world as best as possible. They obviously want to do their absolute best, and they will try to keep their performance as high as possible. But making a choice to not engage as heavily may be an advantage to them.
Well, Tarek, you're a good man, but I disagree with you. Knowing the Argentinian and Mexican fighters, they give it everything they've got.
Oh, well, yeah, you might be right. As some sort of rivalry within their own country, it might be that they would definitely not do that.
I don't know. I think it's all sporting. I think they're giving it what they got. It's just that some teams have a different strategy about things. If you remember the semi-final with Russia 3 against Poland 1 last year, of the triathlon, the longsword was in terms of a spectacle, it was abysmal. There were 2 shots which connected. That was it. But from 2 shots thrown, that was it. That was literally it.
I'm not surprised.
And it was just a very, very cautious thing, which surprised me from the Polish fighter having been so aggressive, and of course the Russian fighter being so precise. Now we go into what appears to be France versus Spain. Some very, very aggressive shots there. Great movement from that, the Frenchman.
And the marshals on point, ready for that.
Obviously, they use that buckler so well. Very, very effective.
One of the catch-22s, we call it, of using any sort of shield is that the larger the shield, the less you can see. So if you're making sure that you've actually got a shot from, if you've got a massive kite shield, you won't be able to see the footwork as well, and you won't be able to see the other opponent's weapon.
Great sword work there from the Frenchman. Well, let's hope it's not a case of more style than substance, but he's very, very precise with that buckler. Very, very precise indeed.
Indeed. Fantastic blocking with the sword as well before following through to some shots.
Very good. But this is turning out to be a great fight. I mean, both fighters evenly matched.
We can see in the bottom right now, we've got Israel, I believe, coming up with against the Polish fighter.
Is that Poland? Well, this is going to be quite something if it is.
Stature
yes,
and
that's
speed.
right. That is Robert there. So I'm looking forward for something quite incredible here. Let's hope they can focus in. In fact, on that list altogether, you're getting 2 very, very fast and aggressive fights there. You see the Israeli going straight into the pole. Now we go back to France versus Spain. Some nice movement there from the French, but some good aggression being shown by the Spaniard. He goes for those overhead shots, but nice blocking with his buckler. In fact, both fighters there.
Yeah, France is very on point with those headshots and making sure that they are blocked off.
Yeah, good counter-attacks from him. Very fast, very rapid.
Indeed.
So I think we can be moving on with Poland versus Israel there. A little bit cautious in their movement. However, some nice attacking there from the Israel, and he does know that he's got to really go for it now. But if you're looking for a good show, again, count on the Israelis every time. Great leg shots there from the Israeli. Great movement too. Swiftly moving away.
A bit of hooking by the Polish as well with that shield. Going to throw the Israeli off a little.
That's right.
Keeping his guard close to his body.
He's really taking advantage of his height there, leaning right forward.
And each shot being, he's got the sword arm all tangled up. Can he flip him? That's him on the ground.
And that's the first grounding of the day. High five for that, Tarek.
Indeed.
Yes.
Look, if you've got the height there and you've got him off balance, throw him down. It's a bit of a weight to go down with when you fall in your armor. So it can be a bit of a shock to the system.
It can, but I think the reason they did it at the end of the day is because they're both pro fight addicted.
Yeah.
If we're honest here, that's when you get in a certain position, you can't really help it.
Indeed, with the pro fight, when you go down, you actually gain 3 points, and you get a nice 3 shots to gain another 3 points.
Which can be defended. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and they are fantastic ways to rack up a good easy 6 points. But in this fight, it is all about technique.
Exactly.
Byproduct sometimes happens when you get tangled up.
Very, very smart fighters, though. Very, very fast, very aggressive.
Mm-hmm. It is interesting because obviously taller fighters have a higher center of gravity. You would think a lot of the times that they can be overthrown.
He's very good at keeping that low buckler using to his fence. You can see he's gone out quite far with the buckler, but he's keeping it low because he knows that the Israeli could go for a low blow. Again, great movement from the Israelis all over the list.
Yeah, I do believe, though, that was the Polish. As the Israeli came in, the Polish used his shield arm to actually push him off.
Nice, and that appears to be 3 shots there.
When you have your 2 feet on the ground and you have them very firmly placed, you've got the advantage over someone jumping around sometimes.
Yes, that's right.
You may be able to, if you're up on your feet, you may be able to replace yourself, but it doesn't always work in your favor. We see in the bottom left-hand corner, the left hand of your screen, we have what seems to be Czech Republic versus America. That's Avalok again.
That's right, and we've got Italy in the top corner there.
The aggression from Czech Republic is unbelievable.
Again, we saw some great aggression there from the Czech fighter before.
Yeah,
so he's not letting up.
No, not at all.
But Avalok is going to take some serious skill if you're going to get any blows past Avalok. He's such an experienced fighter. He reads the fight.
He does. Keeps his poise there, but if only...
Great use of the sword there from Avalok. Wonderful. But great aggression again. And such strong blows coming down from that Czech fighter. Unfortunately, not quite connecting.
It's one of those things, if maybe he needs to swap up his repertoire a little. And if he does, he will be able to obviously catch him off guard.
That's the thing, he'll have to go for that.
Conversation happening here between the Marshal and the Czech fighter.
I'm really sure what that's for.
Maybe it was because they were on the opposite sides of the list when they started, so they have to make sure that they start on those sides.
That would make sense.
Even though the flags are both on the same corners, which does make it confusing for some viewers, but we're here to fix that up.
We're not doing a very good job of it, are we?
Well, not when we called the Russian fighter for a while.
No,
sorry, the Spanish fighter for a while, Russian. But we'll make sure that we get these things sorted out for you viewers. As they stand there poised, we have right next to them, I believe, an Italian and the Moldovan meeting. That Moldovan is a monster, and we'll be able to cut to that shortly.
Very, very sharp fighter as well. In fact, last year, I still remember there were some great fights with the Moldovans.
Mm-hmm. Now to re-engage here, we'll see if the Czech keeps up his attitude. Different stance here from Avalok.
Yeah, look at that.
Maybe ready, and a different stance here from the Czech as well. Flag in the way, but otherwise...
Great counter-attack there from the Czech Republic. Sharp blows there and really hunting down Avalok, but he's defending so well.
Fantastic, yes.
Look at that. Such aggression.
I think defense was Avalok's game there. The sword seemed to be secondary, just going through wherever he could find it.
Such an effective job of it, and that's where the experience comes in.
Of course. Well, why stress yourself out if he's going to come out aggressive and you can block every shot?
Very, very smart play there. You can see some heavy breathing from the Czech fighter.
He definitely leaves it all out on the field, and that's something to admire. But at the same time, might cost him. So we'll see about that.
You can hear a roar there from the crowd supporting the Spanish fighter.
Against Canada in the back, top right corner of your screen at the moment.
And now we have some results coming through on the screens, as you can see. But we continue with that Czech Republic and USA fight. Very, very aggressive. Again, neither quite connecting. once again, brilliant defense there from USA. Very, very smart.
Now, Gavin, clarify the rules. Obviously, with the shields not counting in punches, is there the Czech made a move there and placed his shield in front of Avalox, the American's face. Is there anything against making sure that your shield is firmly placed against their face?
Provided it's not blocking the weapon itself. Now, you can block the arm to restrict the movement of the sword arm, but you can't actually, of course, like in any 1-versus-1 fight, you can't hold on to the sword itself.
No, of course not. But if there is a smart move for some fighters, Avalok's view is restricted nonetheless. So
of course.
placing in front of his face may have actually...
Look at this very aggressive stance from the Italian fighter, just waiting for the Moldovan, and then going for attack himself, leaving himself slightly open. It says woken up with the defense with the buckler there. Nice aggression from both fighters here, but the Moldovan is going straight in, and that is called.
I don't think the Moldovan there was really in his element until he got a few clean shots in there. And then the Italian, yeah, as you said, was woken up a bit.
Absolutely, yeah.
Moldovan has that height. As I said, he is a monster in terms of stature. And
now we're in for a real treat because we've got to the stage in the proceedings where random results are just popping up on the screen.
Indeed.
With nothing to do with the actual fights that are happening. But
obviously,
there we go.
If you do remember, obviously, a fight as you saw on the screen or wondering about a specific fight, those points will help.
Okay, List is left wide open there at the gate.
Hopefully we'll be able to get that solved.
It's such an oversight.
And looks like it's getting sorted out now. Clearly the thing we need to be worried about here is making sure that there is protection for surrounding members, but also the fighters. If a fighter was believing to hit a gate and they fell through, it might cause some injury.
Absolutely.
We've seen Mexico and Canada here. A bit of a poised fight again. I think you're right talking about the tactics from Mexico. He seems to be a very relaxed fighter here. Maybe speculation here, but there might be a sore buckler arm, as he does not seem to be using that at all.
Yeah, he's keeping it extremely close, and for a buckler, I think that's a risk because his leg is quite exposed there, as is the head.
That being said, he seems to be doing the same blocking maneuver and blocking every single shot.
And it's working.
Canada has now changed that up a bit. Yeah, I do believe there might be a sword arm for the Mexican there. He does not. Oh no, he lifted it, so it might be okay.
Right.
The different forms of shields and bucklers are very important. Having a boss, a center boss, can affect how your fighting will go. Obviously, it leads to more glancing shots coming off, but at the same time, can lead to less control as to which way those glances happen. A flat shield like the Canadian has may work an advantage by being able to redirect and channel a shot very smoothly in one direction or the other. There's also a choice between whether you have a leather-edged grip or a steel, sorry, not leather grip, a leather-edged shield or a steel-edged shield. Steel being great for deflecting shots, but leather being actually for gripping shots. So you're able to use that grip to your advantage by redirecting a shot, whereas deflecting the energy is better if it's steel.
The steel-edged shields, Tarek. I want to double-check that.
No, nothing that says that they can be used here.
Sure.
But obviously, there are uses for their application in other fights. It'd be interesting actually to see whether WMFC or IMCF have any rules on that.
Okay, so once again, true to form, we've been saying that the Canadian fighter, but it appears to be Germany.
Yes, it might be Germany.
Should we apologise for that now, or should we just make a collection of them?
Yeah, we'll do a compilation of apologies
I think so.
to go up on YouTube later.
That'd be right, wouldn't it?
Nonetheless, his outfit is so iconic that I don't believe anybody's had any trouble following him and his actions. I do love that white felt sort of.
Yes. Some nice lunges there, and I think that was the only way to get through to the Mexican fighter, who was so calm and backed off there.
Yeah, I mean, this is a thing. We can speculate that maybe his arm was injured, or maybe he was just very calm and collected. He was doing it against Argentina, so maybe that's their plan for this, wait it out and get a few clean shots. Here we go for the slow-mo replay here.
You see that? Once they're going in, just gets it.
A nice feint there.
Perfect shot.
A lot of times people will overcommit with a feint. They'll be able to go too much with their sword, but all you need sometimes is just a shoulder roll a slight shoulder roll, and that will make sure that the person is worried enough about that shot to raise their guard like the Mexican did. You can get a nice clean shot.
That's right. And we just moved to the bottom list now. You can see Poland versus the UK. In fact, they're two Polish fighters by origin,
Yes.
but two absolute experts. That's going to be very fast, very aggressive. You can see the UK fighter holding back a bit because he does not have the height advantage.
Definitely not, but he has changed his stance to be sword arm forward and is not no longer as straight as he was before.
That's right, yep. Well, I think he knows what he's up against because the Polish fighter is, you can see how wide his leg stance is.
And probably very good friends.
I dare say they are. One would hope so.
Yeah.
Because some great movement there from the Polish fighter.
Ooh.
Very, very aggressive. Nice counterattack there from the UK fighter.
This is how we know when people think too linear. Pavel is obviously very experienced, understands that it's not a linear fight. He was able to hold his ground and shift the Polish fighter around him rather than trying to just back up into a corner.
And we go to the, this will be the second round of UK versus Poland. An exceptional fight. Two pro fighters, in fact.
I had the honor, as we mentioned before, of seeing Pavel fight in a pro fight in Urbino in
Yeah, of course,
Italy.
in Italy, yep. Whereas Robert, the Polish captain here, has a lot of experience, as I said before, in the Russian competitions.
Now the key here, obviously, is you've got a very nice high guard for the Polish fighter, which is interesting, seeing as he is the taller competitor here. You'll notice that he's changing up his guard. He's obviously wanting to get a few more strikes in. Pavel's now stepping it up. Was a bit wary of a counter-attack there that never came.
Yeah, it never came. I was expecting it would to because this Polish fighter is very, very good at counterattacks and so fast.
Some nice clean shots there from Pavel. He seems like he's taking his time. I wasn't able to see, obviously, whether the Polish connected with those shots, but it sounded like they did. With 4 fights happening in the arena, though, it can be a little confusing.
You got the great shift there from the Polish fighter. You can see how he sweeps his legs back there. Very, very intelligent fighting. Very, very accurate.
Definitely.
He's actually, I was about to say he's holding back a bit from the combinations of shots that he usually does, that he's actually so famous for.
Yes, but Gavin, I believe that those combinations of shots tend to happen when he's being pressed, and as Pavel was not pressing him, it did not happen. He is someone who seems to be constantly on the back foot, which is his advantage in that, as a tall, long fighter, that he can take one step back and he's immediately a meter away, which makes you have to spend so much more energy. Again, the Mexican doing a very sword-only guard here.
Yes.
But what we assumed was Canadian, but might be the German.
No, that would be the German. You can actually see the Dane on the side with the German scarf. So apologies to Germany there. But yeah, going back to this Mexican and this very, very low defense with buckler, I'm starting to think that maybe there is a problem. It could just be a shoulder cramp or something. But
that, or he's just incredibly relaxed.
Exactly. What a time to be relaxed.
He seems very tired, so maybe that's it. Maybe he's incredibly fatigued. That's going to happen, especially if you don't remove your helmet and it does have some padding or visor in the way.
Absolutely.
You need to, it's one of the complications of being a fighter. Removing that helmet and you get more to breathe, but at the same time, you're stuck in a situation where you've then got to put that helmet back on. And there's a bit of a thing called helmet frenzy, which is a bit of a psychological effect when you're putting on that helmet right between when you lose your eyesight to when it's fully on your head. Astronauts get it, military people can get it.
Right.
Even us, which is we understand that there's no real risk to life here. There is some, but there's marshals and medical teams and etc. etc. But with the adrenaline running high, there's a psychological effect when you put on that helmet that can mean that you are taken aback, and people need to sometimes throw the helmet off, gather themselves, and then try again. I'm always aware of this, and therefore always pretty calm whenever I'm putting my helmet on.
And we joined the Moldova against Russia fight. Very, very sharp from both fighters there. Wonderful defense from this Russian.
Coming in strong, the Moldovan holds his position very strongly. Getting ready for the round 2. Again, the Moldovan does not press hard. The Russian seems to be opening up his guard a little, maybe enticing him in to something a little bit more...
I think he's going to wait till that, because you can see the Moldovan is left-handed there. So I think he's keeping a wide stance so he can go for a low leg shot. So waiting for that space there. You can see mildly exposed. So
the Moldovan's got a very closed guard there, keeping it very close to him. It's very, very contradicting. Like, Contrasting to the, a drop to a knee there to make sure that he got a low shot.
Some nice movement, and then there, that's the low shot we would expect from the Russian, trying to take advantage of that low guard.
Slight issue with their gauntlets. It's one of the disadvantages when fighting with armor. If something slips a little, having to reset it during a fight.
Very hard, yeah.
It's one of those things whether if you know someone is incredibly competitive, they'll take that advantage and jump on that opportunity immediately. Moldovan obviously being friendly there and not engaging him while he was doing it, but I do believe it was the end of the round.
Yeah. Okay, so that just takes us to Canada against Switzerland in the top. We can see a replay there.
That dropped to the knee, yeah. And then that, no, went for the high shot there, but still on the arm.
Very smart fighting, very smart fighting.
One thing that this Russian had, that the Polish had as well, is a strap grip, but with a round, almost buckler-like shield. So this adds a different element to your fighting. It kind of holds on your arm a lot firmer, but you cannot control its rotations as much. And so a shot to the top may rotate it a little further and open up a little bit of a guard. A little bit of a rib.
The bucklers, of course, being less effective in that round as the Moldovan was left-handed.
These things can be obviously an advantage to that Moldovan if he knows and he's been practicing against those right-handers and realizing how that buckler can be useful. Obviously, in a situation like that, it would be far more useful in a pro fight where you can shield punch as well. We have Israel against Canada, that beefy Canadian that usually likes to press, but he seems to not be doing so much of that now.
He may have worn himself out, and he's going to need all his athleticism if he's going to face up to this Israeli fighter who showed such aggression before. Great movement again.
One thing I find interesting is obviously the South Americans, Israel, Australian teams, even Spanish, the ones that have an advantage of weather, that for 6 months of the year or so they can be fighting in weather that can wear them out. You've also got the Israelis. I don't know if this team does it, but Krav Maga being the Israeli martial arts, they like to go down to the Dead Sea and train in salt water, so their buoyancy is higher, meaning that you need to really work on your footwork.
Wow.
So there's lots of advantages you can get from your location of training. And that being said, though, in Canada, in some of the mountains there, if they train up in those mountains, weapon being either dislodged or broken, it might seem.
Not sure if we heard that distinctive ping sound.
Yeah, it seems to be broken.
There it is. That's it. That's the first breakage of the day. Again, I was about to say that the Canadian is stalking the Israeli, as he has done with so many other fighters, so there'll be a quick shift of weapon there.
Very smart to obviously bring along multiple weapons in case these things happen. It's very hard.
It was slightly heartbreaking though when your sword breaks, because you know it's a sword that you've been fighting with, you train with it, you know how it works, you're comfortable with it, and you pay for it.
We have a bit of a rule in the Australian team, which I'm not sure whether we keep doing. Whoa, fantastic side shot to the head. Wonder if that will count. It may have been side of the blade. The bit of a rule that we have in the Australian team, we'll see if it continues, is that if you break a weapon on someone, then you give them that weapon. It's a bit of a matter of honor. If they've been able to take a blow from you that's so hard that breaks, or they've been able to swing so hard that it breaks your weapon. Ooh, shield punch coming in, both down.
Straight in with the buckler there. Now see a shot by the Canadian when they were both down. There might be a verbal about that.
I'm not sure whether
no point given, and you can see in fact the marshal there who called it is an Israeli himself. Again, also Marshall did a number of different tournaments, including Russian tournaments, where he features very regularly.
It seems to be obviously just a misunderstanding that happened there.
Yeah,
but the shield punch coming in.
There's nothing in it. I think that was again when you're a pro fighter, you instinctively go in with the shield.
Oh, really in that corner, trading blows, blow after blow.
Nice movement there from the Israeli.
Definitely laying it on in one of the final rounds, trying to make sure that he gets those points. The interesting thing that I was going to mention earlier about these leg shots, going for the leg shot like the Russian did against the Moldovan, there's an advantage to obviously lowering your stance, because if you're standing up, to close that distance to someone's leg from your arm, you actually have to increase by about a foot, which brings you into the range of their shots.
Right.
And so usually a leg shot will only come after a feint. You need to make sure that you have given them enough belief that you're going for something higher so they can keep their guard up and even their sword up. Here we have the slow-mo replay of them.
You can see he actually just lost his footing there. There was nothing else in it.
Yeah, I think both of them lost their footing. But in a bow hurt, that would have meant that both of them was out. We'll see that coming up at about the 12 to 3 o'clock. mark. I think we're going to be getting some. No, they're still of the opening day.
Well,
after the opening ceremony, we'll still
well,
have the
of course,
one
after the opening ceremony, what we do have at the men's sword and buckler duel category finals, then the longsword duel finals. You can see some results coming in every now and then, as you can see right now with the Polish who got a victory over Switzerland.
I'm seeing here in the top field, it seems like we might have Moldova versus what could be either Mexico or Czech Republic. Forgive us.
Well, the Czech Republic we've got on the lower part, lower screen, in fact. But now we can see Italy getting ready to take on Poland. So yeah, you've got Spain versus Czech Republic in the bottom list there, next to the Poland versus Italy fight. Now again, we saw the Italian fighter really started to woke up and it's really inviting with that aggressive stance there.
He does, but he does lower that buckler guard, and the Polish fighter is very fast.
And he's ready for it. You can see that he's ready. This is going to be quite tense. I'm looking forward to this one. Let's see who goes for first blood.
I think that with that Italian being a left-hand fighter, though, I don't think he worries about that side as much. But if the Polish was able to do a nice over-the-head cross
I
shot.
think he's evaluating that. You can see the feint strikes.
He did twice.
Nice.
Fantastic open shots there.
And I think he's going to go for the same thing. You can see
he's
that
leaning
stance.
to the right.
That's quite a common stance for this fight. He's done it a number of times, and it was the same in Battle of the Nations last year.
Sometimes we need to watch the footing. If you can see, right now he's relaxed. Watch till he starts to put the weight on maybe the front foot, but the power on the ball or the back foot. He's relaxing here.
You can see he's just working those combinations.
He's
Again, lovely movement from those legs there.
He does like the chicken scratch a lot. Oh, some fantastic shots to that guard arm.
Great shot to the head there, but I'm not sure it counted. I think that was already taken.
Unfortunately, look, this is a smart fighter happening here, like against that Italian. Being a left-hander, but that left-hander, he's not thinking about the advantage that he has. And he's getting maybe a bit too cocky by dropping that buckler as he does.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's the smartest way to fight. I mean, maybe he's just trying to psych out the Polish fighter. However, with such experience, the Pole is not going to fall for it. Great movement there. Nice head shots also from the Italian.
I don't know how that was not clean shots there. 3 easily clean shots.
Stepping up the aggression there. Great movement from the Italian.
friendly, but at the same time, I think the Italian might be getting a little out of his depth here. That Polish fighter couldn't see how clearly whether or not those shots were blocked by the Polish, but they're definitely trading back some blocks very cleanly.
Well, this is the level of experience that Poland have in these categories and many other categories. In fact, and I think that the Italian was right to give it everything he got, to be as aggressive as he could.
Definitely, but as you said, I don't believe the smartest choice was. Well, I mean, with some competitors, maybe dropping that shield was an advantage. Unfortunately, against that Polish fighter, it was not. The advantage was clearly to the Polish, who was able to think around being against the left-hand
look at this, you
fighter.
can see he's still leaning to the right there, giving the advantage to his sword. But I think the Italian there has cottoned onto it. You can see them both leaning the same way down. I think they're trying to read each other's game.
And that's really impressive. He still has that buckler down. We'll see if he raises it in this slow-mo engagement. He
raises it, yes, but unfortunately didn't come to anything. And in fact, the Pole used his buckler to shift the Italian's buckler out of the way.
But still wasn't able to follow up with a clear shot there.
That's right. We've got now UK versus Canada in the bottom screen there, and we've got USA against Mexico.
And we're also, I think, in the top right, we seem to have USA versus UK.
And that's in the longsword category,
The longsword category, yes.
Okay, keep us updated what's happening in the top left as and when.
Definitely. Seems to be, whoa, UK coming in with some seriously strong hits there. USA on his back foot.
Smart, as you can see the experience and speed there of the Polish fighter against the Italian. Very nice movement, but again, the Italian inviting him in. Very, very psychological fight, that one.
He does. He likes to tempt them with the head, but I'm not sure that that's the smartest move with a tall fighter such as the Polish.
Oh, so it was a smart move. I think he moved back too quickly rather than just stood there for another second to try and connect with the shot. Because I think it was a smartly placed shot. However, it didn't connect because he moved back too early.
Now you're seeing the UK fighter up in the top right of your screen doing an impressive job against that USA fighter in the longsword tournament.
And there's quite a result there. We saw the Canadian defeated the Polish in the longsword category. Very impressive there.
Now we're getting a Mexico versus American Avaloq down on the left of your screen.
That's right, yes.
We have UK versus Canada currently up on your screen.
And we've got Spain versus Mexico on the top screen. You can see this 10th sword and buckler round between UK and Canada. Let's see if the Canadian's still got the energy. And once again, he's stalking the UK fighter. Great move there, but he's starting to flail a bit there. He's trying to get the shots in, whereas the UK fighter is timing it very carefully. Great positioning of his buckler. He's defending the shots very well.
Definitely.
And I think he's just waiting till the Canadian wears himself out to some extent.
This is Pavel we're talking about, and he's done that every fight. He takes his time and relaxes.
I think he's in a good position here physically. He's going to show the stamina. The Canadian starting to wear out a little bit. We're now looking at USA versus Mexico.
Bit of a break there, obviously. I can imagine that would have gone very well. Avaloq seemed to be still on the defensive, the American captain from Seattle.
And again, that fight for Canada-UK is continuing, so it's really going to the wire there. And some nice movement from the Canadian, trying to box in the UK fighter, restrict his movement.
He's lowering his guard, though. I think he's getting a bit too exhausted, and Pavel is taking advantage of that.
I think so. We saw a last headshot there from the UK fighter, and I think that would have cost the Canadian dearly, but it might go to another round there.
You can definitely see when a fighter is finished there. Ooh, Avaloq getting a bit fancy with a flourish.
Great experience there, and that shows he's a fencer. He's a great swordsman.
Ooh, Mexico fighting a bit too slow. This is I believe the man who was not using his buckler much before as he soared forward. Maybe he's more skilled in a single sword fighting stance.
Could well be. Could well be.
Avaloq just sort of
Sharp
testing the water.
there.
Just
He's
testing
trying
the
to
water.
break some distance there to the Mexican fighter who goes in.
Oh, nice
Doesn't down
finishing
there.
blow there.
Very, very nice.
You know, it's one of those things that I think Avaloq obviously takes his time in waiting for the opportune moment. Some fighters are doing that, and it's got to work for you. Feel free to obviously to contact your local team to make sure that you can get involved and have a go at this, because it is an experience, and most teams are welcoming newcomers all the time.
Well, pretty much everybody does. I mean, it's the fastest growing sport in the world.
It's fantastic.
And it's great to see we've got 3 new nations this year. We'll be seeing Brazil, China, and Turkey later on.
The interesting thing, obviously, for Brazil is coming in with their fellow countrymen, or sorry, very continentmen, being Mexico and Argentina. So the experience level should be there, and they should be able to meet each other and train. China, on the other hand, at great distance between training with anybody, as Australians understand.
Well, Japan, of course, participated a few years ago. I'm not sure how much movement there is in the Japanese.
Definitely. Sorry to
side of the
steal away
sport.
from you, Gavin, but this
Go
is
for
an
it.
intense fight here. We've got Russian against what you may have said before, Italian, maybe?
No, not Italian. Don't blame me for this
No,
one.
I know, it's fine. There seems to be a tag on his belt, and it might actually be an Australian, because it seemed to be green and gold.
Right.
The Australian symbol, but which fighter that would be, I'm unsure of. The intensity is there, though, making sure that obviously the Russian is pressing, but the Australian is making no.
See, very cagey work there from the Russians. Slight lack of blocking there, which we saw before, was very well placed. Great movement, though.
Russian seems to be poised like nothing is phasing him at all.
Very, very well prepared. Great experience. One thing from the Russians that you guaranteed is a great show. They really go for it, and it makes it very, very exciting.
Oh,
See that?
many
Slightly
shots
down,
coming
put
to
on
the
his
top.
back.
But unfortunately, the buckler was up for the other fighter, so I don't think any of them would have counted. The speed, though, from there. Now we're across to the Argentinian versus Czech Republic.
This very energetic Czech fighter who's going right forward with the buckler there, but still getting some good shots. And not much of a response from the Argentinian.
Even blocking that shot seemed like it could hurt. That was a solid downward strike by the Czech fighter.
Hey, you could feel that one.
Nice friendly tap to start off the round. The Czech fighter seems to have his repertoire happening again. That sort of inwards but horizontal parry to make sure that he's got another strike followed up.
Great aggression there.
Incredible. Pressing him into a corner. Oh, clean shot to the head there from Argentina against the Czech. But Czech seems to be getting his shield up into the grill and getting some nice clean shots across the legs. But the finishing blow there was the headshot.
The last shot there wasn't quite counted, it had already been summed up. So again, you can see more results coming through from the Group A competition. That is in the longsword duels.
In the what would be your top right of your screen?
We've got one fighter going on at the moment, which is the UK versus, maybe Tarek, if you've got a clearer view of that.
The UK, I believe, might be Czech Republic. I can see blue and red longsword tournament over there. Oh, might be Italian. It's hard to see, unfortunately, as they are the furthest away from us, but nonetheless intense.
That's right, yes, I can confirm that that's Italy there. So, very nice work there from the UK fighter. And just into the bottom list, you can see it's Israel, a very, very aggressive fighter against Moldova there.
I think this might be, is this still Moldova's first fighter? Or is this man with slightly smaller stature? Or maybe he's just lowered his guard. Oh no, it's actually the same one.
Absolutely the same one. Again,
he's just lowering his guard to make sure that everything...
Good intelligent fighting there from the Israeli. However, it's
definitely
come to a lock.
Leaving his sword down to make sure that that collected most of the shots, and then getting an opportunity to get away. You can see the arena obviously filling up. This is a fantastic sight to see everybody come to see the Battle of the Nations 2017.
As we said before, expecting a lot more people this afternoon, tomorrow, and on Monday.
Israeli.
Very smart. He knows he's got the points there. He knows he's hit them. He moves away quickly. Very smart.
That is a show of confidence that can do something psychologically in a fight.
Very, very confident fighter. Yeah, very confident fighter. Formidable opponent.
You'll find sometimes, once you strip off the armor, there'll be a very different person underneath there.
Oh no, he's always like that. No.
Yes, exactly. Sometimes there is not.
Exactly.
I tend to find that my fighting stance is very much like who I am as a personality, but there are some people who you would never think could hit a single thing in their life, and yet,
there you go. Some very smart fighting there.
This is where the leg shots started coming in, but Israel dropped their sword to collect most of those.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah. And then you could see, in fact, his sword was locked on the ground there. Very unfortunate. Looks like we've got Germany against Spain here. The crowd getting involved.
Bit tight. Will they break? There were a few shots there from Spain.
It was already called, however.
Want to have any of those counted. Ooh.
Nice movement there.
Germany seems to be very tired.
Lunging in, yeah, really lunging in, but unfortunately like going far too low. Therefore, the sword is getting caught, not getting the movement, and way too open for the Spanish fighter.
He's trying to get every moment he can to catch his breath. And friendly sword tap. Not every fighter wishes to do that. They wish to just jump in the fight there.
That's true. I think the only thing is that people have got blood in their eyes by the time they get into the list, and the one thing that they're thinking about is to get involved, get stuck in.
And it might be actually to deny someone sword tap is something that's a bit unsportsmanlike. So it can be some sort of psychological effect to offer that when the other person is so psyched up and ready to fight.
Absolutely.
I personally, for one, one of the Australia Team 3 from Battle of the Nations 2016, the captain Chris Fogwell. I was in Australia Team 3. He's a very friendly man, and nearly every fight we had, he chose to hug the opposing team as a show of friendship, which is fantastic. Personally, for me, not my flavor. I like to engage. It's one of those things, humanizing the opponent can be a bit complicated to some people.
Sure.
It's something that I try not to do.
But
I have too much respect for people.
I think it's great camaraderie between the fighters. There is that level of respect, because when it's so aggressive, when you're in such an aggressive sport, it's important to keep that human edge of it.
Of course. I
Just
think
on the right, you can see Israel still going at it against Moldova there. And in the top screen, Tarek, maybe you can tell us we've got
Ukraine versus
USA, I believe that is,
yes, in the
longsword.
tournament.
There appears to be a lot of action happening there. Seems to be quite evenly matched. Nice move there from the Ukraine. The aggression coming from the Ukrainian. And as the final round of Israel-Moldova gets underway, or moving closer, I think there's a French fighter appears to be getting ready in another list.
Israel obviously pressing the fight towards Moldova. I think we're about to see an explosion here from one or the other.
Taking some damage to the helmet there.
Yeah, indeed.
Nice distance. Moving in closely, very, very aggressive. A lot of strength there from the Israeli fighter.
Moldova being the left-hander, you know, might have the advantage, but he's also defensive, and Israel's very aggressive. He's taking the opportunity to go down low, open up his legs, get Moldova excited about the legs, and then hack at Moldova's head.
Well, the Israeli was trying to get a bit of distance there, going for longer shots, but I think he needs to get in close because the Moldovan has the height advantage. So all the longer shots are going to be relatively easy for the Moldovan to avoid.
I do agree, but at the same time, the Moldovan's losing that height advantage by trying to drop down, guard his head with his right-handed buckler and hack at the legs with his left-handed sword, thinking that he might be able to rack up some points, but the Israelis tempting him to that, seeing him drop down, and then using his buckler to drop his the Moldovan's buckler and strike at the head a few times cleanly.
That's right, and we're looking now at France against United States. And we saw some great moves and experience and sharp defending with that small buckler from the French fighter against this experienced USA fighter. We'll see how that goes. First round is taken there, and I believe it went to the American fighter as they go into the second round. And some careful, evaluative steps by both fighters there. Being very, very careful, and the USA fighter just waiting for him to come in. A great shot there to the helmet from the United States, and the Frenchman now knows that he has to counterattack for it. However, great shots being poured out by the American. The Frenchman fencing his way through it, and that's another shot there from the American.
A lot of shots coming in from the French, but I'm not sure how many of them really were connecting.
Not many of them were. He was going for the combinations. They weren't quite working, and you really saw the precision coming from the American fighter there as he got that last blow to secure the round. You can see a little bit of fatigue there from the American. You see breathing quite heavily.
You know, to even receive a blow takes energy.
Oh, it does.
So blocking a whole bunch will require some muscles engaged in the arm, which require oxygen to obviously make that happen.
Nice defense there from the American fighter.
Now, see, this is when the Frenchman's buckler is doing him a disadvantage with those headshots.
That's right. He's not getting in high enough, but again, we're seeing some great swordsmanship from the French fighter. But I think the Americans got him covered. And it's some impressive and calm defending from the American. Yes, the Frenchman is stalking him, that's a call.
I do believe that the American is doing fantastically by keeping it calm, keeping that buckler placed well, and until a shot opens up. Still here with the Moldovan and the Israeli.
Yeah, that might have been called to another round, actually. There might have been a split call. And there seems to be some sort of damage to the helmet of the Israeli fighter. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but it seems to have something protruding from the grill.
So be sorted out before anything else.
I should think so, yeah. But it might be just a structural thing, or it could be just some material loose. Okay, breaks in the fights there. We've still got UK versus Italy in the, oh, excuse me, I beg your pardon, UK-Argentina in the top there. And I think the bottom list is already clear, so I believe the fights have already finished there. So we might be coming towards the end of the men's longsword duel and sword and buckler duels. As I said earlier, 1 o'clock Spanish time, we'll be going into the finals. First of the sword and buckler, then of the longsword. Just trying to focus in on that top list there. Seems to be quite tense, but again, from this distance, it's really hard to comment on it with any sort of accuracy. But a nice movement there from the UK fighter. Going to go straight in for a grip there. Impressive. I think that the Israeli fighter has come out the victor of that. So it looks like we've got one more UK fight, which will be sword and buckler.
As you mentioned, obviously it is approaching the, it's about 11:30 at the moment in Spain, Barcelona, where the Battle of the Nations is being held. Beautiful city on that.
Wonderful, isn't it?
Spent the whole of yesterday running around. Luckily, everything very close by, so I spent about 7 hours, got to see about 13 different things.
Awesome. Nice.
Architecturally a beautiful city as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
Obviously, we see what might be the Australian or a Ukrainian. Unfortunately, we can't tell there.
Well, I think that's the blue and yellow rather than red and yellow.
So it might be
sorry,
Ukraine.
green and yellow, as you said before.
Yes.
But
Up against UK here, Pavel.
I think that would be
Thornbuckle
Ukraine, therefore. That's the only thing I can imagine, because we saw the Ukrainian fighter with the tabard in the longsword. Very fast and aggressive stance there from the Ukrainian, but it's been met, every shot met by this UK fighter. Great defense there.
That being said, yes, the Ukrainian fighter is defending that incredibly well. Pavel, obviously, his skill being defensive and getting some nice shots in there, but it's not playing out as well as he would hope, I would think.
He chooses moments for attack, but I think hasn't worked. The aggression from the Ukrainian has actually paid off.
Especially because he's hacking away with his right arm, but that left shield is very, very fine, making sure he's aware of every strike that's coming in from Pavel. UK, here you go.
See here the aggression that comes, the distance is gained, but it's a nice block there from the Ukrainian.
I wish we could select certain moments to play back to you a bit more finely. It is incredible seeing those shots in slow-mo. Pavel very, very calm with that buckler.
He is, yeah. He's certainly not a person who loses his breath very easily. He's a physical trainer. And
intense here. Pavel actually approaching him, obviously warranting him.
I think he's just going for that. I think that was caught there. I believe the Ukrainian got the point.
Interesting to see. Looks like they're having a bit of discussion with those marshals.
Yeah, he's not convinced that that was a valid blow.
One of the clear things here was that obviously Pavel's having the UK fighter is now needing to press. This means most likely that the Ukrainian fighter racked up those points in the first round.
Sure. And we go to another round.
Nice high guard there, making sure that everything's covered up top.
I think it's very, very evenly matched. Both keeping a high guard, both keeping their legs far back.
Pavel being very precise with that shot to the ribs. Sorry, the hip before.
I think moving.
He's losing his leg shots there, unfortunately.
He is. He's giving some stuff away. Good defense, but is very, very fast work from the Ukrainian fighter. And you can see he shakes his head there. He seems a little bit disappointed with his performance.
Can be, and that might be the end.
It could well be, and I think that's been called. And therefore, there may be one more round. No, in fact, it has been called to the Ukrainian fighter.
Congratulations, worth it. Very, definitely earned it. With that impressive.
That was a nice fight. That was really impressive. So far, I think some of the most impressive sword and buckler fighters, well, certainly the Russian, has been very good.
Yeah, well, I mean, in the end, this is the World Championships. This is
absolutely
where the best of the best come.
This is what we expect.
Certain nations obviously have their qualifying rounds to make sure that only the best come. Some field the team straight from everybody who's available. I do believe that the Australians have now started some of their qualifying rounds as well. It is getting more popular in Australia.
Okay.
But one of the key things here as big nations like USA and UK, even China would be experiencing, is the distance between cities, between people who choose to fight. It's incredible.
And we go with Russia against Canada. Let's see what energy this Canadian still has remaining. But
this Russian fighter is an incredibly aggressive one, but mating his match here. But let's see how long the Canadian can keep that up.
Well, I think he's gonna have his work cut out here, as you said. The Russian getting some very, very precise blows in once again. The Canadian is right to stalk down the Russian fighter and close him out as much as possible. And I think, yes, we are coming towards the end. This must be one of the last, if not the last, fight in these categories, at which point we will take a break, but don't go away. We've got the opening ceremony coming up.
Definitely. Just get yourself some more food and drinks to enjoy the rest of the coming events. One of the key things here, obviously, if you are internationally in fantastic shots coming there from the Russian, you can't avoid, obviously, well-placed and precise shots.
It's smart fighting.
It's
smart fighting. Years of training have got to this.
With the Russian usually being the aggressor, I think he's noticed the Canadian being a stalker, being someone who follows. I mean,
he's ready for that.
He's backing off and letting him kind of come to him. And that's giving him a chance to block and get a few shots in. I think
he got a good shot in there against the Russian, though. You could see the Russian just sort of moving back and readjusting his helmet.
Yeah.
But once again, you can see it. But there's a nice shot that came in from the Russian. Good aggression here, and surely that's got to be 3 blows by now.
I do believe so. The Canadian, unfortunately, his left arm is either too tired or he cannot raise it to the same height that it needs to be.
Sustained a bit of damage there to the sword, as the Russian, and it's over. Great fight.
I think as this brings us to the end of the final fight for the first block, being obviously all the longsword duels and the sword and buckler.
And you can see here, so the Canadian moving into the Russian fighter, but taking a bit of punishment there. The Russian's so quick with the moves. However, this Canadian style is quite impressive. The strategy of stalking the opponent has been quite effective in a number of the fights. Of course, it's quite natural, and it's only very unlucky that you had faced in the last fight such an energetic fighter such as this Russian.
Indeed, indeed. It was a bit, if the round didn't end there, it would have been a bit complicated as the Russian seemed to entangle his
That's true.
opponent's sword.
So the Canadian quite slow to react there, and I think that it cost him as he was waiting back a bit.
One of the key things is all about training. I mean, have they trained on sand? Do they know? This looks like very hard packed sand compared to last year.
And I think it is, yeah, that's right.
See, their sword gets entangled there. I'm not sure whether that's quite allowed, being that you're able to, obviously, if a sword gets stuck in your armor, you just keep fighting. But if it gets caught up somewhere where you have to clamp it down, or you choose to clamp it down, it can get a bit contradictory.
It looks like we've got one more fight here. Israel against, what we suppose is Ukraine, who just finished the fight, so there must be some fatigue setting in. This Israeli fight has so much energy, by the way, so this is going to work to a disadvantage for the Ukraine.
Yeah, and the Ukraine being, you know, such an energetic person, he's got to be able to match that. He's got to keep the same thing he's been going on every other round. This is the one person he's got to either match it, because you can't back off from the Israeli fighter.
Absolutely not.
He will take that advantage and take every spot you leave open.
You can see the damage to the helmet is only the leather stitching coming off, so there's nothing dangerous there, nothing that would put the fighter at risk.
Some clean shots just past the buckler, but I wonder if that nice, fantastic shot to the head as well. Called.
Nice combos there. Very impressive.
It's interesting to see, though. I was watching the Israeli fighter. I didn't quite see whether the Ukrainian got in those shots to the leg.
And we go into the second round here, and you can see they don't touch swords before the fight. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just a preferred style of fighting. Great shot to the head there from the Ukrainian, but some smart defending coming from the Israeli. Nice combinations, and that's once again been called.
The speed. This round is going so fast, and it goes to show when you strike that hard, you strike that fast, you're bound to rack up those points.
Absolutely.
Bit of poise there. Ooh, bit of tiredness coming from Israeli. He knows it's his last fight. Maybe it might be a bit of a trick. Might be thinking.
Do you think he's trying to psych him out?
It might be. It might be. You never know.
You can see that there's a UK fighter still in helmet gauntlets with weapons. So I'm not sure if there's another fight to be.
It might be. It might be.
After this, I think that's been called.
Very friendly.
And it goes to Ukraine. Can you see? You can even see a bit of the mail which has been ripped from the Israelis' helmet. However, that is easily repaired.
Easily. It is, to be honest, you say easily, but I do believe leather repairs are some of the hardest ones because...
Oh, leather ones for sure, yeah.
Metal can just be bent back into place, and you can almost get any piece of metal and bend it back into place. And
I love the way you make it sound so easy.
You forget, I had to do a lot of it before nearly every tournament I've ever been involved in.
Yeah, how could I forget that?
Now, we seem to be watching, obviously, the slow-mo fight here, as we need to, as they were moving so incredibly fast. But some very smart shots coming in there from Ukraine.
Hard to get those precise blows in, but nice work from the Israeli, who got a great headshot.
I think the Israeli lost a few headshots there just by a really nice high shield there from the Ukrainian. As you'll see in this one.
You can see here, goes for the strike down, moves back well. You can see a little bit of disappointment there from the Israeli.
Yeah.
Great strike there from the Ukrainian, and the very much the aggressor, the Ukrainian not quite connecting.
But the Ukrainian playing it safe, I think. See, there's another shot that the Israeli did not get.
And yes, in fact, we are going into another fight here. It is UK once again in the sword and buckler against Moldova this time.
Moldova. We'll cut to that shortly.
We'll come to that shortly. It is a very, very aggressive fight. You don't want to miss out on this one. Right, movement there from both fighters.
We'll zoom into there very quickly. Obviously, intense happening here, especially because Pavel and the Moldovan monster, that's how I like to call him, Moldovan monster.
Moldovan monster, I like that.
they were both fighters who are quite defensive. They stand back and let the other one come to them. I think Pavel's taken this opportunity to press inwards, as that seems to be the way the Israeli beat the Moldovan. But it'll be interesting to see whether the Moldovan will choose to go for his low strikes as per usual, as he tried to do against the Israeli, but it obviously did not pay off.
I'm just not sure where the best place or the most vulnerable spot from this UK fighter is.
Does he have one?
I don't think he does at all.
The interesting thing here obviously is if Pavel chooses to press, will that then give the Moldovan the height advantage?
I think that's what the Moldovan's got going for him here. You can see once again, yeah, he's trying to stand right back and take advantage. And in fact, some great shots being thrown there by the Moldovan.
Yes, but at the left his head open again.
Once again, and of course, Pavel really capitalized on that.
Yeah, the
Smart
Moldovan's
movement.
doing the same motion that he did with the Israeli. Not sure if it's going to pay off this time. He's a left-hander, so I think he expects that he can just drop that sword arm and be okay, but he's losing his advantage. You forget when you fight here is that everyone's watching. Every fighter you're about to fight will see everything that you're doing.
Yep.
And those can lead to some flaws appearing, some chinks in your armor.
Absolutely. Well, very good.
Yeah.
Well, this is, of course, the difficulty with the first fights, because it's all an observation game. Everyone's trying to size each other up. And these two, well, if they've had the time to observe each other's fights, well, it would have been the smart thing to do.
Pavel taking the advantage and pushing, realizing I don't think that this Moldovan will ever push.
Well, I think Pavel's going for those headshots. It's just that he's not quite getting the distance, so he can't connect
that
with a
energy.
strong enough blow. Therefore, they're not going to count. And his right leg is exposed.
Yeah, he is receiving that. Maybe he needs to focus like he did with the Polish to really rotate them. Oh, looks like it's over.
And it's been given to Moldova.
See, there's the turn of events. You know, those clean headshots coming in, but not enough energy. And then Moldovan took the advantage to just rack out those points on the legs and keep that distance close.
Good fighting now. The Moldovan capitalized on the exposed area of the UK fighter and won.
I think the UK fighter there could easily have maybe get some tips from the Polish fighter with those skipping of the legs, who's taking the field right now.
Right, I'm just going to interrupt you there, because now we are looking at Poland versus Russia in the sword and buckler. This is going to be outstanding. This is what we've been waiting for. So these guys are going to be very, very fast. They're sizing each other up. Some great swift moves there from the Russian. 2 shots by both fighter, sizing each other up.
Not really doing much, but it will explode in any second. Those legs are slipping out underneath him like usual.
They're so fast, these two. We can see just a very, very tense moment. You can slice the atmosphere with a knife right now.
Indeed.
So good movement now on the inside leg, but the Polish fighter responds.
There's got to be at least 8 shots there in one, whether or not they connect.
Very good combos, very good combos. Excellent move there from Poland. However, the Russian, the aggressor here.
I do believe he got that leg shot there. These marshals having to be on the top of their game.
So there we go, and that's another one now. I think that's been called, yep. Great shot.
The Polish knew it was up.
He just clipped it though, and it was touch and go. In fact, the Night Marshal had to look over to the other marshals to see if it was an actual shot, to see if it counted. So the Russian now with the advantage. Again,
sizing each other up, really keeping those eyes together, but Poland keeping his distance, not wanting to give too much to the Russian. Oh,
nice
Russian
movement.
has some great lunges for those legs. The Polish being fantastic at
nice movement there, combos from this Polish fighter. Great aggression, but the Russian coming in with a shot from the side.
Oh, a nice, fantastic shot from Poland, right on Russian's leg.
A smooth movement there from this Polish fighter.
Yeah, I think...
Wonderful movement. Yeah, there's some great combos coming from the Russian, but the Polish fighter's got him covered. I think the connections are coming from the Russian, though.
Yeah, I think it was down to the leg. I think the issue there is that the Polish shield is coming up to defend the head, and he's covering his eyes. He's not noticing when the Russian drops it, because the Russian drops his knees as well. See, as low as he gets there.
And it's come to the 3rd round, however.
This could be over very
again,
quickly.
You can see that Polish fighter leaning over again. And going for quite a lunge. That's quite a risky move at this point.
Indeed. He's got to keep his legs further out like he usually does. He can't commit too much because that Russian fighter is taking advantage of those legs.
That's right.
Even though the Polish is incredibly fast.
I think, yeah, the exposed legs of the Polish fighter, that's now the Russian's target, and I think he's got them covered. He's already taken a few points going for those legs. Side shot there, not quite connecting. I'm not sure why the Russian's taking that risk, actually going for the shot there, but I think that's actually gone to the Russian.
We'll see. But to me,
Outstanding fight. Yes, the Russian has won that. That was very, very impressive.
fantastic. The speed between them both, the shots coming in, but the Russian, I think, kept his guard up a little better.
Yeah.
The Polish really should have dropped his stance. He's fantastic kicking those legs out.
Oh, very,
at
very
speed.
good, yeah.
But if you're not, if you're taking on someone who's got such a low stance and so fast as
That's
that
right.
Russian fighter, you need to either be faster or to drop your stance to meet him.
Absolutely.
As a taller fighter myself, having a higher stance is not always an advantage.
Sure.
When I was in Urbino fighting some of the Italians, they took advantage of my higher stance and my legs.
That's right, yeah.
Because squatting can become such a strenuous activity.
Of course.
That if you don't train in it properly, it's not something you'll naturally be doing.
Tires out when you're wearing in full armor. It tires
It
your legs
does,
out.
it
Something
does.
awful.
So it looks like that might be it for the Sword of Buckler tournaments. The time right now is in Barcelona is 11:40.
So yes, that just gives us 20 minutes before the opening ceremony. So it looks like we will be going to a break now, but don't go away. We've got the opening ceremony coming up, and then of course, right back at 1 o'clock, we go straight into the Sword and Buckler Duel finals, and then the Longsword finals. After that, once again, women's Sword and Buckler Duels coming up. All stages of that, including the final, and also the women's Longsword Duel category 1 versus 1. Again, all stages, including finals there.
Indeed, but obviously the climax, the thing that most people wait for, is the group battles and the mass battles coming up at the 4 o'clock block.
Well, that's what we've got. Yeah, we're going straight at 4 o'clock Spanish time to the women's group battles, 3 versus 3. And of course, at 6 o'clock, men's mass battles category, the Royal category, 21 versus 21.
So make sure, obviously, that you do your best to stock up on supplies. Make sure that you're getting everybody around and tuning in as much as possible.
Oh, absolutely.
This will be incredible, and that we have a long haul ahead of us. But Gavin and myself are going to be with you the entire way.
No, we're not. I want to go to the bathroom, mate.
Okay, Gavin, go to the bathroom.
Okay, right, we're just messing with it. Don't go away. We'll be back just a little later. Stay tuned.
No os vayáis porque a las 12 empezaremos la ceremonia de apertura y la competición para los disfraces más auténticos. We'll be back shortly at 12 o'clock for the opening ceremony and the competition for the best authentic costumes. Ahora, durante esta breve pausa, es un buen momento para visitar la zona medieval, donde tenemos la venta de artesanía de esa época y, como no, refrescos y comida para aguantar este sol espléndido que estamos disfrutando toda la mañana.
There is nothing else like seeing history. The excitement and the anticipation of what happened and what will happen. A new sports event you could only dream of. Feel the spirit of competition in a European city. More than 750 participants will fight to define the strongest nation. Support your team from the beginning until victory. Real armor, authentic weapons, and full contact combat. Step into the Middle Ages. Explore the authenticity and passion. The greatest fight of the year. World Championship in historical medieval battle. Sport you've never seen before. 29th of April to the 1st of May, Barcelona. Battle of the Nations 2017.
I follow the path of the fight, so be the witness of my oath. I swear to be a faithful warrior, to promote the cultural heritage of the Middle Ages, to diligently sharpen my skills, to be the dignified rival and reliable comrade, to defend my country's honor. I am a weapon. I am a shield. I am strength. World Championship in Historical Medieval Battle. Battle of the Nations. 29th of April to the 1st of May.
There is nothing else like seeing history. The excitement and the anticipation of what happened and what will happen. A new sports event you could only dream of. Feel the spirit of competition in a European city. More than 750 participants will fight to define the strongest nation. Support your team from the beginning until victory. Real armor, authentic weapons, and full contact combat. Step into the Middle Ages. Explore the authenticity and passion. The greatest fight of the year. World Championship in historical medieval battle. Sport you've never seen before. 29th of April to the 1st of May, Barcelona. Battle of the Nations 2017.
I follow the path of the fight, so be the witness of my oath. I swear to be a faithful warrior, to promote the cultural heritage of the Middle Ages, to diligently sharpen my skills, to be the dignified rival and reliable comrade, to defend my country's honor. I am a weapon. I am a shield. I am strength. World Championship in Historical Medieval Battle, Battle of the Nations, 29th of April to the 1st of May.
There is nothing else like seeing history. The excitement and the anticipation of what happened and what will happen. A new sports event you could only dream of. Feel the spirit of competition in a European city. More than 750 participants will fight to define the strongest nation. Support your team from the beginning until victory. Real armor, authentic weapons, and full contact combat. Step into the Middle Ages, explore the authenticity and passion. The greatest fight of the year. World Championship in historical medieval battle. Sport you've never seen before. 29th of April to the 1st of May, Barcelona. Battle of the Nations 2017.
I follow the path of the fight, so be the witness of my oath. I swear to be a faithful warrior, to promote the cultural heritage of the Middle Ages, to diligently sharpen my skills, to be the dignified rival and reliable comrade, to defend my country's honor. I am a weapon. I am a shield. I am strength. World Championship in Historical Medieval Battle, Battle of the Nations, 29th of April to the 1st of May.
There is nothing else like seeing history. The excitement and the anticipation of what happened and what will happen. A new sports event you could only dream of. Feel the spirit of competition in a European city. More than 750 participants will fight to define the strongest nation. Support your team from the beginning until victory. Real armor, authentic weapons, and full contact combat. Step into the Middle Ages, explore the authenticity and passion. The greatest fight of the year. World Championship in Historical Medieval Battle. Sport you've never seen before. 29th of April to the 1st of May, Barcelona. Battle of the Nations 2017.
I follow the path of the fight, so be the witness of my oath. I swear to be a faithful warrior, to promote the cultural heritage of the Middle Ages, to diligently sharpen my skills, to be the dignified rival and reliable comrade, to defend my country's honor. I am a weapon. I am a shield. I am strength. World Championship in Historical Medieval Battle, Battle of the Nations, 29th of April to the 1st of May.
There is nothing else like seeing history. The excitement and the anticipation of what happened and what will happen. A new sports event you could only dream of. Feel the spirit of competition in a European city. More than 750 participants will fight to define the strongest nation. Support your team from the beginning until victory. Real armor, authentic weapons, and full contact combat. Step into the Middle Ages. Explore the authenticity and passion. The greatest fight of the year. World Championship in Historical Medieval Battle. Sport you've never seen before. 29th of April to the 1st of May, Barcelona. Battle of the Nations 2017.
I follow the path of the fight, so be the witness of my oath. I swear to be a faithful warrior, to promote the cultural heritage of the Middle Ages, to diligently sharpen my skills, to be the dignified rival and reliable comrade, to defend my country's honor. I am a weapon. I am a shield.
Los equipos de nuestro campeonato mundial. The teams from the World Championship in historical medieval battle will now come onto the field. Anytime now. Okay, please, Argentina.
Welcome back to the live coverage of Battle of the Nations. We're just moving into the opening ceremony now. And you can see the first team emerging, Argentina. A lot of success. They've held their own first-class tournaments, rapidly developing, followed by Australia. Big fan favourites. They've got an immense team this year. Great progress last year. They had their own first-class event, in fact, in WMFC just this year, back in February, followed by a reduced, smaller team this year of Belarus. Very, very strong. For the first time ever, we have Brazil, followed there by Canada. And again, for the first time, the Chinese.
Croatia.
Once again, welcoming back the Croatians who were not present last year, but held Battle of the Nations in 2014 in Trogir.
The Czech Republic.
And Czech Republic, who hosted the event in the last 2 years. Some stunning fighters.
Denmark.
And we have Denmark, again, a smaller team than usual, but still extremely strong. Holding their own tournament. Very, very popular. Lots of people travel to Denmark for these tournaments. Very well experienced. You can see they're led by Alan Schiller.
France.
And just followed closely there by Finland, also a very, very rapidly developing team. And France, who just 2 weeks ago held a very, very large HMP event in Carcassonne. Followed, of course, by the German team. Strong fighters. Quite a team of veterans out there.
Hungary.
And you can hear the Hungarians in full voice.
Israel.
And Israel, real fan favourites there. Well loved by everybody. They travel so much. All the events in Russia, and the Italians, a huge roar for them. Extremely popular team, holding their own events. Lots of development there, and they are absolute veterans in Battle of the Nations. Followed by Mexicans. A well-loved team, and a great tournament last year. Mexico too doing extremely well. Very, very popular. Followed there are the Moldovans once again. In fact, they're a well-developed team. We saw some very impressive work for them from the Merlin, the Sword and Buckler categories.
The Russian Federation.
And you see there now the reigning champions, the Russian Federation. They're looking for another sweep. However, they were put to the test last year.
Serbia.
Serbians, an extremely popular team. Had a relative tournament last time. Followed by the Swiss. And they've got a new batch of fighters taking out a larger team. And for the first time ever, Turkey being the third new team. The new teams this year, of course, Brazil, China, and Turkey. And followed by Turkey is the United Kingdom.
The United Kingdom.
Wearing the St. George tabards there. I can see the Polish team out there in full voice.
Ukraine.
And the Ukrainians, lots of support for them. They'll be looking to finally take home gold Some very, very close rounds in the 21 versus 21 and 5 versus 5 male category last year.
The United States of America.
And the proud United States, very, very popular with the crowd. They've got an immensely developed team this year. One of the main developments there is, in fact, the women's categories, and we'll be able to see them very, very shortly. As you go from 2 o'clock Spanish time, we'll be looking at the women's sword and buckler duels and the women's long sword duels, and later on the women's 3 versus 3 categories. So we'll be seeing a lot more from the United States. In fact, we saw some fantastic work from the United States fighter in the sword and buckler category just before. And stating a very, very large team there.
And finally, the host country, Spain.
And we hear it for the Spanish, a great roar from the crowd there. Very experienced fighters, new fighters for the women's category. We saw them do some very, very impressive things in the longsword category before. Let's see if they can keep that up. Some great passion from the Spanish fans here. I think as you can hear, there are already a number of seats being filled. Still lots to fill, however, but that will all change this afternoon and tomorrow and Monday, which of course is a bank holiday.
From the president of the HMBIA, Mr. Anton Trubnikov.
Thank you. Welcome on Battle of the Nations 2017 in Barcelona. Thank you very much, guys. This year, a lot of national teams on this great arena. We are together 3 days of full contact medieval fighting. And let's respect all national teams one more time. Argentina. Australia. National team of Belarus. National team, first time on our championship, from Faroe country, Brazil. National team of Canada. And finally, great country, finally on this list. National team from China. National team from Croatia. Welcome again. National team from Czech Republic. National team from Denmark. National team from Finland. And of course, one of the biggest national team from world, national team of France. And one of the biggest national team for this year, it's national team of Germany. National team of Hungary. National team of Israel. National team of Italy. It's a big one, national team too. And of course, national team of Mexico. National team of Moldova. national team of Netherlands, national team of Poland, national team of Russian Federation, national team of Serbia, national team of Switzerland, national team. It's a debut of this Battle of the Nations, biggest country to welcome, national team of Turkey, national team of Ukraine, and of course, a big national team from a big, great island, national team of United Kingdom. A biggest national team of this year. National team of the United States of America. And the host country. Thank you very much for your welcomes. And national team of Spain. Thank you. And now, please, anthem of Battle of the Nations 2017. Thank you very much. And now, World Championship in Historical Medieval Battle 2017 in Barcelona. Battle of the Nations is open. Thank you very much. Thank you, national teams. And let's get ready to full contact medieval fight. Thank you.
Bien, señoras y señores, habéis oído los comentarios del presidente de la HMBIA dando la bienvenida a los 27 países representados aquí en esta competición. Ya hemos visto algunos grupos más pequeños y otros grupos muy numerosos aquí para defender sus banderas durante este campeonato del mundo, The Battle of the Nations, la batalla de las naciones. Ahora los equipos van saliendo de la arena y empezaremos en unos instantes el concurso de indumentaria, donde ustedes podrán votar a través de Facebook. Podrán llegar a través de la página web de HMBIA. Ahí tendrán el link a su Facebook, donde podrán votar cuál de los disfraces, las indumentarias que veremos es la más auténtica. Esto empezará en unos instantes cuando hayan salido todos los equipos del ruedo. Ladies and gentlemen, this Battle of the Nations 2017 is officially open. We have just met the teams from 27 different countries. Some teams smaller in size, others very numerous, and they are all now going back to prepare for their next challenges, for the upcoming battles that they will be facing for the rest of today, tomorrow, and Monday. In just a few moments, we'll begin with the competition for the most authentic costumes. You will be able to vote going to the HMBIA website, where you can link to their Facebook, and on Facebook you can make your votes known during the weekend. We will now see 10 candidates after all of our athletes leave the bull ring. They will go back to prepare for their next competitions of the day, and then we will see the 10 candidates for the best, most authentic costume here at the Battle of the Nations, the historic medieval battles. What began as a European competition has grown and now includes countries from Asia, from the Americas, both north and south, the Middle East, and all together here to celebrate this exciting sport of full contact, historic, medieval battle. 27 países aquí para competir. Empezó todo en Europa del Este, se extendió al resto de Europa, y ahora tenemos países que vienen desde Asia, desde América del Norte, América del Sur, también del Oriente Medio, así que una gran representación para estar aquí compitiendo en estas luchas, en estos combates de full contact historic medieval battles. La lucha histórica medieval que podremos ver durante el resto del día y también mañana y pasado aquí en la Plaza de Toros Monumental de Barcelona, 29 de abril al 1 de mayo, disfrutando juntos del buen tiempo y del buen deporte. Hemos visto que aunque es un deporte duro, los atletas, los luchadores son hombres y mujeres de fair play que se saludan y hacen lo mejor posible respetando siempre al contrario.
World Championship in Historical Medieval Battle, Battle of the Nations, 29th of April to the 1st of May.
is nothing else like seeing history. The excitement and the anticipation of what happened and what will happen. A new sports event you could only dream of. Feel the spirit of competition in a European city. More than 750 participants will fight to define the strongest nation. Support your team from the beginning until victory. Real armor, authentic weapons, and full contact combat. Step into the Middle Ages. Explore the authenticity and passion. The greatest fight of the year. World Championship in historical medieval battle. Sport you've never seen before. 29th of April to the 1st of May, Barcelona. Battle of the Nations 2017.
I follow the path of the fight, so be the witness of my oath. I swear to be a faithful warrior, to promote the cultural heritage of the Middle Ages, to diligently sharpen my skills, to be the dignified rival and reliable comrade, to defend my country's honor. I am a weapon. I am a shield. I am strength. World Championship in Historical Medieval Battle. Battle of the Nations. 29th of April to the 1st of May.
There is nothing else like seeing history. The excitement and the
estos momentos se preparan los árbitros y jueces que se están coordinando ahora para cubrir las 4 lizas donde se llevarán a cabo las batallas.
Okay, hello, please introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Patty Shaw, and I'm from the United States. My club is the Playgrats.
Okay, cool. Did you participate in costume contest year before?
No, this is my first year.
Can you please describe your costume?
This is a doublet and jerkin, circa about 1610, around 1610, of Sir R. Cotton from England, London, I believe. It's all handmade. There is no machine used in making any of this. I hand wrapped all the buttons. I hand stitched all the leather work and everything, and hand slashed everything and pinked. It's called slashing and pinking by hand. It was a lot of work. Oh, and I made the rabato and the hat as well. And that's about it.
Thank you so much. We wish you good luck. Yes, I hope you will win this contest.
Thank you. Vote for me and go Playgrats.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
Okay, you rejoin us now for the sword and buckler, and looks like Russia will be against Mexico and USA versus Canada. So that slightly relaxed style we saw from the Mexican, it appears that it paid off. Very good result there, but he's going to have his work cut out against the Russian fighter. USA versus Canada. That's going to be an interesting fight. We should be starting in just a moment. Russian fighter preparing himself there.
USA Moldova at list number 2. USA Moldova list number 2. Russia, Mexico, please come to list number 3. Russia, Mexico. At list number 4, Spain, Ukraine. España, Ucrania. Aquí en la lista número 4. España y Ucrania en la lista número 4. List number 4, Spain and Ukraine.
Okay, we're about to get underway with the first semi here. Russia looking determined.
And I will, well, believe it, we need a correction on this. I think that's actually a Ukrainian fighter, if you were right about that one. The man in the lamellar being
No, that's Russian.
Spanish.
And the action has begun at list number 3. Ya ha empezado la acción de espada larga en la lista número 3.
Okay, and you have the longsword, Russia, Sergei Ukolov, former world champion, against Mexico here.
Intense, obviously.
But then start.
The angle being a fantastic one here over the shoulder. You start to get an idea as to what the fighters are facing off about.
There's a very high guard there from Mexico. Some nice blocks there, but a good combo and aggression shown from the Russian fighter. But there's no burst as of yet. So some attacking there.
Now we have obviously these two competitors in the sword and buckler men's final. Intense, nice high guard from what we believed to be the Russian.
Again, you can see them sizing each other up. A nice close action shot there. The Russian trying to keep the blows quite high, keep them as close to the helm as possible.
Ooh, nice clean shot
there
from him.
Yeah, very collected, this Russian fighter.
Nos falta el luchador de España en la lista.
So that's the first count of the sword and buckler. I believe going to the Russian. However, this Spanish fighter showing some aggression here.
Yeah, Spanish fighter leading in, but I feel he's blocking his vision a little as he ducks his head. He seems to duck his head, and that's a bit of a byproduct of having helmets with really large vision, is you naturally try to avoid any shot coming to the eyes.
Right.
You need to kind of trust your helmet to do its job.
Okay, that appears to be the round.
Congratulations, yeah.
And there's just the round to the Russian there.
Yeah.
Against
Shield leg forward. That was a strange, obviously, stance from the Russian.
And now
And
the action is
that's some
taking
nice,
place on all 4 of our
nice
lists.
movement there from the Spanish
List
fighter.
1 and 2, it's sword and buckler.
Supernoga, very, very smart, very wise.
Category.
A slow shot there to the head, but it's still connected.
Yeah, this will happen sometimes. Slow shots will catch you off guard because you're not too sure they're going to commit.
Well, that's it.
Seeing some amazing work on some of the other fields that we'll come to eventually. We have Avalok, the American captain, out on one of the other fields.
There it is, okay. Well, that's victory to the Russian, who advances to the final of the sword and buckler category.
Fantastic. Congratulations to him, probably well earned. Now you see Avalok standing up against what appears to be a Polish fighter. And they, as we were watching the other fighter, caught a glimpse of the Russian fighter really pressing the American, the USA team there.
We've got Spain against Ukraine in the top there.
In the right-hand corner of your screen.
Exactly, can barely make it out. Seems to be a very aggressive fight, though.
It is intense. Hopefully, if you have the hardware, you're going to be watching this on a big screen at 1080p, enjoying every little detail you can.
Okay.
Intensely heading off with the Czech Republic.
Against the Ukrainian fighter there. Very, very aggressive start from them both. Yeah, we saw some great bursts of energy from that Czech fighter.
Seems to be a lot of deliberation in the USA versus Polish competition happening over in the second list.
La República Checa y Ucrania luchando en la competición masculina.
Okay.
Uno contra uno, espada y
Move into
croquet.
the second phase of this sword and buckler fight.
El pequeño
But very, very aggressive.
Some fantastic shots coming in there.
There's some calm about this Ukrainian fighter. Seems to be very well matched. However, the aggression is coming straight from the Czech fighter. Some nice moves there, but I think actually got the upper hand with those headshots.
But the power is still there, Ukraine. Every shot being as hard swung as any of the others. Now it's a moment to catch their breath. As we step out, we can see that the Ukraine and Spanish longsword competition is over. But we have, seems to be Canada and, I'm sure, I think it might be a Polish fighter in the top one. Now we come to the Team USA versus Poland. Avalok looking a bit more forward with his stance.
Very, very aggressive fight in there from the Czech fighter, but that seems to be called, and I think that's over.
The intensity from both of them, it's hard to tell. And the marshals do a fantastic job being able to track. This is why it's set up the way it is. You have multiple marshals for each person and only them receiving the shots.
Sure.
And that allows for it to be clear. Oh, Avalok backstepping defensively as he does. It looked like he may have not had the best footing he did, but...
I think that's
getting nice and close
Mexican
and personal.
fighter, in fact.
It might be. It was a slight confusion because we have Polish members.
There was, in fact, a changeover. The members of the tournament committee are having a very, very difficult job to see that all the semi-finals are put in place. But it seems there that the Ukrainian fighter advances to the final.
Congratulations to him. We'll make sure that we get these details up on the screen as soon as possible.
Yeah, in the longsword it should have been USA versus Canada, and it looks like USA has triumphed.
It's impressive to see some old faces come back year after year and do such a fantastic job.
It is.
Now we come to USA against what you believe is Mexico. But we do see a French flag nearby as well, so sorry about this confusion.
There are no French in the actual finals of this.
Oh, well then they're just here for watch. Fantastic ringside seats, obviously, for competitors. One of the advantages of being a participant. Ooh, very tense. No one's really trying anything. They're kind of repositioning themselves.
This is very much the case with the semi-finals. As I mentioned before, last year they were very, very close, very tight, and nobody wants to put a foot wrong.
No, so much is at stake. Clearly, to get this far and then lose because of one foul move would feel horrible. The patience it
now,
takes.
the USA fighter advancing very, very slightly and cautiously, but I think we're going to see some more aggression from him. And just taking advantage of that loose moment there, tries to get a shot to the helmet.
Well, he's pressing him into a corner. Yes. Ooh, something's being called there. Something that is not clear.
I think he's being called to, and I'm not sure if it was an illegal swipe directed towards the gauntlet. We rejoin the movement there, and I'm not sure what the result was between the and the circus begins again. We've got Russia with an American flag.
We apologize for that. These things will be sorted out as we get our feet, find our feet.
Ahora la acción se centra en las listas 1 y 2.
And now we've got Canada with the American flag, and we've got the USA with the French flag.
It's because we are a multinational group. You
That's
know,
true, no.
It's to be inclusive.
No,
Flags,
you're absolutely
borders,
right.
who cares? It
That's
doesn't matter if
true.
it's Battle of the Nations. Oh, fantastic.
And now
work.
we've got
Finally, obviously, Avalok had a go, but the what you believe to be
let's just call him his opponent.
his opponent, sure.
How about we do that?
Ended up obviously taking the opportunity and really pressing it. It'd be interesting because Avalok had his guard. The marshal's communicating about something that's obviously is something a bit contentious, and this is what happens when it becomes such a tight fight. The marshals will be as biased as possible. Sorry, unbiased as possible, to make sure that obviously the fight is done won by points.
And they work extremely hard anyway, but and they do. I know the marshals do put up with a lot, and some of the complaints they get are completely unnecessary. But of course, when you're in a fight, when you're taking part in these, it is intense.
It is, and unfortunately, a mistake will happen here and there. But it's the idea is that we can have We have equipment to do slow-mo replays. We have marshals.
And here we've got some great aggression coming from the Russian against the Ukrainian fighter. Swift movement there. I think that first round may have gone to the Russian, having struck the last blow.
Because the Russian is obviously an incredibly fast fighter, but the Ukrainian is intense with every hit counting. And
yes, but he just seems to have lost a bit of composure. So
we'll see. Maybe he's a bit worried, but at the same time, he might be letting the Russian come to him.
A shot to the head there. Some good leg shots, however. The counterattacks are very well placed. However, he's not taking advantage of that exposed left leg.
That being said, the Russian always puts that left leg forward, so maybe he's aware and can defend it quite well.
Quite perhaps, but he is keeping his buckler. I mean, we saw him defend very, very well against Shot, and it seems like that is over.
We'll be able to get those results to you as soon as possible. That's the problem when you're after battle. Usually, it's best to have someone opening up those doors for you.
Naturally,
you're not focused on whether they're going inwards or outwards. As you can see in the bottom, we seem to have Poland versus
France in this one. Yeah, that's right.
Probably one of the fastest fights you'll ever see.
Yeah, these two showed some incredible aggression earlier, but you see the swordsmanship of both of them. Absolutely impressive.
The Polish sword looks a bit bent. They might have to.
A few of them were. I saw the Russian sword took a bit of damage as well.
Fantastic. Obviously, steelwork. All of this armor being made by people across all of Europe, probably even internationally. I know we have a few armorers in Australia, but no matter how good they are, weapons will still get damaged and armor will still break.
This is true. And again, it's a little more tension between these two fighters. A misplaced shot there from the French fighter. Some nice work from both of them. You can see the swordsmanship that's happening here.
I'm not sure if the Frenchman is collecting those with his buckle. It looks not because the Polish really coming in with many shots there and the round ending quickly. Or it might be a pause for the Night Marshal to confer. The Polish changing his style up by actually approaching the Frenchman and taking the opportunity to get a few shots in there before the Frenchman's ready. Again, shots called.
I can see the result coming through for the quarterfinal, Russia against Mexico there. Not the semi-final, as I mistakenly said before. So very, very tight battle here between France and Poland, which seems to have drawn to a close.
We obviously saw the USA having that win against Canada in the longsword tournament, as we saw up in the top left-hand side of your screen.
Kind of appears in the longsword duel that Spain have got a phenomenal victory against Ukraine there.
And
something of an upset.
Happening at the current moment, we seem to have maybe Moldova versus, I'm guessing Spain, up in the top right corner.
It looks like Spain, yeah, that appears to be a tabard.
Fantastic locking from them. Oh, now obviously there's a bit of contention happening here with the American team. Some conversations happening there. But Avlok seems to be taking the field. I wonder whose competitor is going to be.
Well, we'll find out in just a moment. Marshals once again conferring decisions.
It is a busy arena, and obviously you can see that there are some members spread out across the entire arena around the first and second rankings. Obviously, you want to make sure that you're capturing as much as possible as a spectator, so at least it is all accessible. You can move around to any area necessary.
And you see there was a victory there for Poland against France in that very, very aggressive fight. Fast action, really quite something.
It really came down to what I believe was the Polish fighter choosing his moments to get a few shots in to begin with and then backing off. I remember I fought a fighter from Ukraine, that's right, and he very strategically struck me hard, struck me fast, and then played defensively the entire rest of the round, which ended up with him winning.
Once again, intelligent fighting. But some people prefer the aggression, especially that Polish fighter. Usually likes to get some combos in before backing away. But you saw earlier he was very, very quick with his legs to move them away.
The Russian fighter, challenging that the speediness with getting actually a few leg shots in. Primarily, I feel he was going for the upper leg, which is not obviously the fastest area to be moving out of the way.
Of course.
And obviously lessons were learned by all fighters. Seems to be now that the Polish fighter, who was only just recently fighting, is now coming up against the...
Barely time to get his breath back.
That's part of the sport, unfortunately.
This will be an impressive duel, however.
Friendly tap of the sword, and away they go.
Two very, very different fighters in terms of style. It'll be interesting to see how the USA fighter deals with the speed of this Polish fighter, but also the Polish fighter needs to be very, very careful about leaving himself exposed, because Avlok, the US fighter, is extremely precise. A nice counter-attack there from the Polish fighter, and I think that's the way he's going to have to go forward.
Well, they're both such defensive fighters as well. I feel that the Polish is going to be the one who approaches it. Avlok has the patience to see this out. And
so nice duel there. Great shot there from the American. And the point will count, and they size each other up again.
See, the form that Team USA is using, it really gets a chance for you to rest your sword arm while even though it's only maybe 1.5 kilos that sits on your shoulder, it's a big difference. Just being able to sit your hand up there, waiting for the next attack.
You see now the American having a little more difficulty in controlling the speed of this Polish fighter.
The shots coming in at many different locations.
And the counter-attacks, the Polish fighter knows that if there's a counter-strike, then it's going to connect. So he's backing off his, as you said before, the technique of going in with the swing, backing off to avoid the counter-attack. And he's just made it work for him on this occasion.
I feel that he is not lunging as much as he possibly could be. If he really bent down, put some power into these back legs, he'd be able to launch forward with a few attacks and then launch backwards again. But he likes to keep his feet really aloof. As a tall fighter, it probably started with him getting his legs hit quite a lot. And he got used to ducking them out, or chicken scratching as we call it in Australia. Nice block there. Using both sword and buckler, just in case.
So difficult to see what exactly they're going for. The Polish fighter was given the impression he's going high, but he's taken one to the head there whilst going in low, so left himself exposed there, which we haven't seen.
It was a one-for-one trade though, so... Ooh, Avlok losing his ground a little there.
Some wonderful swordsmanship there from the Polish fighter.
Definitely, but Avlok, because he created that space, kept the buckler up. I think that was a bit of an unclear moment. They weren't sure if the round was continuing, but the Polish took the advantage. Conferring with the marshals, obviously, to find out how the teams are scoring up. Avlok from USA, obviously standing there ready to carry on, but I do believe this will be an end of fight. He's mentioning something there to the Polish fighter. I think it was about the bent weapon.
Quite possibly.
Seems that the Polish fighter went and corrected that.
So they'll be going for another round though.
Which is intense, and Avlok's advantage here, the Team USA's advantage.
Yeah, no word of what's happening at this moment in time, and it seems, well, as the Ukrainian's taking his helmet off, I'm not sure if a decision's been made on the fight.
Might be a bit of a break, but it does seem to be that if it was a break, I would be thinking that Avlok would be de-kitting as well.
And it looks like they're getting ready to go here.
It's interesting to think what that may have been. Maybe a conference of rules, or
quite possibly, or simply getting his breath back. It might have been approved, considering he did just get out of that battle.
Indeed. I think one thing for viewers who've never fought in armor to understand is that merely being in the armor is exhausting. To stand with that weight on your shoulders and the heat building up.
In the category of sword and buckler is about to begin between the USA and Ukraine.
Okay, they saw just a nice bit of action there. Again, the Ukrainian coming out with the aggression. A little bit of pulling back and control there from the USA fighter.
Fantastic blocks.
Some great blocks there. A bit slow on the counter-attack, however. He's going to need that famous counter-attack if he's to overcome the Ukrainian fighter, but that's been called.
I think, yes, maybe he's a bit too relaxed. Maybe
I don't think it's a question of being relaxed. And he's been through quite a lot. He's put some incredible fights in. And, of course, as you said before, it does take a toll on your body. The fact that you know, such little air passes through, especially with a helmet like that, it takes your breath away. And Navalock is known for his stamina.
You know, he seems to have swapped out to his straight 13th century blade. And that should do an impressive job of maybe transferring a bit more energy than his saber.
Move back into it. You can see there might be a slight slip on his armor. It's his shoulder seems to be ever so slightly out of place, but you know, the marshals can see it closer than we can, and they've judged that it's okay. So it seems to be slightly pushed back. Against nice counters there from the American, but
he's definitely stepping up his game and attacking.
Excellent defense also with the buckler. And a nice shot there.
Ooh, a couple
that's
of good
been
shots.
called.
I wonder if that went to Team America.
También la lucha por tercer y cuarto puesto en espada larga en estos momentos.
I believe Team America's buckler has seen better days.
I do think so, yes. However, a nice shot there and a great counter block.
Definitely.
Very, very impressive there from USA. The Ukrainian doing all the aggression. However, the buckler is very, very low. So raising it up a bit there, but still I can see he's leaving himself quite exposed at certain points. Not only that, but also the helmet.
I do believe that the Ukrainian is actually raising.
That's it.
And there we have a clean break of the martial stick.
There it is.
And this is why they don't put their own head in there.
Quite right.
The impressive thing, obviously, between these fighters being the intensity, but I would think that the Ukrainian fighter lost a few shots because he had his buckler guard too high and losing some of his vision.
Yeah, so I think he started to tire as well because sometimes his buckler was really quite misplaced, leaving his left leg but also his helmet, or the left side of his helmet, quite open. Looks like another round will be
not sure.
decided. Oh, perhaps not.
It was given. It was given to Ukrainians. There we have it.
There it is. And great sportsmanship and great camaraderie between the American and the Ukrainian.
Definitely.
That's third place for Ukraine.
Fantastic.
First medal decided.
Looks like we have a Spanish fighter here.
Acabado este duelo por el tercer y cuarto puesto en la categoría.
Obviously, it just won against, I believe, has probably just won against this USA longsword fighter.
No, I think this is.
De bronce y Estados Unidos se queda en cuarto lugar. Mientras tanto, con espada larga, 1 contra 1, seguimos con el combate en la liza número 4, España, Estados Unidos.
Okay, so it looks like it's going to get underway. I'm not quite sure what the delay there was with removing the arm. I think the victory has actually been conceded to the United States there.
Categoría de espada larga, 1 contra 1. Emocionantes combates que hemos visto a lo largo de.
So again, that looks like a medal there for the United States.
I mean, this is why coming to the event is so important. You know, we'll do our best on the live stream to give you all the information, but here you get every little skerrick of information you can, and you'll be able to inspire fighters to do their best.
Of course.
And the final gold medal match is coming right up.
Okay, as the announcer said there, we're going to the finals, which will be.
Number 3, we'll have the final.
Okay, so final going to list 3 there.
Long sword one-on-one category between Russia and Moldova.
And this is the gold and silver place in longsword, Russia versus Moldova.
Right now,
intensely, so I can imagine that this fight will be one that is.
This will be quite something.
I would think it would be distant, but I might be wrong. If the Moldovan fighter fights like he does with sword and buckler, then it might be a bit different.
Well, you can see that the Russian takes those long strikes and moves slightly, moves back to avoid a counter-attack. much the same way that the Polish fighter did. Some very, very aggressive fighting. You can see the combinations there from the Russian. Very, very aggressive. They've actually grappled together now.
I feel that they were clean. They missed
They were
the
clean shots
Moldovan's guard brilliantly.
Yeah, that was very, very impressive from the Russian fighter there. But years of experience, and he's really, once again, at the top of his game. Great combinations.
He's keeping his... Ooh, got to be careful not to grab that that weapon there. It seems like he's keeping his attacks above the Moldovans by trapping his weapon underneath his gauntlets and the bottom of his longsword.
He's being told there to watch out for holding on to the swords, but a great evasive move there by the Moldovan as the Russian is coming in. And again,
and a dance. Seems like they're going for a bit of a dance now. It's intense, and when you get that close, it's a bit of a stalemate.
But yeah, it's a very, very physical match, whereas before we saw from both of these fighters a bit of giving each other a bit of a stance. But you can see that tiring slightly there. The Russian is actually enclosing the Moldovan's fight. A fist goes through there, which of course is not allowed, but it didn't connect. But the marshals will certainly take that into account. And once again, a clinch ensues.
Very tired, it looks like. They're getting to a point where they're giving each other chances to rest.
I should think so. I've been told to spit it up.
I think the very, very game to do long swording in such an open face mask like the Moldovan.
And here we go with the final of the sword and buckler between Poland and Russia.
It will be incredible to see these two fight.
This will be spectacular. So all eyes on this fight here. Two very, very similar fighters. You can see the speed of them. Great shot there from Russian. Two great shots.
Hopefully
clear connection now with one more point coming through, and then that will be the count. This just sizing each other up once again. Very, very tense moment there. Great counterattacks there, and that's a nice headshot.
So hopefully the Polish fighter has learned his lesson and is going to keep his stance lower than before. But it looks like the Russians coming to meet him, keeping a high guard, staying with a nice higher stance.
Yeah, so once again, keeping those bucklers around the same level. But a nice shot there from the Russian. Good aggression from both of them. The great counters coming from that pole.
Oh, you do not want to let your leg shots come through. Looks like they got a bit tangled up there.
Russia have taken gold in the men's longsword. Moldova taking a very, very impressive silver medal.
Congratulations to both those gentlemen and their efforts.
Some stunning work there, and the Russian fighter will be very, very happy with that. Moldovans with their first medal of the competition. They won the gold in the women's pole-arm category last year.
Wonderful. They're a surprising force because I don't believe there are as many of them comparatively to other teams.
They do get very involved, however, in the sense that they join in for the 21 versus 21 as mercenaries. So I'll be expecting to see them later on this evening, in fact. From 6 o'clock Spanish time, we'll be in the 21 versus 21. I expect there'll be a number of Moldovans, and hopefully this year even Spain will have their own team of 21 versus 21. That remains to be seen. Last year they were mercenaries for the UK team.
I would think if they're in Spain, they could just about get anybody who's willing to put on armor and bash each other around.
Right, and we go once again to Poland versus Russia.
The speed is incredible.
Absolutely stunning work from both fighters there. Very impressive. I think the Polish fighter may have just got that one. Very, very close match and extremely fast. And you can hear the applause from the crowd there, what few of them there are. Very, very impressed with it. So...
they seem to be, obviously, the fighters don't really mind. They will have at it and do their best. But it seems like the marshals obviously need to have their conversations, and the fighters shrugging their shoulders like they're just waiting for the next the next chance to fight.
Oh, that's what they want to do. All they want to do is get in and fight. So you can see this quite some damage to that buckler of the Russian fighter there.
Definitely, but it doesn't seem to be the wood. It seems to be only the canvas on the outside.
Oh, that's right.
So that hopefully will buff out. I think it's a sport where you need to understand that you will be spending a lot of money on not fighting, a lot of money on everything but the fighting, and then the fighting happens within 30 seconds to a minute.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, next round called in the final. This gold medal match of sword and buckler.
Russia immediately straight back into the fight. Few nice Shots coming out there.
You can see the Pole slightly leaving himself exposed on the side there.
Getting
and
two good ledge shots, though.
Great headshot there. I'm not sure if it counted, though.
I'm thinking the Polish is noticing now that forward leg, like you were mentioning before, which is why the Russian has now switched his stance.
A great movement there from the Pole, and the marshals really have to concentrate so hard in order to keep this keep the concentration up to see what hits actually count and which ones don't.
I think the Polish conceded that point.
I think he did.
It's one of those things as well that you want to score as many points as you can, but sometimes when something is so clean, you just have to give it. You
Of
have
course,
to accept it.
But it looks like it's going to another round here, however.
That Polish fighter obviously ready to concede, but the marshals obviously thought otherwise.
And so we're going into a bit of a marathon with this final here. But very, very impressive work from both fighters. Very fast.
Incredibly so. I like to think that I've got very fast eyes, and I'm struggling to notice every single one of the shots.
I just imagine the job that the marshals have got. Okay, so I'm not sure if this will be a decider whereby one hit counts
Again,
only.
Russia pressing hard. They're looking to try
nice
to take
shot
the initiative away.
Get a nice shot there from the Pole.
Good blocking from the Pole, though.
That's a very good block there. I'm not sure. Again, a good point there for the Russian. Again, very, very nice defense from this Russian, actually.
Head came down a bit too far from that Russian. I think he caught his own head with his buckler. But the blocking on both sides doing very well.
That's a shot there, and that may have decided it.
That may be it.
I think that was the one, and I think the Pole maybe thought it was already done by then.
Yeah, that is the unfortunate thing. If they do believe that it was a shot was the final blow, and then they leave themselves open. But unfortunately, that is part of the rules.
Well, perhaps a shot was disallowed there, which came in from the side. Therefore, they have to replay the point.
We saw a marshal mention that it was looked like a shot to the neck. So it looks like they need to have a bit of a conversation there. Obviously, shots do end up in the neck and towards the legs.
And that looks like it's a 2-1 victory for Russia. The second gold for Russia. Poland taking away their first medal, silver for the captain of Poland.
Incredible display by both of them to actually see a fight like this. It looks like Russia is collapsing a little bit there.
Of course, well, after a battle like that, of course, it is certainly starting to heat up today. The sun is shining down very strongly. So, of course, with these 1-versus-1 fighters, it does take an impact.
I think a lot of teams tend to bring along their masseuses or you know, sports therapists. I think people are going to be seeking them out to enjoy some of their treatment.
I think they'll need that, yeah, of course. And just in a few minutes, we will be moving into the women's category. Sword and buckler duel, 1-versus-1, all stages, including final, and the women's long sword duel category. And so we will now go into the prize-giving ceremony of the men's longsword duels and sword and buckler. But they're perhaps all gone to sort of remove some pieces of their armor.
I would not be surprised. You'll generally always see the lower-ranking fighters coming up first. Obviously, they're the ones who are had more time to be taking off their armor. But at least as the awards ceremony goes, the medalists will get a bit of a chance to DK.
So we'll leave you with the prize. We'll give you a short break for the prize giving now, and we'll rejoin you for the start of the women's individual categories. Stay tuned.
my first time.
How do you like it?
Well, it was great. I made 7 fights. It was a great experience. I got qualified for the last bracket, but I lost against the winner, the Russian guy. An incredible fight.
But anyway, it's a great experience.
Of course, it was very good.
What the best nominations you think you are?
For me, it's Soran Sil, but there is another participant from Spain in this category this year. Then I'm representing Spain with Soran Buckler.
Do you like to participate in mass battles, 5 versus 5, for example?
I participated in the past, but now I cannot do it for injuries, and I cannot continue. But I can fight in 1 versus 1, and it's okay.
Okay, thank you very much, and I wish you good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
face you?
Yes, just
Okay.
directly to me. Hello, please introduce yourself.
My name is Rob Hunter from Team USA.
Okay, how was the flight?
Long. It's been a long time since I traveled overseas, so a little bit sleep deprived, jet lag, but ready to fight.
But I think it's worth it, for sure. Okay, so do you have an opportunity to check some overview of Barcelona already?
Yes, my lady is in charge of finding all the cool places we're going to visit. We've done a little bit of sightseeing. We're going to the Sagrada Familia, or a very big cathedral. We're going to the beach. My son's ready for that. And we're going to enjoy Barcelona for a few days.
Okay. Thank you so much. Yes, have a good stay in Barcelona.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for inviting us.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, thank you so much.
Señoras y señores, empezamos ahora la entrega de premios a los ganadores de la categoría de espada larga hombres 1 contra 1. El tercer clasificado de los Estados Unidos, el señor Rob Hunter. Un aplauso para Rob Hunter, el tercer clasificado, que ahora recibirá su premio de parte de Sergey Sinval, vicepresidente de la HMBIA, y de Ivan Koryagin, el responsable de la competición del torneo. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now giving the awards for the Longsword men's one-on-one. Third place, Rob Hunter from the United States, receiving the award from Sergey Sinval, Vice President of HMBI. Okay, we would like to ask the fighters from the Longsword men's one-on-one to please come here to the front where their flags are. If you would kindly please come forward and join Rob Hunter, who's already there. Pedimos ahora que vengan los luchadores de espada larga 1 contra 1 hombres. Y ahora, una vez todos juntos, vamos a entregar lo que son sus trofeos. Será entregado por Sergey Sinval, vicepresidente de la HMBIA, y el señor Iván Koryagin, responsable del torneo de competición. El tercer clasificado, third place, Mr. Rob Hunter from the United States of America. Un aplauso, recibe su medalla Rob Hunter. Second place, Saveli Ganya from Moldova, receiving his award from Mr. Ivan Koryagin. And the gold medal is for the Russian fighter Sergey Ukolov, and he will receive from Sergey Sinval, the Vice President of HMBIA. Congratulations, Sergey Ukolov, gold medal, silver medal, Saveli Ganya from Moldova, and the bronze for Rob Hunter from the USA. Now we would ask the three fighters from sword and buckler, pediríamos ahora a los luchadores en unos minutos de espada y broquel. Dentro de unos minutos les pediremos que pasen también para recibir sus medallas y reconocimiento. Okay, please, I would ask.
We are ready?
No. Please, the gold, silver, and medalist, medal, bronze medalist, please come forward. Take your positions.
Здравствуйте. Прежде всего, я вас поздравляю со вторым местом в номинации Longsword категории 1. Скажите, какие ощущения сейчас?
Классные. Я очень рад, старался, очень рад, что я взял хотя бы второе место и достойно проиграл 8-кратному чемпиону мира Сергею Колову. Для меня, то есть моя маленькая победа, да, второе место.
Вы первый раз принимали участие в этой категории, а на 12-й вы первый раз или уже были?
Третий год на 12 приезжаю, участвовал и в пятерке, и в триатлоне, но дальше, чем 15 место, не получалось. Теперь как раз номинации отдельные. Лучше всего у меня получается в полуторнике, то есть получилось взять полуторник.
Спасибо большое, мы желаем вам дальнейших успехов.
Russia's Ilya Ivanov, Poland silver, Krzysztof Tertesky, and from the Ukraine, the bronze, Konstantin Nataluja. Señoras y señores, ahora dentro de unos momentos vamos a empezar con la categoría femenina, tanto de duelo con espada larga, 1 contra 1, como duelo con espada y broquel. Así que no se lo pierdan, en unos instantes. Ahora se preparan nuestros jueces y árbitros para estar en su posición para comenzar con la competición. 1 contra 1, espada y broquel, y 1 contra 1, espada larga, mujeres. Enseguida estamos con ustedes. Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin in just a few moments our first women's categories of the day. First of all, the women's sword and buckler duel category, 1-on-1, and then the women's longsword duel category, 1-on-1. So don't go away. We have plenty of exciting, historic medieval battle action coming up in just a few moments as our marshals, referees and judges prepare for the next rounds of competition. Thank you.
Здравствуйте, представьтесь, пожалуйста.
Привет, меня зовут Илья, Иванов Илья.
Супер, мы только что наблюдали за вашей победой. Поздравляем вас с этим.
Спасибо большое.
Скажите, пожалуйста, поддерживает ли вас кто-нибудь дома, смотрит ли онлайн-трансляции?
Конечно, я надеюсь, что смотрят. Моя жена, мои дети, конечно.
Но у вас есть классный шанс передать им привет.
Привет. Привет, семья. Дети, привет.
Хорошо, спасибо вам большое. Желаем хорошо провести время.
Спасибо большое. И вам тоже. Наслаждайтесь шоу.
Спасибо большое. Thank you. That's all.
I've been here since Thursday morning. Yes.
So you have a chance to visit Barcelona and all sightseeing here?
Yes, we did a little bit of sightseeing, and I'll do some after the tournament.
You had a great armor, so you're planning to be a part of some nomination?
Yes, I am the U.S. Women's Longsword Champion.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, and we wish you good luck in this nomination.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, you rejoin us just moments away from the start of the women's duel categories, sword and buckler duel and longsword duel. So far, though, we haven't had any announcements. It looks like Turkey will be entering their first bout of the tournament. Turkey, of course, the newcomers. And you can see Australia there moving to list number 2. The Canadian flag in the top corner. And you can see some Russians, Monk and Sensing around. Hopefully, the tech screen will be at a position where we can see the bouts. Okay, you can see first fight underway, and it looks to be Italy against Australia. Some great aggression there shown from the Australian. And you can see the Australians moving towards to give some support for their teammate. There's a nice shot there from the Italian. Great blocking from the Australian, though. That's some fast movement, and that seems to be a call there. Some impressive work. Sharp points there from the Australian. Although there's rapid movement there from the Italian.
At list number 2, we have begun with the women's
it looks like we've got
category
USA
one-on-one
versus Turkey
sword
there.
and buckler between Italy and Australia. About to begin at list number 1.
Some nice work there from the Australian fighter. However, this Italian is very, very rapid. Gives a nice shot to the side there, and also to the leg. Good defense, though, from the Australian fighter. Support there happen. And we've got USA against Turkey. I remind you, this is Turkey's first ever fight in any Battle of the Nations competition.
So they'll be looking to really set the pace for themselves there.
Absolutely, but they're up against experience.
Indeed. Best way to start, though, baptism by fire.
Well, this is true, this is true.
Ooh, the Sky Burney from Australia there, I saw getting stuck a little. Word from the Marshal to the Italian about that.
Okay, great support there from the Australian team. As you can
Very
hear.
vocal.
They're very vocal, yes.
No doubt it will eventually start being chanted, Aussie, 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 oi, oi, oi.
Oh, I should hope so. It depends how much mead there is. I mean,
Yes,
if there's
indeed.
one thing which could be the downfall of the Australian team at this tournament, it could be a lack of mead.
Yeah.
Sincerely hope there's enough. Okay.
Looks like it's a break for that fight.
I think it's come to a close. We focus now on Turkey versus the United States. A swipe there from the buckler. We won't get any points.
It'd be interesting to see if that swipe was to try and clear the area.
They're looking a little tired there. And I think that would be victory for Australia.
Fantastic. Well done to Sky.
Yeah, fantastic fighter. We're going to be seeing here in the 3 versus 3 later.
Definitely.
Excellent Boherd fighter.
I remember one of the one of the most tense 3 versus 3 women's finals in
which was a mercenary for Poland last year.
Yes, exactly.
My goodness.
She single-handedly went forward to take on one fighter, and then before even engaging, doubled back against another fighter who had their back turned, very strategically taking that one out, evening a 3-2 match into a 2 versus 2 match very quickly.
And you can see there's still some sharp movements, some restrictive movements from the Italian fighter. Some nice shots coming through, but the precision there being outdone by the Australian. Okay. And we can still continue on the Turkish fighter against the American fighter, who seems to be in control of it. However, it is still a tense match. Shots to the side there, but they might have been a little delicate. I'm not sure if they were counted. Certainly the last one did.
I don't feel the Turkish fighter's really being as fast as she needs to be. So she's going to have to try and step that up.
It could be quite tense for her in the first internationally competitive fight, but it has gone to the United States.
Congratulations, obviously well earned. All the best to the Turkish fighter in doing everything that they can.
Yeah, very, very impressive there.
Some sort of ceremony happening there with men and the women there. I don't quite know what that represents, but each to their own.
Okay, and we move on to Ukraine now. Just in the background, you can see it appears to be Italy versus
Canada, I believe.
Canada, I think. Yeah, appears to be so.
Longsword tournament for the women's.
That's right. There you go. Okay, you've got a very experienced Italian fighter there, but does not have the height advantage in this case. So
that being said, she's also playing it. She's also playing a no stance.
Yep.
To be honest, I think this would be... I didn't see any Canadian female fighters last year, so this might be her first tournament.
I think it would be, yeah. I'll have to check that, but I'm not sure. So maybe you can see what we have on the right list there, list number 4. Is that the American that we saw earlier in the interview?
I don't believe
Perhaps,
so.
Okay, we've got
yes,
Ukraine
yeah,
against
right.
Germany there.
At list number 3,
You were right about that American. She's not wearing colours at the moment, but she has that fantastic embroidered brigandine, or at least tabard over the brigandine. But right now, obviously, Ukraine and...
this is Germany.
Germany with
some
fantastic
freezing colours
outfit
there. Some very, very aggressive fighting there. The speed of that Ukrainian is something awesome.
And that's all it takes. That's all it is just to get enough of the shots.
Canada.
And Canada have overcome Italy there.
In that longsword tournament, yes.
That's right. So to another round of Germany versus Ukraine.
Germany's going to have to pick up their speed.
Absolutely, yeah. It's going to be
guard that
difficult
leg.
against this Ukrainian. Wide open.
That's it. The Ukrainians just going for that leg, locking up
Yep.
and hacking. And that's all it takes sometimes, is to get those points.
Of course, it's easy for us to stand here and say what these fighters should be doing,
Yes.
but when you're in that moment, it's simply not that easy.
It does. The problem happens when you do it the second time or the third time.
Yes.
So you've really got to change her around now. She's got to be able to drop that guard, and if anything, get a squat going so that you can drop that guard, grab the weapon, and well, obviously not physically grab it, but get it coming into your buckler, and finish off with a few shots to their sword arm that's dropped.
The danger is that the Ukrainian doesn't conserve her energy because it is only the first fight, and fighting so aggressively in the first contest
could cost her in the later ones. Yeah,
it might be risky because she may be involved in the 3 versus 3 as well.
Let's just hope her endurance sees her through, or that she's being smart enough about that decision. Now it seems though that that round is over, and I would I dare to say that it was a Ukrainian win.
I would say so. Still, plenty more fights to come.
Of course, excitingly so. We have now a further engagement, it seems, or no, I think the award, the fight, goes to what I might assume to be the Israeli versus the USA fighter.
Is that the top right list you're looking at there?
So, you know, the colours that she has seems to be Israel's colours. So unless it's missing maybe a tricolour.
Well, Ire is one of the top fighters in the world. Such a fast fighter, lots of energy, and again, a fighter who's travelled all over the place and has built the name of the Israeli national team,
including Denmark to hack at my leg.
Is that right?
Yes, she did very well.
Excellent. Okay, moving on to France versus. Okay, well, we're going in now into Australia versus Turkey. On the back of a victory against Italy there. This the Australian Sky will be very, very confident. And she's some flying shots there from the Turk, but no connections.
I do believe, obviously, she's eager, but I'm not sure. It'd be interesting to know what their training regime was like and how far they've come. Because, obviously, there's something to be said, from a single fight that we might see here, and thinking one's clearly better than the other. But if they've been training, some nice headshots and hip shots coming in.
Good shots there,
from Sky.
Smart work from Sky. Just in the top list, we have got France versus Czech Republic, which is turning out to be a very, very interesting competition.
We'll be able to cut to that shortly. At the moment, obviously, the round looks like it seemed to be going to Sky. At least a few good blocks by the Turkish, but it's whether or not she's able to counter with that swing, and I don't think she's got the speed or the strength behind her swings.
And we've got a very, very energetic competition between Russia and Poland in the top list now. That is in the longsword, and they are steamrolling away. Very, very impressive bout there. Of course, Russia the favourite to win the longsword. However, it's not going to be easy. There's some great competition out there.
The competition has obviously gone to Sky of Australia for that victory there. Good job to Turkey in giving their best in every single fight. Sky obviously setting the pace for herself for the rest of the competition for Australia.
Yeah, that's right. Very solid start, but very impressive from Turkey. making those first steps in Battle of the Nations is crucially important. I think we're going to see a lot more from them.
And always an incredibly daring thing to do. So.
And here we go with Italy against USA in the sword and buckler. A tense start there. Good connections from the Italian fighter, however.
Indeed.
So the American
I believe she might have a
bit.
slight bit of a height advantage.
Quite
but
possibly,
ever so
but there's
slight.
certainly more aggression and lunges coming from the Italian fighter, if a little imprecise.
Yeah, so that the sword got a little wrapped in the Americans' side. She tried to free it, but I do feel that they believe it got a little too caught there.
Wins.
Just the announcement there of Russian in a stunning fight against Poland, and the victory has gone to Russia. This leaves us with the only fight in action at the moment, Italy versus the United States. Again, as I said earlier, the United States have a very, very big following, very, very big development in the women's competition. We'll be looking forward to seeing their 3 versus 3 later.
If the United States are going to keep their form as they have in nearly every other sport in the world, it's going to be intense and it's going to be rapid growth.
You see there, just in the bottom left corner of this screen.
I believe it's Germany.
Yes.
Against a very under-armored, but it might be... unfortunately, I can make no assumptions there. I see no colors. Might be Ukrainian, as we have some Ukrainians on the side of the field.
Quite possible.
And the speed is there, and if Ukraine's got anything going for them, it's speed.
I don't think it's Ukraine, because we saw the sword and buckler earlier.
Agreed. Depends on whether they have multiple entrants, or there's only one per country.
In this category, yeah. Okay, and the German fighter will be looking to make up some ground here.
Unfortunately, just not responding as fast as she needs to.
She's up against some very, very fast sword work.
The strength may be in her benefits in the 3 versus 3.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, maybe not so much in this single.
It looks like, yes, we have another Russian fighter there. So a victory to Russia. And of course, we saw the longsword earlier against Poland. There was a victory. And victory against Germany in the sword and buckler. And you can see there members of the 3 versus 3 team giving her support.
Italy and America still going at it. I'm getting some nice shots there from the Italian.
Very, very nice shots. Yeah, very well placed.
I think
she's starting to bring up a game. Now it's...
Apparently there's a few words that they've had with the USA member, but I believe that is going to be the end of this round for them.
Okay, victory goes to Italy. Very impressive work. That's a great start for them.
And very well earned. I believe those shots were very well done. And even though she isn't actually taller, the shot she was doing was high, and so collecting the USA fighter on the head a few times.
Used her speed very, very well. You can see here the Russian fighter and how fast she is. Some great defensive shots, however, from the German.
And this is where it comes to...
And then she's left herself way too exposed there. Got quite idle with the buckler.
I remember my first time doing pro fights or 1v1s. The helmets are so thick that you just don't bother with defending yourself in a bow hurt. And so when you start going into these 1v1s and pro fights, you have no need. You just don't. It's not a habit to bring up your your shield arm to defend yourself.
Two very, very contrasting styles, yeah. Now we can see that Canada against Ukraine is underway.
In the longsword, if Ukraine's got enough, if I can say anything about it, it's probably speed. And by God, is she fast?
Yes.
She's getting many hacks in there.
And again, in fact, the women in the 3 versus 3 category last year took home gold. A very, very, very strong fight against the Russians in the final.
I think they had a lot to prove. There was a political climate at the time that said that they had a lot to prove. But
we'll have a very good relationship, the Russians and the Ukrainians in HMB, and not only.
Like we've said before, you cannot be angry at someone who has received punches from you and given punches to you. It sorts out a lot of differences.
Okay, and you can see the strength of the Canadian there seems to be overpowering the
but
Ukrainian.
At the same time, the Ukrainian were able to get quite a few shots to the legs. This isn't a bow hurt. This isn't a job where you're meant to be throwing people down.
So they seem to be coming at it from a bow hurt style, in as much as they are charging at each other, they are lunging.
But specifically the Canadian, which might be her undoing. Obviously, every fighter gets their chance to rest, and you have to try to recuperate as fast as possible. We can see in the bottom left-hand corner, we actually seem to have the Turkish fighter at the list, ready to go, but it doesn't seem to have any competitor in that arena just yet.
Well, it could be just a moment to see a medic, for example, although we haven't seen anything, certainly hasn't been called.
No, definitely not. So it won't be any severe, even if it is.
Absolutely, which is good news.
One of the beautiful things about armor is that gender is lost when you're fighting. It doesn't matter, you know, and it's always impressive when we see the beauty of every fighter, the male and female fighters, when they take off their helmets. But when it goes on, it's combat. There's no need for good looks at that point.
Absolutely.
It looks like the Australian Bryce is having a bit of a chat there with the Turkish. Might be a I see friendly banter about
Coming
the
up
previous.
now at list number 3, Italy versus France, longsword women,
Okay.
one-on-one.
Italy versus France coming right up now
Categoría
in list 3.
femenina, 1 contra 1, espada larga, Italia contra Francia. En unos instantes aquí en la liza.
You can see the results popping up on the screen now. And I think the Italian ready, just waiting for the French fighter to go into the list. So a very impressive start there from the Australian, but the Russian is looking extremely dangerous, very, very fast.
If Sky from the Australian team can make it to the final, I think her speed will be tested by that Russian fighter.
I think so, but she's got some smart shots and she's a very precise striker.
The training that she's part of the Sydney team, as obviously I've mentioned before, China has the same issue as Australia has. If they were to have multiple teams in multiple cities, they are so far away from one another to train.
That's right.
For any Europeans watching right now, from Melbourne to Sydney being 2 of the most major cities in Australia, it is a 9-hour drive. For some Europeans, that's multiple countries.
Yes.
So training and going to competitions is a very, very hard feat.
Okay, and we just move on to France against Italy in the longsword.
I'm
It's
not
not to
quite
be.
sure.
No, I think that's Russia. I beg your pardon. Yeah, that's the Russian fighter against the French fighter.
I do believe it may not be French. French was in list number 3.
There
This
could
is
have
list
been-
number 4. I
there
think
could
this
have
might
been a
be Israel.
mistake, that.
I think this might be Israel.
Okay, see what you can notice from the tabard there. I mean, it is quite difficult to make out from this angle, unfortunately. Plus, it was not announced.
It was
at the start.
the white and blue crosses, as you can see there. It's the same as we had in the other fight previously.
Okay.
And I do believe that as the only white and blue would be Israel.
I'm not sure. That's hard to call, but you might be right there.
Nonetheless, 2 impressive fighters.
number
As it is the
4.
World Championship, these will be the best.
Yeah. Okay, you see the
Women's
Russian
longsword
capitalizing on the height
one-on-one.
advantage there.
Germany versus
Again,
Russia.
very, very attacking mentality.
En la liza número 4, Alemania-Rusia en espada larga femenina 1 contra 1.
Seems to be some confusion down in list number 1 with the Turkish fighter who turned up at the list, and there seems to be no one there to compete. But the Italian seems to be approaching now. So we might be getting a sword and buckler fight between the Italian and the Turkish.
Sure, it could
as
be
her
just a
helmet goes on.
late arrival there. An Italian late arrival.
Gavin, you know that I can make no comment on late arrivals. I am well known for them myself.
Yes, Tarek.
Not to mention Battle of the Nations, but the great relationship I have with Gavin and turning up at 1 a.m. in the morning.
It was 2 o'clock. It was 1 o'clock Polish time.
Gavin, not here, not now.
Right. Anyway, back to the action. It looks like we have Turkey versus what I can see. Okay, there we are. So of course, yeah. Sword and buckler, Italy versus Turkey. Nice shot there from the Italian fighter, but we're seeing a more composed Turkish fighter. Very, very aggressive from the Italian, however.
I think her guard's gotten better, but her swings, when they don't connect, she loses control of them.
This is true. Again, some slightly weak defending there from the Turkish fighter. She's getting a game together. However, she's got to be very, very careful from the overhead shots.
It is incredible when you finally fight someone who isn't your friend. When you're too busy fighting your friends, especially me fighting in Australia, it's a totally different experience coming to Battle of the Nations. The intensity from these people. So the Turkish fighter needs to keep coming with those attacks. Quite a few of them.
There's a connection. There's a good shot there from the Italian. There's some quite well-placed leg shots there. The Turkish fighter
has lost her weapon, unfortunately.
And that will cost dearly.
I think one of the key features here is obviously that even if a shot connects, it needs to have energy behind it. If it is too weak, it won't be counted.
It won't be counted at all, exactly.
So we have the Italian fighter against this Turkish fighter coming up to engage. The Turkish fighter pushes her away, gets that distance going. Unfortunately, a few shots coming over the top, but I don't think they're strong enough, as we were just mentioning. The toing and froing, but it seems to be the Italians' fight here and out. And there we have it. It's been given to the Italian fighter. Well fought by all included. The Turkish fighter finding her feet, and I think doing her absolute best. All credit to all fighters due. Now we've just crossed to the obviously another fight. I believe in the other ring we have the Australian versus the American, Sky Burney versus the American that we cross to now. Well, some fantastic moves there from the American. Some cross work with her sword.
That's very smart. And these lunges coming in from Australia again, very dedicated fighter.
Definitely closing the distance, but maybe not to her advantage here. Obviously, again, one of those contrasts of Bohurt versus 1 versus 1. Now up in the top right-hand corner of your screen, we can see a US fighter against the Polish fighter in the female longsword tournament.
Is that the Polish? Are you sure that's not the American?
Yes, an American, the USA fighter against the Polish.
Yes, that's yeah.
Here we come down to the American versus the Australian. A fantastic block by the American inside to the arm. So the inside of the arm of the Australian fighter. She's stalking her across the field, not letting her rest. The endurance for Sky is incredible. She is known for that.
But you can see them both starting to tire, however. The shots losing the precision.
And the power, but still enough to be counted. At least the Australians seem to think so as they cheer on Sky.
That's right. A nice shot there. That's called.
Interesting. It didn't look like that one was a clean enough shot to be called.
But again, the marshals have the closer side than we do. I seem to be doing, from here on, I seem to be doing a pretty good job, the marshals, for today so far.
Yeah, very coordinated, very dedicated. Hopefully they get enough rest to make sure they're good on every single day. I'm sure they'll focus on that.
In fact, it's immensely tiring being a marshal. And we've got a very, very fast action fight in the left-hand side, which you can't see at the moment, between in the sword and buckler, Russia versus Ukraine. We mentioned those two very rapid fighters earlier, and now they are facing off.
Sky not giving up, pressing in. Nice shot
great
to the
shot
head
there to the head, and that will count.
Mm-hmm.
However, there may have been a counter shot to the leg from the American. And this fight between the Ukrainian and the Russian is something quite spectacular. It's such a shame that we can't see it now.
We'll cross to it as soon as possible. Looks like that point was counted as well. As you see here now to the left as they break, we have the Ukraine and Russian.
They too are breaking. It might be called, that one. Looks like, yes, an announcement will be given between USA, and that goes to Australia.
Fantastic job.
Big victory there for Sky.
It is. Australia and USA have always had a very good relationship.
Yes.
In regards to, obviously, both very sporting countries.
Very, very
both
sporting.
love a good hard fight. And obviously both English-speaking nations. They're definitely getting some air through to the Ukrainian through a helmet. The Russian
Yes.
seems
Very composed
and ready to go.
Well, we mentioned before about the Ukrainian maybe fighting a little bit too hard in the first fight.
You did.
I think that it's now come to a point where, especially against this energetic Russian, that she's finding it difficult to keep up. The sun's shining down quite strongly now. So that must be a factor also.
People make some comments about, it doesn't really matter what you wear, you're going to get tired and you're going to get and hot and fatigued. But I contest that if you're wearing extra layers like a tabard, like the Ukrainian, then yeah, you are going to have extra layers that keep in this heat, that stop the breathing. We obviously see coming up on your screen now the fight, very close, very personal, between Czech Republic
and Italy.
Here. Italy being a fantastic longsworder, but Czech Republic having the distance.
There's a height advantage there, certainly. However, this Italian fighter is really dedicated. She's been to a few Battle of the Nations before, so
can't seem to get a grasp of a sword though at the moment.
No, she can't. This is usually a
pressing now, trying to get some points back though.
Okay, and you can see Russia and Ukraine getting back underway. Big shots there coming from the Russian and the Ukrainians swiping away the leg armor.
Hopefully we'll cross back to that in a second. It's an intense, speedy fight between those two. They'll be in the bottom left of your screen the second that they re-engage, taking a second to breathe while the marshals confer again. Looks like the round will be about to commence.
That's right.
Well, that round was given to the Russian.
Yeah. Okay, and you can just see
well, that might be actually the end of the fight.
That'd be it. Yep, that's the one. And victory goes to Russia.
Very good.
Big victory there, and I think that was the Russians' biggest challenge right there.
Number 3.
Indeed. As anything was seen from the last year's tournament, Russia and Ukraine, very strong against
Czech
one another.
Republic defeats Italy. República Checa con la victoria sobre
Okay, and that's a
Italia
victory for the Czech
en
Republic
la
over
vuelta
Italy in the
número
longsword.
It's shaping up to be quite intense in terms of that longsword tournament. The buckler will be, sword and buckler tournament will be interesting to see who ends up. I think obviously Ukraine being a fantastically fast fighter, but being obviously losing that round to Russia, it shall affect how she ends up.
Still, it's great to see such an improvement in the women's categories, the sword and buckler. I mean, it was very, very rapid. There's some awesome fighting happening. You can see that there's a lot of dedication in them. Even the US team, very, very impressive there. The Russians, as we know, the Ukrainian, and also, of course, the Australian Sky.
I think obviously the 3 versus 3 will be one of the most impressive bouts for these women because training together, depending on the team, is going to be a key feature in how well they succeed at Battle of the Nations 2017.
There is nothing else like seeing history. The excitement and the anticipation of what happened and what will happen. A new sports event you could only dream of. Feel the spirit of competition in a European city. More than 750 participants will fight to define the strongest nation. Support your team from the beginning until victory. Real armor, authentic weapons, and full contact combat. Step into the Middle Ages. Explore the authenticity and passion.
You should be able to find them on Facebook and give it a go, and hopefully we'll see you here at Battle of the Nations in the years to come.
Absolutely. Looks like just on the right of the screen we have got Poland and I think, as you said before, is that Israel?
I said Israel, but the commentator, sorry, the announcer said Germany. So
Right, okay.
I don't wish to doubt anybody, but we'll obviously have to reserve our judgment till we know otherwise.
So I must have missed that announcement. But okay, that is the longsword category, and even though you can't see it so well.
Definitely some close engagements there. Some shots being given as you create that distance. If you're able to engage, lock, and then push away to make that distance while cleaning one last shot, that can be enough. That can be enough to get your points up. The what we assume to be either Germany or Israel fighter is keeping that.
I think you're right. That's a German fighter, because you can see, or maybe not. Maybe it's the Israeli fighter.
It's very hard
I
to
really
tell.
can't see it. There we go. Okay, German. There we go. It's been answered.
My eyes deceived me, thinking that it was crosses when it was actually hearts.
Yes.
Fantastic, obviously close work there, and the Polish fighter looking to take advantage of every distance that she gets. If every time the German backs off, a final blow is given.
However, there are some shots coming in from the German to the helmet, and it's always in the same place, and she's racking the points up.
Her aim, I think, is to close this distance and hook with maybe the bottom of her sword to bring down the guard of the Polish. The armor is always so impressive, and especially if the Polish looks like it might be a little blackened to help suit their theme.
Well, yeah, I mean they've got their own armorers, and that makes them very, very impressive armor. Started across Europe.
I can imagine. So, the new armor shops popping up all over the place are incredible. Obviously, everyone wanting to go, so much that we now have Indonesian and Indian armorers making stuff just to be sold in Europe.
The difficulty is the reliability of the armor. It's hard to test it. At the end of the day, what you really want is Polish, Russian, or Ukrainian armor. Not exclusively, of course.
Definitely. Some people just need to. Congratulations.
So victory there to Poland in the longsword.
I think well fought, but I do believe it was those shots that she got in as Germany tried to create that distance.
Yeah.
A few little shots, and that's all is needed to rack up the points.
Good demonstration of aggression, yeah.
With every device, every new product on the market, whether it's armor or anything else in the world, there's always early adopters, and there are some fantastic people willing to give shots to the more international producers of armor.
Yeah.
And really try them out. Some Australian stuff that I've had made that I've now sold in Europe, being used by some of the American fighters, and so obviously gives Australia a chance to prove their worth.
Okay, it looks like we're going towards Czech Republic against Canada in the longsword category. There's some aggression shown from the Czech Republic.
And right next to them we have the what looks like the American versus I think a Russian.
That appears to be a Russian. Yeah, you can see that there's the red gambus, and of course this Russian scarf, and the white, gold, and black. Of course, that was the Russian flag in the mid-19th century,
which they've decided to go for as their symbol.
Absolutely.
Obviously, Canada's pushing hard against Czech Republic there. Whether or not that's going to be racking up the points. Ooh, quite a few nice shots there from Czech Republic. Every time Canada dropped her guard, it was a clean shot to the forearms.
They seem to be well matched, these two, it has to be said. And
Oh.
she's gone. I think that was just more of a slip rather than a push of force itself.
Definitely,
However,
I don't believe
the
there
crowd
was any
still like it.
Definitely. Well, they'll love anything dramatic like that.
Who
But
wouldn't?
when it comes to the points, though, it seemed that Czech Republic was respectful and did not try to attack while she was going down or once she was down.
Some nice movement there coming in from the Canadian fighter, connecting very, very well against the helmet of the Czech fighter. Again, the Czech not taking advantage of those open spaces along the side.
No, but you know, when your arms are locked up that high, the second that you drop to strike, another
Your
one
head's
can
wide
come.
open.
Yeah.
Yep.
It seems to be trading shots to the arms, back and forth.
Do you think that's a sign of tiredness?
It might be. It might be. They're not keeping their guard up and only trading shot after shot.
It's time called on the Russia versus USA longsword fight.
There seems to be the marshals conferring in the Canada versus Czech fight. It'll be interesting to see what the decision is in the end. Now, as you can see, the list number 1 and 2 being very empty, might be running to an end of this category.
Well, yes, the sword and buckler, that's come to an end, which is good for the fighters. It gives them the chance to get their energy back, get their breath back. It won't quite be the same story for the longsword category. They'll have to go straight into the finals, although they might get a couple of minutes to regain their energy after the round fights. Okay,
and that looks like Republic.
Yeah, that's a victory for Czech Republic over Canada there. I guess we were wrong about those shots that the Canadian was raining down.
I think it's one of those things again. If your guard is up high, you keep it up. You can stop a few shots, and that's all it really requires. Maybe the 1 or 2 shots at the end.
Sure.
And that's round 1.
It may be that there's one more fight there for the longsword. An Italian preparing for that.
We do see the Italian flag waving strongly in the wind that's picked up.
Indeed.
Which gives us a slow-mo version here of obviously Germany versus Poland. And this is the high guard I was talking about, that clenching
right,
one another.
That's it, yeah. And you can see the Polish fighter just gets the edge there in coming down. Great shots, though, from the German, as you can see.
Unfortunately, Germany, I think, only collected the tabard and was able to connect through. Now, the interesting thing is those shots, whether or not, even though she was going to the head, was still collecting the sword, and so if that was considered clean or not. Obviously, if it is a shot that carries enough energy, then it will be clean, but if there's transferred more to the opponent's sword or to opponent's gauntlets, then it may not be as clean as they would hope.
That's right. So it looks like we are Italy against Ukraine in the longsword category. This may be the last fight in that group, as you can see in list 4 on the right-hand side.
Italy doing fantastically, obviously. Oh, but Ukraine coming at it with speed and energy.
Very, very aggressive there. Very aggressive. Really forcing the Italian back. However, some aggressive shots coming from the Italian as well. Maybe not as fast, but still. Some good movement there, but she needs to get that sword up and defend herself.
I'm thinking that, yes, she's much better to be going down for the lower shots anyway. A fantastic block there by the Ukrainian, but unfortunately, the rest of the shots are not following through.
Visor has opened there. So I don't think that was an actual breakage. However, when the visor's open, have to step back and get that into immediately.
One of the most risky as they come to engage again. I believe the Italian thought that she was tapping swords, but the Ukrainian pushed forward.
So Marshall, there seems to be a deadlock here.
Oh, is she going to get a few shots in? Oh, Marshall's break it up. I
may have got that one there. However, she looked like she was about to start pulling on the helmet.
The Italians
again, they've locked in again.
A good few blocks on that right side, but I don't think she can block her left side as easily.
That's right. I think the Ukrainian slightly wearing out. However,
I don't believe the Ukrainian's wearing out. Oh,
I'm not sure I can see. There's a.
I think they're both losing their form a little bit, but they're getting the shots in the end.
Well, they must both be very tired after the fights that they've just done. A lot of energy going into them from both fighters.
And big, heavy weapons. Not as heavy as some may believe.
That's called.
All the marshals coming in to confer with each other on those points. Obviously, they try to make them, the marshals on the opposite sides of the ring so that they have different viewpoints of each fighter to make sure that they capture every possible hit that is received by each fighter. Italy standing calmly, but probably very tired.
Yes, understandably so.
Ukraine removing her helmet as well. One beautiful thing about these lists is sometimes they are placed at the perfect height to be able to rest your arms on and torso on.
Absolutely.
And when you can do that, you take so much weight off your legs.
Well, the difference between these lists and the list they have at Dynamo Cup in Moscow, and there's victory there to Ukraine.
Congratulations to the ladies involved there.
And looks like we're going to have a moment's break now before we go into the finals. Of course, the longsword fighters will need to get their breath back.
Indeed. You were mentioning the difference between the arenas.
Yeah, the list they have in Moscow, they're a lot shorter, so people can actually fall out of them. The idea with doing the 5 versus 5 bohurts and part of it, and something which makes it a real spectacle, is the fact that they're lower and people can easily get thrown out of them, and you can see bodies flipping and flying everywhere.
When you sell tickets, I'm sure that's a lovely sight to see.
So that the athletes can rest
Okay,
and recover
so we are taking a
for
break.
The next phase, which is the final playoff phase. So 10 minutes
Okay.
here at list
We'll
3
be-
and 4, but the action will be resuming in just a few moments in lists 1 and 2. with
Okay,
sword
don't go away.
and
We've got the sword and buckler categories moving into the, I believe, the semi-finals this time. So stay with us. Do not go away. You'll join us there. It looks like a Russian has already got prepared for the sword and buckler bout. Now you have Ukrainian, if they're going to fight again, or if in fact that's now that appears to be a different match altogether. So Ukraine preparing there. You can see the Russian fighter poised and waiting for her opponent. Great speed demonstrated there. And is at this point, I'm fairly certain that she would be the favourite to win, certainly with the speed that she demonstrated. However, it looks like she's been separated into a category from the Ukrainians, so they may have to fight again. The first fight between them, of course, going to the Russian. At this point, still waiting to even see or find out who the opponents are, because we haven't had any indication on screen, although one of the announcers has mentioned something. Okay, and it looks as though we have one of the American fighters to go into battle with the Ukrainian. I don't think there was in fact a time called for the precise start of these fights, so there's no countdown at this point. However, if the opponent doesn't present herself, it can also be quite psychologically testing for the fighter once waiting and waiting and waiting in the list. Okay, as we can see in list 1, the American fighter is now prepared to take on the Ukrainian fighter, that very, very fast and dangerous Ukrainian fighter. The Russian still waiting for her opponent. And just unfortunately, we can't quite see yet, but in the other list, it's the Ukrainian who's got off to a very rapid start against the American fighter. A break being called by marshals, and unfortunately, we can't see it at this point. Okay, now we've moved over. I think there's just a small problem with the Ukrainian's weapon there. Just a moment's adjustment there.
We're waiting for the Turkish fighter for the women's sword and buckler. Please come
Okay, yes, as you heard from the announcer, the Turkish fighter still has not made it to the fight. However, some great aggressive fighting there from the Ukrainian, but the American is getting some very, very well-placed shots. That was a count of 3. Okay, another check for the gauntlet and sword of the Ukrainian fighter there. I think this is turning out to be a very aggressive fight. You can see now the American fighter stalking the Ukrainian. Looks like he goes straight for the helmet, and so great blocking there, but took a shot to the head. That was quite big. A lot of aggression shown again from the Ukrainian.
At least 2 technical win for the Russian fighter.
Well,
Turkey has withdrawn.
so it appears that the Turkish fighter has withdrawn. I'm not sure why. It could be due to an injury, and we'll keep you informed about that. We'll keep you updated with what happens. Hopefully it's nothing serious. I mean, she may just be fatigued. But, of course, that will be a relief for the Russian fighter, being able to conserve her energy. I believe that the Ukrainian fighter has walked away with the points there from the fight against that very aggressive and very precise American fighter. So it looks like there'll be another pause before the final.
Okay. Please, the fighter from Sword and Buckler from Australia, we need you to kindly go to list number 1. The fighter, Sword and Buckler women's, go immediately to list number 1 from Australia. Thank you. Good to see you here.
option, of course, is moving straight forward that. There's the pause there, and again, this very, very rapid Russian. Something appears to be wrong with the Turkish fighter. I'm not sure if perhaps she actually got an injury there. So she had technically withdrawn, and I think she's actually she's given up now. Yes, I think it is due to an injury or perhaps a fault with your armor. But the sword is down, and that is a victory for Russia.
Number 2, the technical victory is for Russia due to an injury of the Turkish fighter.
It's very unfortunate to go out with an injury. However, still a very, very impressive start for their country here. Okay, we can also see the Australian fighter still waiting to get started. Some great support here from the Australians, though. And we now have the arrival of the Ukrainian fighter. So it will be Ukraine against Australia. That's looked to be very, very impressive. Now the Ukraine with a solid demonstration earlier of the aggression that she had. And a big shot there to the helmet of the Australian. That's another one there. However, it's been called at that point. And I think that goes to
on
the
this
Ukrainian.
number 1, Australia versus Ukraine. Ucrania contra Australia en la liza número 1. Estamos ya en la fase
The Australian
final.
now Sky is going to have to demonstrate some more aggression to keep up and take on the Ukrainian. But again, sharp and straight in there, the Australian. So I'm changing style for the head there. They've even picked that one. Okay, the Ukrainian evidently quite fatigued there. Whereas the stamina on this Australian is really quite impressive. However, the headshots are coming through, and that's going to be a victory for Ukraine there. However, very, very impressive from the Australian fighter. We now have Italy against Germany in the sword and buckler. Solid start there from the Italian, however, and it's not been called yet. Nice shots there, very, very good movement there from the Italian. However, some hard shots coming in from the German, and that's already been called. The Italian might have been a little slow to get in there. And the Italian looking to capitalise. She's really found her rhythm now in a much faster combat.
I mean, she has an impressive striking precision.
She's very fast, and she really goes into it. I think sometimes, because she goes in so hard, she does leave herself fairly exposed.
The German is very patient, and I think I'm looking forward to this German fighting in the Bohertz to see what her speciality is like. But not everybody in their singles tournaments actually go ahead and fight in the Bohertz, as we saw with the Spanish sword and shield competitor.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. You can just seeing the sides there, a lot of support from the Russian fighters, including Sergei Ukolov, who won the gold medal in the men's longsword category. That was the first gold medal for Russia. In fact, the first gold medal of the tournament. The second, of course, coming in the men's sword buckler.
Seems like the marshal is pulling him in.
And that's a victory for Italy.
Fantastic.
Solid
Well
victory there. Good aggression shown by the Italian fighter, and it paid off.
Indeed, in
Victory
those first
for
minutes.
Italy in list number 2. Victoria para la luchadora italiana en la lista número 2.
And looks like we are just moving into the Czech Republic versus USA in the longsword category. And very impressive display from the USA fighter earlier, I must say. Good aggression coming from that Czech fighter, however, who overcame the Canadian in the last round.
I think this shall be impressive. The Czech fighter has an incredible stature to her, especially in the women's category.
Yeah, I think the speed is going to be the strategy of the American in this round, however.
But definitely can't play to reach, so maybe she'll close the distance in the engagement.
Oh, now we'll find out. And you can
Circling
see
each other, getting a few forward shots in there.
yeah, a bit more good movement for the American. However, there's more aggression coming from the Czech fighter,
solid
who now
shots.
steps back a bit to avoid a counter-attack from the American.
Mm,
I don't think the American can block those shots that easily. The shots are coming through nice and strong.
Women longboard, Russia and Italy, please come to the list number 4.
And you can see the Czech with that powerful blow starting to tire slightly.
Solid shot there from the American, though.
And I think the American fighter is using a power quite intelligently, waiting to counter, saving the energy for that counter attack, which is coming across quite effectively. And the Czech fighter now is pulling out all the stops.
Yeah, the American is blocking it quite effectively.
And nice movement from both fighters there.
I think a lot of these shots from the Czech are energy that is not spent wisely.
I think that could be her undoing. However, there is there are time limits, and this is not like the sword and buckler where it's 3 shots taken. So yeah, a good strike down there from the American. Yes,
And as I mentioned before, she's closing that distance. She does obviously engage and then back away.
And here we
have that impressive armor from the American fighter.
It is, isn't it?
Mm.
That's called. I think that might be time. Very impressive display there.
Some chance for them to relax. Pieces of armor obviously flying off there as collected. Oh, a very loving, you know, I think either a kiss or embrace from the Team America support. Gathering her breath there from Team America. Seems like the heat is not on her side. Seattle, if she trains with the Seattle fighters, you'll find that Seattle is known to be one of the wettest, rainiest.
Oh, so they say, yes.
of America. In Czech Republic, as we know from last year, it gets some hot days.
That's true, and that's victory for the Czech Republic. Big victory there.
It must have been just those powerful shots cleaving through her blocks.
At the end of it, I think it was, but that was very, very impressive fighting from the American.
Indeed. Nonetheless, her outfit still seems very impressive.
Absolutely, yes. So I think we're going to Russia versus Italy in the next fight, as was called by the announcer.
We'll still yet to see them take the field, so obviously when they arrive, we'll be right with the action.
We join the Polish fighter now.
Seems to be Poland versus Ukraine. It's going to be intense, as Ukrainians are known for being incredibly fast, as we saw this Ukrainian fighter against the Italian.
So we saw a solid performance from the Polish fighter, though.
Friendly tap there, and now they're ready to engage.
Good solid shots there, opening shots from the
Seems to
Ukrainian.
be that the Polish is defending a lot of them quite well.
A lot of pressure there put forward by the Polish fighter.
Polonia contra Ucrania en la liza número 3.
Closing the distance, but at the same time,
Espada
believing
larga,
it to be a bit messy.
Categoría femenina. Long sword women's one-on-one competition. Poland versus Ukraine.
It seems to be pretty tense at times. Again,
well, nice low shot there from Ukraine. They've got to. She's got to obviously be willing to sacrifice the high ground. I think Ukraine's willing to do that for a shot or two. Oh, just hacking at that hip there. Poland leaving her low guard very vulnerable.
and it's from this. Okay, now we can see we've just gone over to Russia versus Italy in the sword and buckler, and that's gone to the count there.
Incredible speed there, obviously, from Russia. Italy looking to obviously match it.
It's going to have a work at that. However, we've seen some great rounds from this Italian fighter already.
Indeed. I mean, the question here is it going to match the Russian? And hopefully there's a little bit more in both of their tanks.
Well, I think that she's at the right point to do it, because she started off a little slow, a little careless, left herself open, but she built up. Now, however, she's She's facing the fastest opponent she's gone against.
That being said, Russia was attacking there. It seemed that Italy as well was a bit confused by how that was called, because the shots that were coming to Ukraine's head were actually quite short distance from
Ukraine's?
to Italy's head
Right.
from Russia. Were very short distance.
Yeah. And that's a victory there to Russia.
Very friendly amongst them. Though a very interesting fight. If we get to see any slow-mo of that, that'd be ideal.
I think Walnuti was that fast. I think we'll need to see it in slow motion. It was so fast.
Indeed, indeed. Obviously, at some point we will cross back to the longsword fighting up in the top, where we have Italy versus Russia, I believe, and the Ukrainian against Poland. We'll see this at the top of your screen right now.
Just about seeing that. However, I'm not able to follow it. You're in a better position to me, but it can't be very long remaining on that fight.
No, and the marshal has just called the fight between Italy and Russia.
And
so
Russia
we'll see
in the
how that
longsword,
goes.
yep.
And the marshal's now called the fight between the Ukrainian and Polish.
Okay.
It'll be interesting to see how both of these have turned out, as they were both intense.
Well, I think the Ukrainian-Poland fight was actually extended because they were on equal points.
I can imagine. That did last quite a while. Hopefully, after we get this sorted out, you'll be able to see the results. I believe it was Russia that was just given the win against the Italian fighter. Congratulations to her. And out
you
of the
can
Polish...
see the Polish fighter has defeated the Ukrainian fighter.
Congratulations.
Very, very impressive. Again, we didn't have such a good view of that, so we were not able to see in detail how it went. But you had a better view. Yeah, that's it. It's a great victory for Poland there. They'll be very, very happy with that. However, remember that Poland is a very, very experienced team.
And they have done very well each year. I believe last year in the 3 versus 3 they missed out because of a shot that was contentiously directed towards the neck of a French fighter as she had moved forward.
Okay, you can see a replay there of the Russian fight. A little bit imprecise with some of the shots, but getting around that buckler, certainly. Great aggression shown there.
That's why I was meaning with the competition there. Now we have Germany and it seems to be Canada with the longsword up in the top right.
Canadian approaching carefully.
But the German locking him up, but obviously not holding it there. Second she dropped her guard, the Canadian got those 2 shots to the head.
Very powerful fighter, though.
Obviously waiting for the right time, sizing each other up. And Canada doing a testing shot, but Germany responded back with that forearm.
Time is everything at this point.
Indeed. I do believe, and I may be corrected, may not be the case anymore, but long swording in certain competitions used to not count the forearm, since it is such an easy one to do.
That's right.
So it is where they are going to try to aim to get to the head. And again, you have the catch-22 when it comes to the length of a sword, the long swords. There is obviously rules dictating how long, how short they can be. But the longer a sword, the more collected it can be, the more complicated it can be to wield.
So yeah, just saw the result there of the semi-final between Russia and Italy, and that was victory to Russia. But that gives the Italian the chance to fight for 3rd place and the bronze medal.
The rib shots coming in from Germany, a few there were impressive, but Canada got a short distance rib shot as well. So we'll see obviously how those points are going to be racking up.
And as the announcer pointed out, we're coming closer to the finals. I think the first one will be the sword and buckler. Again, solid fighting from this German.
Definitely. Consistent all the way through, I feel. But obviously needing to collect her breath a little.
Absolutely.
Gavin, what do we have coming up next after this?
Lunch.
Yay!
On a more serious note, we will have the women's group battles category, 3 versus 3, and that's a just letting you know that's a victory to
Canada.
Canada there, excellent. Yes, we'll be doing all the group categories, so groups A, B, C, and D. Whereas last year there were just 2 categories, so doubled in size in the women's 3 versus 3 battles. Of course, the finals will be on day 3, so on Bank Holiday Monday, and that will be around midday Spanish time.
Now, obviously, it is currently 3:20 Spanish time. That means we have about 40 minutes before the 3 versus 3 group battles start, as it may start a little earlier, so make sure you stay tuned in.
We're just going into the finals now, so any moment now they will get underway. You can see already the Polish fighter in the longsword category is ready, and we'll be taking. Okay, we've got Czech Republic versus Poland. Gets underway, but a tense start there. Not so much aggression shown before, as we saw with the Czech fighter. But we did see that as the Polish fighter overcame the Ukrainian fighter, thanks to some stunning defending.
I do believe that's the reason this Czech fighter is not going in as much as she usually does, is because this the stature of the Polish fighter is matching hers.
And she knows there's a very, very good defense. Well, we can't fault her for that.
A bit of to and froing with those forearms, and this is why they don't count. Otherwise, the fight would be over very quickly.
Okay, and on the lower screen we can see the Ukrainian fighter getting ready for the sword and buckler. Now we have, now we can see in detail what's happening with the Poland versus Czech Republic fight. Some more aggression shown from the Czech fighter at the moment.
And definitely some excitement from her support team. The very standard guard, obviously, by the Polish, keeping the point outwards, making sure that she's got that distance. To draw in a few shots to her forearms, but
just these exchanges when they're
getting very tired with their shots, I think.
Well, they're quite lethargic, and they're going to have to go for precision. And you can see now Russia against Ukraine.
The most intense, I would think, of most of the sword and buckler fights we've seen, including the males. This is going to be incredible speed.
This is going to be quite something. It's a big support for the Russians in the crowd.
I think the thing to be watching here is going to be Russia's speed, but she seems to be becoming more inaccurate.
I've noticed that too.
And so that can actually fail here. If Ukraine's been able to relax and compose herself, then she might win this. A friendly tap between the two comrades, and then they'll get started. An open guard by Ukraine, maybe enticing some headshots there.
Yeah, I think she's keeping that the buckler wide out. And it's very, very fast sword work from the Russian.
Yes,
she's going for the head, but only meeting the buckler.
Yeah, the leg shots may have countered from the Russian.
I think the leg shots did, and it was a smart move to mix it up.
But it is surprising to see whether or not the Ukraine obviously was hitting harder on those legs. I believe that was a win to the Czech Republic.
That's right, which means she goes to the semi-final. So we'll be looking to see that in a moment. It could be against the Russian fighter as we continue now. Ukraine versus Russia.
The speed between them is incredible.
The Marshall's going to have a very, very hard job, and I'm sure more of those shots are connecting than they're actually seeing. The thing is, when they're fighting so close like that, very, very hard to make out.
This is why we have, obviously, marshals at every corner of the list. But I do believe Ukraine should be getting that. Those shots to the legs are very clean, whereas Russia is alternating, but not realizing that half of her shots are only meeting with buckler, or half of the energy is being dispersed by something else.
And there's an adjustment here to the armor of the Ukrainian fighter.
This can happen through comfort or may actually be a necessity.
Y en la liza número 1, Australia.
Okay, now you can hear the roar from the crowd about the next fight about to take place. They have some very, very aggressive work from the Russian. I think it may have already been called before that last blow was struck.
Might have, and there might be something a little contentious. Maybe some words from somebody off the field who is speaking their mind. And these things can get a little confusing when you have crowd shouting.
Of course. Okay, just in list 1 at the moment, we are looking at Australia versus Italy and in the sword and buckler.
We
And
have
that is a
Ukraine.
victory to the Ukraine.
Congratulations to them.
As you were right, I think that was down to the precision of the Ukrainian fighter. But now we have a very, very exciting fight going. Hopefully it'll come over soon. The Australian versus the Italian fighter. It's a very impressive work from the Italian. Lots of energy from this fighter from Turin, from Team Taurus. However, it's gone into upper game here. She had a great start.
Great start.
In the competition. Both fighters pretty evenly matched, it would seem.
En la final de espada y broquel ha ganado la luchadora de Ucrania venciendo a
We
la
obviously now
luchadora
have the
de
second
Rusia.
round
Ahora estamos
against
pendientes del
Italy.
tercer y cuarto
And you can
puesto
see a lot of aggression there coming from the Italian fighter. Slightly faster with the sword strokes, but some precise hits coming from the Australian.
Exactly. Hopefully that energy's still there that they choose to count it.
That's right.
Ukraine has taken the gold in the women's
And that's it, the first gold medal for Ukraine.
category.
And obviously the award
Third and
ceremony
fourth
will eventually follow.
That will be
Some
straight
fantastic
after
shots
this.
and defenses from Sky, but she seems to have lost her weapon,
Oh, no.
which is not going to be not going to go well for her. She seemed disappointed.
Very, very frustrating for a fighter.
You will find the Australians are very relaxed in majority of what they do, so it's not going to be too much of a shame for them.
But still, it's a deep frustration to lose your weapon during a fight.
It is.
Especially a fighter of Sky's caliber.
It is. They're fiercely competitive, but their way of stress relief is to realize how grateful they are to be here in another country fighting in a world championship when we historically have no place in this.
And you can see more aggression coming from the Italian fighter there, pushing the Australian back. That has been called.
And the marshal getting a little caught up there in those in the riggings.
Well, I think that's time, and there may be a victory to Italy here.
Neither of them are de-kitting. I feel that this might be at least one more round to go.
Very evenly matched.
Oh, that round, I believe, was given to Australia.
Okay, so it's what seems pretty even here. What do you make of it?
Personally, myself, seems to be the Sky. Sky from Australia has won.
Looks like it.
It seemed to be that the Italian fighter, albeit going hell for leather, Sky had that buckler well placed for most of those shots and was able to get very precise shots straight down onto the head as a vertical shot to the Italian. And they would have been it. That would have been just it.
But still,
Just
very,
enough.
very impressive display from this Italian fighter, Silvia Di Pasquale, from Turin, from Team Taurus, and you can see her teammates there. She had a fight in the WMFC rules just in January. A very impressive fighter with a really bright future.
Indeed, indeed. And as we heard, the traditional...
And what's this? Is something actually been... Perhaps there was a mistake that it was not given to Australia. That looks like a victory to Italy.
That seems really, confusing.
Well, I'm not sure what was called there, but there must have been some discrepancy.
Hopefully
Well,
they'll sort that out. Sky, being as friendly as she is, very supportive, very thankful to have the opportunity to be here and fight, and obviously trust the marshals explicitly to make the right decision.
Great friendship there between those two.
Indeed, indeed. You'll find that maybe the females show it more than the males, but there is great camaraderie between every single fighter.
Yes.
Intensely so. I believe, there's been many teary eyes shed on these fields already, even if they've not been shown.
La representante de Australia en la
And there was Stefano Canella there, who organised a WMFC tournament in Turin, where the sword and buckler fighter, Silvia Di Pasquale, fought. Didn't win that tournament, but she showed great promise here, and you can see the celebrations of Team Taurus for Italy.
A loss in these, even in the qualifyings, does not mean a loss. The Battle of the Nations or any further competition, the real dedication. The real win is how much you dedicate, how much you put your time and effort towards it,
For sure.
to make sure that you can improve before the next competition.
Of course. But now I think we move on to the finals of these categories.
As they chuck the Italian up on their shoulders as a celebration for that fight.
Wonderful.
Fantastically done by her. Obviously, the great thing about having every team having their own media here is there will be cameras from every angle presented later, you know, throughout the year as videos are edited and delivered onto YouTube. And at least everybody a chance to actually see and improve themselves, both if they're the fighters or if they're aspiring fighters looking up to these athletes.
So I think that is a bronze medal there for Italy. So their first medal of the tournament. Russia taking the silver in this, defeated by the incredible Ukrainian fighter. You can see some well-blocked strokes from both fighters. Very aggressive.
Sky brilliant with her her shield there.
You can see good strikes there, slightly lower than expected from the Italian, but kept on pushing.
Sky's shots to the head, very clean. Unfortunately, obviously not enough to count, except the only reason I would think that they wouldn't have counted was that those the buckler was placed along the forearm of Sky, the Australian, meaning that the energy was lost.
She was constantly forced back by the tenacity of that the Italian fighter, excuse me. Very, very impressive, and a great and very, very well-deserved medal there for Italy. They'll be very happy with that.
Something I feel both of us had a little something invested in as an Italian background for yourself, Australian background for me.
Well, that's right, yeah.
But this is why we come here. This is why we have Battle of the Nations, is to see the best of each nation fighting against one another, to see you know how we fare, and each year is another chance to prove the worth and really take the opportunity you're given. And as I mentioned before, the Australians are probably like many other competitors who are just grateful for the opportunity to be here and competing in such a magnificent competition.
Well, they give it everything, and I think they add so much to the entire tournament, not only for how supportive they are in the stands, but also the energy they put into the fights. And I think it really adds such a lot.
And if a teams like Brazil, Argentina, Australia have travelled as far as they have to be here, I'm pretty sure the local
they're not going to be part-timers, are they?
No, no, of course not.
No, no, no.
Y Rusia empezarán su semifinal en unos instantes.
Okay, we now go to the longsword semi-final, Russia versus Poland. So if we could perhaps get a shorter camera angle on that, it would be a big help.
They're up in the top right-hand corner of your screen, I believe.
That's right.
Canada versus Poland.
Canada versus Poland, I beg your pardon.
I did hear what you were mentioning before, the announcer mentioning Russia, but this one is at least Canada versus Poland. I believe we have Czech Republic in list 3 just next to.
That's right, yes. And that will be against.
Some intense pushing from Canada there against the Polish fighter. Trying to resist the Polish when, just as I was saying it, she should shift it to the side, she did, but Canada then got the shot to the leg.
You can see the Russian fighter there preparing for the other semi-final against the Czech Republic. However, all eyes on Canada versus Poland at the moment. That great defense of the Polish fighter. Let's see how effective that can be, because it seems to be the Canadian fighter the aggressor in this case.
And getting a few of those low shots. Hopefully Poland's able to take that opportunity once the guard drops to take a few shots in there.
That's right.
Canada doing well so far with her tactic. Engaging hard and pushing against one another, but it's whether or not there is a point to that, as sometimes distance can be your friend in this. So shots going through there, what looks to be to the upper torso or head, but whether or not they were clean from Canada is up to the marshals.
And again, and even from this angle, it's really hard to give accurate.
There were some final blows there from Canada as Poland dropped her guard maybe at the side.
And
there
you can
was
see
a
the
marshal.
Czech Republic against Russia is underway. And Russia very much the attacker in this case, forcing the Czech fighter back. But still some great counter shots there from this Czech fighter.
Definitely.
So resilient.
The Russian fighter being quite fast, but the Czech girl having the stature, I think taller than any other woman in this competition so far.
I believe so. Because there's not much between them, but still.
Indeed, but
the aggression coming from the Czech fighter there.
Well, now the Russian.
That's the
turning the
lowering
sides.
her guard there, going for the side. However, it left her helmet open.
Czech's got to take that opportunity. If you're going to let your ribs get bashed, you've got to retain a few of those headshots.
That's right. I think she's taking some punishment now from the Russian fighter. She needs to get down that side. And she is, but
there was unfortunately a dangerous tip that got
very
caught in the eye.
There. Hopefully it's just a scratch, but that will need immediate medical attention either way. Marshall.
Everything is paused, waiting to see whether she is okay.
So just an announcement there that Canada defeated Poland to take a bronze medal. The Russian will need to take a moment to regain herself. Very, very unfortunate to get.
She seems ready to continue on.
She seems ready, but that's a very nervous moment there when you get the sword caught in the eye. A very improbable thing to happen, but.
I was actually going to mention it earlier. This is the one fear I would have with long swording. It's just that idea that in the engagements, when the sword comes down, the tip is pointed towards the face.
That's right, and it's usually when people lift their sword back to take another strike is when it's most vulnerable.
I feel hopefully this one went up through the helmet rather than into the eye. It can definitely be a very worrying situation, but the Russians seem to compose herself. You know things are wrong when these fighters lose their composure.
Well, you saw it a few years ago in a separate competition elsewhere, not a HMB event, that in fact from a halberd, this guy was partially blinded in one eye.
Yeah, I believe the competitors also used to be a HEMA fighter, and this is what happens when you do multiple disciplines. It kind of blurred the line, and he unfortunately, out of habit, went for a thrust, which ended up going underneath the guy's eyeball.
Right, it was underneath.
And popping it out, which meant that he could no longer fight for that tournament. But luckily, was able to put it back in and has made a full recovery.
Oh, he's made a full recovery?
Full recovery.
Oh, it is partially one. I stand correct. Well, that's good news.
Oh, the question is whether this has happened a second time, and we're talking about two separate events. There is a slight chance that has happened. Actually, lower than slight. HMB, even WMFC, even IMCF, the safety records are fantastic. Broken bones, dislocated knees are all part and parcel of the mass battles when you're hacking at limbs to make sure that you can take your opponent down.
It's also because of falling badly. People could be unfortunate when they go down. They can twist ankles. That's unfortunately, dislocated shoulders is another which can happen from time to time. That's a victory there for Russia against the Czech Republic.
Obviously.
So that is it. Gold for Russia.
And Russia takes the gold.
Very, very impressive for the Czech Republic. They'll be very, very happy with that. A silver medal.
They've done fantastically, and it would have been a very close fight. I mean, while watching them, I couldn't see. There was no clear decider for me on who was getting those shots in.
Second place. The final score, the final position is Russia champion, Czech silver, Canada bronze, and Poland in fourth place. And now we're going to proceed with the ceremony to give the award to our winning athletes. We would ask now the first, second, and third place team fighters.
They will now give the medals, and we will be on a break.
Thanks there to Eddie, our on-field announcer, for doing a fantastic job in keeping track of everything.
Oh, he's great. Yes, that's right.
And obviously making sure that the everything flows well down there. Obviously, congratulations to all the winning teams, and we look forward to their celebrations.
Great. Okay. right after these medal ceremonies. We will be on a break for lunch, but don't go far. We will be back soon. We are slightly behind schedule, but we'll be pulling it back as soon as possible. Don't go away.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will now give the awards for our winners in the sword and buckler category. Los ganadores en espada y broquel. Tercer puesto, Italia, Silvia Di Pasquale. Entrega Iván Koryagen, el responsable de la competición del torneo. Segunda clasificada, Ksenia Vyunova. Ksenia Vyunovia de Rusia, segunda clasificada. Entrega de nuevo el responsable de la competición del torneo, Iván Koryagen. Y campeona de espada y broquel 1 contra 1 de Ucrania, Irina Ilnitskaya. Felicidades a la deportista, a la luchadora ucraniana Irina Ilnitskaya. De nuevo el jefe de competición entrega su medalla y trofeo. Felicidades pues a Ucrania, Irina Ilnitskaya, Rusia, segundo lugar Ksenia Vyunova y tercera de Italia, Silvia Di Pasquale. Felicidades a todas nuestras ganadoras. Congratulations. And now we will give the awards for longsword women's category one-on-one. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to honor the winners of this competition, Longsword Women's One-on-One. First of all, please, a round of applause for third place from Canada, Benedicte Revitalla. Congratulations. Giving the award once again is Ivan Koryagen. Head of competition, of the tournament. In second place, from the Czech Republic, Pavla Markupova. Pavla Markupova from the Czech Republic, silver medal. And now the champion from Russia, Maria Davidova. Maria Davidova from Russia is our champion in the longsword women's one-on-one category. Congratulations, and Ivan Koryagin hands her her trophy and medal. Felicidades a nuestras campeonas, la número 1 Rusia, Maria Davidova, número 2 la plata de la República Checa, Pavla Markupova, y en tercer lugar bronce de Canadá, Benedicte Revitaya. Muchísimas gracias a todos. Con esto acabamos el bloque número 1 de nuestra competición de hoy. A las 4 de la tarde, a las 4 de la tarde comenzaremos con nuestro segundo bloque, donde tenemos las batallas en grupo. No se lo pierdan, mujeres y hombres, 3 contra 3 mujeres, 21 contra 21 hombres, así como otras actividades. Gracias. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back shortly for block number 2 of our day's competition with group battles. Men 21 versus 21, women 3 versus 3. Thank you very much for your attendance. Al acabar el primer bloque es el momento que todos aquellos que no llevan una pulsera amarilla tendrán que abandonar el recinto y pueden pasar por taquillas si desean comprar entrada para el segundo bloque. Muchísimas gracias a todos por su tiempo aquí con nosotros, por su asistencia, y seguirá por la tarde. Esperemos poder contar con ustedes. Ladies and gentlemen, as this ends the first block, we invite everyone who does not have a yellow wristband to leave the building so that we can prepare for our next block, which will begin shortly. If you'd like to come back for the next block, we have the box offices right outside for you to purchase a ticket. Thank you and good afternoon. Your attention, please. A phone has been found. If you lost your mobile phone, please go to the fighters registration area and identify yourself and your phone. Señoras y señores, alguien ha perdido un teléfono móvil. Si es usted, pase por favor por la zona de inscripción de los luchadores y ahí le entregaremos su teléfono una vez se haya identificado. Muchísimas gracias.
Hello, can you introduce yourself, please?
My name is Benoit Côté from Quebec in Canada, vice-captain of the Canadian team.
How many years you participate in Battle of the Nations?
For me, it's the first year this year, but my team, I have a couple people have 3 or 4 times there. One of my teammates was there for 6 years.
Oh, cool. How do you feel about this tournament? Is it for you first time?
It's a dream come true. All my life I wait for something like that, fighting in the middle of an area like that, and with a real steel weapon, and it's amazing.
Do you have any goals you want to achieve this year for yourself?
We come to fight. We want to do the best we can. We try to put the Canada in the top 12, but more if we can. But we need to work very hard because many team was very good this year, and we try to beat 12 and more.
Thank you very much. I wish you good luck for your team and to achieve your goals.
Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Yeah, thank you.
Go Canada!
Hello, please introduce yourself.
I'm Felipe Rodriguez, captain of Team Mexico.
I remember you since last year, so how many times you took part in our tournament?
This is my third Battle of Nations.
And it seems you are experienced guys, so maybe you can tell us about what is changed since last our tournament.
Well, I think it was a good idea to put two arenas and then divide it in four, for making more fluid and not making all the guys get tired too soon. I think it's more fluid, and it was the best because how to explain and make the categories from shield and sword coded. It makes more speed the fightings. I think that was two things was a great idea. That's the main team.
Thank you so much. And are you enjoying staying in Barcelona?
Yeah, it's pretty good, awesome. I am architect, so I am fascinated with all the architecture, all the buildings, all the new stuff. It's pretty awesome.
Thank you so much for your time. Have a great time here. Yes, talk to you soon.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
Hello, could you introduce yourself, please?
Hello, my name is Sergey Glbokin. I'm from Moscow.
You are from Marshall.
biggest team for all the years that we have.
I know there is a lot of new marshals here. How are their expressions?
Now they are just training. They begin to imagine how it is to be a marshal, and today is their first day, and now we're trying to involve them in the fights, so they're there.
If I want to become a marshals, what should I do?
First of all, you need to pass the test to become a marshal. And also, you should train in your country to become a national marshal. And afterwards, after passing the test, you can become an international marshal of the HMB.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye.
Joining us, you can see Russia entering the list for the first 3 versus 3 women's category bout. And it looks like they will be facing the home side, the Spaniards, who are fielding their first women's 3 versus 3 category team. And what a way to start. Straight away against the Russians, who were beaten only in the final last year by a very, very strong team, Ukraine.
I think, as I said it before, baptism by fire is the best way to go when you're starting off Battle of the Nations. The worst thing you can have is a very mediocre or a not as intense fight like the Russians. This will lead to, obviously, you getting that impressive idea of how tough it is at Battle of the Nations, and it means you'll bring your A game to every other fight. Some people may be a little worried that you might get injured or a little, let's say, winded by your first fight. Oh, it seems to be not Spain. It was actually Great Britain or UK.
That's right, it's Team UK, I beg your pardon. So I guess they were just taking their place. They were told where to enter the list from and moving the team. But still,
whoever they're up against, I'm sure they'll set the pace very nicely.
Yep.
Now, it'll be interesting. This is obviously Team UK has done brilliantly, and they have a lot of competitions within UK. So hopefully they've had a lot of time to skill up or raise their skill level, and we'll see whether or not it matches the Russians, and whether the Russians can bring their A game like they have every other year.
Well, the UK, it's they're one of the big contenders now. Amazing result at Dynamo Cup last year. A series of tournaments. They've taken home medals. Pro fights. I got 2 pro fighters there. The training regime must be really, really good. And I think that people in the perfect country to be developed as a sportsman or a sportswoman.
Definitely. I mean, it is an environment that is pretty consistent, even if it is consistent rain. So.
I don't know what you mean there, man.
Gavin, you've had the pleasure of living a lot of your life in England.
Well, I should probably tell everyone back there that it is a mild day in Barcelona.
According to who?
My colleague here, Tarek, is wearing 7 layers.
No, 8.
8 layers
yeah.
now. Is that including a scarf?
No, the scarf's 9, and the beanie would be like an extra 1, so 10.
Right, okay,
yeah.
Good. I'm wearing shorts, a T-shirt, and a very thin hoodie.
And it's not like I came from brilliant weather either. It's still cold back in Melbourne at the moment, but this weather is not my prime. Give me a 35-degree day anyway. So as I was mentioning, obviously England being a very wet country, if you
we do have buildings, but go indoors.
That's the only reason that you can survive in that country is having.
I'm not sure I like the way that you emphasise the word
country. I did not say anything. I don't know what you're on about.
Right.
The most important thing really is that every nation has their advantages and disadvantages. Whenever it's a hot day, like it was in Czech Republic last year, you could just hear the Australians cackling with laughter as everyone complained about how hot it was.
Ah, true. Yeah.
As I was mentioning before as well, certain countries with their altitude will lead to better training with reduced oxygen. Looks like
Right.
they're ready to start. As you can see in the bottom left-hand corner, you've got Russia heading in aggressively
Well, they're
towards
going
the English team.
very, very wide out there. That's going to prove interesting. I think that
They're going to get back to a corner,
a very slow start there from England. However, the halberdier is going to have to go in very quickly. Is right back against the list there. Very aggressive fighting from the Russian. And
The one on the right side of your screen,
that's
though,
already one English fighter down.
I don't think this is going to end well.
And
hopefully the fighter on the center of your screen now will be able to move themselves.
that's
around
it, and that is 3-1 victory for Russia.
Just a reminder to everybody involved, if it is 3 against 1, the fight is immediately called regardless of the other fighter being still up and ready to fight.
And you've also got Ukraine against Argentina in the background there, which you can just about see. We've got a better view of it here. That appears to still be 3 versus 3. And the Russians with a substitution there. That seems to be a very close match, actually, between Ukraine and Argentina. A lot of aggression. You can just see it up there. And we go into round 2 of Russia versus UK. Let's see if UK can get a faster start. However, they've held back there, and the Russians are going to go storming into them. And straight back to the list with one of the UK fighters who is now forced outside of it. That is all Russia at the moment. However, there's some danger for one of them on the sides. The UK just about holding back there. Holding on to this, still barely inside. I'm not sure if the marshals will actually pull that. You can see John Barry there. And there's one pushed out right there.
There's still 2 of them left.
Still 2 left, just about hanging on there. But it
Seems
is
like
all
he's
Russian.
holding
They're going to find it very difficult at this point to get back into it.
Oh, and that's 3
And that's
left
it.
standing for the Russians.
Good solid victory there for Russia.
Indeed, it seemed to be that one of the pole axes was caught on some of the armor. You have to be so aware of your weapon to make sure it's not trapped in someone's grip.
Absolutely.
Unfortunately, that will happen sometimes, and you need to be able to free it and continue on, and not rely on marshals to call it being held, as it may not actually be being held.
Sure.
Just having a look at the top list there, list 3 and 4, or what we might call the far list.
Yep.
Now on Ukraine, poising ready to take on what might be...
That's Argentina. Well, they've already gone through 1 round. So not who the victor was. We didn't see that.
We can see now the English team communicating with their friends and gathering themselves to relax before their next competition.
However, now, are we going to get impartial here with the Australian team?
Well, see,
against Finland!
That's the thing. I had a competition in Finland, and I have very close friends in Finland, so I can't be biased here.
You can see the Ukrainians surrounding, surrounding the Argentinians there. Getting stuck right into the match, though, but they are taking it to the list.
The Argentinians
great
being
movement
caught
there
from
from
behind,
Ukraine.
but standing still.
Very solid, these Argentinians. Not falling for these tripping techniques. The wrestling fans, and 2 have gone down.
It's
Very
a
unlucky
final
there
fight.
for the Argentinian. It is going down to 1 versus 1 in the list. But the Argentinian, very unlucky there.
And it seemed like the second Ukrainian that went down, unfortunately, just tripped.
Yeah.
Floored the first one, but unfortunately was left there. Now this is when it really comes a matter of... Oh,
And it's down, and there's victory for Ukraine.
As I said, it's a
Very
matter of
important.
endurance sometimes, and unfortunately it can be a yank to the neck or a...
And here we go now. You can see the athleticism of the Australian team. They've
seems-
surrounded the Finnish fighters. However,
we have the Israeli fighter.
the Israeli fighter, Ira Rogossi,
Is
absolutely
mercenary for the Australian team. Taking her time, but coming in strong.
fantastic fighter there.
Sky there
Great
biding
speed.
her time. Jessica, actually a new fighter for the Australian team, getting in there nice and strong. She's from Victoria in Australia.
Right.
She seems to be stuck in the middle there, getting some support from our Israeli friend.
Well, I think they don't have the size advantage against this big Finnish
No,
team,
they
however.
don't. But the Finnish lady, I think it would be Rusa from the Finnish
Rusa, yeah.
will be...
Oh,
goes
that's a
down.
big takedown there.
But with obviously Sky, which leaves us still 2 on 2 competition.
That's all even at the moment.
And we see a strap that's gotten loose on the Israelis' shield, which means that the
No, that's true.
her punches will not be seemingly as strong. A nice kick to
Great
the
aggression
legs.
there.
Jess
Got lots of
holding
energy.
on
I think
tight.
she's going to try and wear down that big Finnish fighter.
Well, Jess is holding on tight, but it seems like her arms are a bit locked up. So as long as Jess can hold on there, the Australian fighter against the wall, and take one of them down with her, then she'll do fantastically. She's trying to trip, but unfortunately she's tripping against the wall. And she's doing a bit of a backwards kick to see what's going on. Nice strong punch there, but unfortunately glanced off her shield. As long as Jess continues this fight, it shall go well. They have broken now. No time to be turning your back on the larger
She's
fighter
in a bad
there.
position here with her back to the Finn.
As long as she keeps her strength up against that wall, or maybe rotating till she can get a hook. She didn't get a chance to hook. Oh, she's hooked onto there now. Few weak kicks, but it's those Sabatons are going to be doing well for her. Fighting in her titanium armor, she spent a lot of money.
See the determination of that Finnish fighter trying to get the Australian fighter down, or the Israeli fighter down on the right there, but holding on very, very well. She does, of course. But it's only a problem if she gets behind it and tries to pull it off. If she's wrapped around
Nice
it.
shield punch from Jess across to the Finnish face. Not letting her, that Finnish fighter, do anything against her Israeli mercenary friend in the Australian team.
Well, this is going right to the wire.
She's definitely tiring out. This would be Jess's time to really throw her. She doesn't have any hook on the fence, and she's tired. But she's hooking her the wrong way. If she needs to get above that, the energy from Jess. She's a first-time fighter at Battle of the Nations and doing a fantastic job. Now is the time to be battling her down.
Now she can pull her opponent down, pull her away from this. If she can manage to push her out, that would be even better. But the big Finn is holding on.
Push her underneath the railing would be fantastic. Done.
And that's it, and it's done. There's 2 against 1 here. Now Finland in big trouble. The Australian team gang up side by side. They're away from the list now. They can go for a takedown. Even one fighter can go for a takedown, taking them both down. There's still one Australian standing, and they're down!
That is a fantastic display from the Australian team, even with the Israeli mercenary Jessica proving her worth in her first Battle of the Nation competition.
Well, the Australians there, very, very impressive, but those Finns were not going anywhere in a hurry.
No, they definitely took it, and this is when you know that there's a nice fair fight going on. It takes every member to really push themselves to the nth degree.
Right, in the meantime, I can see on the screen above, we've actually got some medics in the list, and again, it is an Argentinian fighter. One was injured last year. Let's hope it's nothing serious, but will be stretchered off. So we will give you updates about that as and when we have more
we wish her all the best in the speedy recovery. Obviously, Australia getting ready for their second round in. It looks like Sky has decided to take a bit of a back.
She had the longest rest there. You can see just some action of the Russians viciously attacking the UK team there. Some blows from that mace, a little ineffectual. It's actually quite strange to see the Russians using maces because they even though they do like the weapons, they don't use them in training so much.
No, but it seems like she can't get that distance right, and she got hooked up on the...
That's right. Can't quite get it there.
Team Finland resting there. Assuming this one in the black armor was the one that essentially dropped out. Could have held on to the wall, but unfortunately I think she got a bit exhausted. Yes. Don't forget, Gavin, I have been there. Holding onto the wall and letting someone bash you sometimes is the only thing that holds your team up. Rusa moving out onto the center, but forward. They're taking their time, letting the finish come to them. The Israeli crossing through the center of the field.
She's going to need to use her speed in this one.
Oh, but now decides to think twice about that. The 2 girls fighting in the corner. It looks like...
I think Ira, the Israeli there, is really choosing her moment very, very carefully, but she's going to need to use her power to get behind.
She's keeping her eyes up. She's not...
Oh, that's a great down from the Israeli. Now with the numerical advantage.
How will they deal with this? The Finnish trying to get together in the corner.
I think once again they're going to try and grind them down. And that's called. And I believe it's in fact here one of the Finns who has been down, and that's victory for Australia.
Seems like it might have been an armor failure. Something about the arms, maybe?
Okay.
This seems to be a horrible situation when an armor failure is what? Yes, it looks like it might be the elbow that has come loose.
Right, okay.
Or the entirety of the upper shoulder piece. It is such a disappointing situation when your shoulder comes loose.
Here we can just see a replay. Maybe we can get a closer view of what happened. You can see that great move from the Israeli there. Stunning takedown.
This fighter seems to still have her armor up at this point in time but we can see the elbow has already broken there. There was no strap and it's flying free.
Right.
If we look closer, yep, you can see it. It's just started hanging out of the gauntlet.
Okay, yeah.
Very smart of the marshals to all start coming there, because the number one thing you want to do when the arm goes over the list is people are going to start hacking at that arm, and
That's
so
right.
if she had decided to then hold on to the list as a matter of defense, and the next blow, of course, would have come to that arm, and then if without any protection, could have led to a break. We now have Russia, and I believe against Poland.
No, that's Switzerland, and you can see in the top list we've got USA against Canada. North American derby there, if you like. So let's see what we can get from the Swiss team. Their first time here in the 3 versus 3.
Definitely.
And a slow start, a cautious start there from the Russians. I wasn't really expecting that. I expected the same aggression they showed in the second round against the UK.
The problem by bunching up there is you give them that chance to wrap around. This is becoming a bit of a wall fight now.
It's a missed opportunity there from Switzerland with the free runner.
But one of their free runner needs to start to do something. Oop, one Swiss already
down. Swiss fighter down. And you can see in the top list you've got some very aggressive movement there from USA and Canada. This is really one to watch. This is what we're going to see right now.
This poor Swiss that we're focusing on now just went down.
And that is over, so that is a victory for Russia there.
The unfortunate Swiss there was getting one hell of a beating. At least three of the fighters hit them once throughout that entire bout.
Okay, we want to see what's going in the top list there, but it seems to have come to an end.
No, there seems to still be a bit of conflict in the...
Oh, yes, you're right. You're absolutely right. There's still 2 fighters going.
You should be
one
able to
Canadian against one American.
The Swiss, who was taking a bit of a beating, is requiring a bit of attention. Medics don't seem to be called yet.
Yeah, it may not be that serious. It could just be a cramp at this point. They're probably just removing the armor to understand what exactly the problem is.
Yes, I can imagine when these things happen, you do require a moment to know whether or not you are actually in the frame of mind to keep fighting. The medics are now at the edge of the field. Hopefully nothing serious has happened.
Just looking in the upper list at the moment, I think that might be a victory to the United States, but that will go to the next round.
And hopefully we'll be able to get a shot of that eventually.
And it seems the medic has gone for something else. It could be another stretcher taking the fighter off. That's a deep concern because in the space of 5 minutes, 2 fighters have been stretchered off.
You know, it seems to be, as long as these fights, like the 21 versus 21, seem to always collect the most, but surprisingly, it's either 21 versus 21 or the 3 versus 3 females, and I think it might be because these females do put it all out on the field and do commit themselves to their fight, and so it might mean that they get a bit more exhausted or a bit more injured.
It could well be. It could well be. But again, there's no word on these things. As I said earlier, for certain injuries, we will keep people updated as and when we receive news about their condition if anybody is taken off to hospital. In this case, it doesn't appear to be too serious.
Feel free to jump onto each HMB Nations Facebook page. This will give you the best information. The Swiss fighter seems to be clenching her leg, but she's standing. So clearly, obviously able to move, but needing the support of the medics. Her leg is unfortunately a little worse for wear. I do believe that probably would have been through the hacking by the Russians. This will mean that there's only 2 on the field currently, and maybe they'll be able to get it.
Okay, just moving up to the top list now. We've got 2 Canadians who are boxing in the Americans here. Some great moves there, and great aggression from the Canadians. However, they're staying away from the side of the list, not going too far away. You have got the American with the axe there against the Shield and Falchion.
I believe who is a mercenary. It seems like it might be an Italian mercenary for Canada.
Okay.
Taking that opportunity to hack the back of the American, but seems to be only hitting the sensitive spots. Hand going up.
Not much aggression with the axe wielder here.
Must be careful, obviously, not to put your hand up with an open palm towards the enemy, as that is actually a sign of submission.
Yeah.
So if you do that...
A great rush there from the Russians, if you'll excuse the expression. Nice Rushing start there, very aggressive from the Russians. They seem firmly in control of this fight against Switzerland.
They were, but they've had the time to recover. Switzerland are now obviously trying to recover this fight themselves, getting in some tough grappling matches there.
Plus, psychologically speaking, seeing what... Oh, very, very close there, my goodness. My goodness.
So unfortunately, it is now a 3-2 fight, and this is what happens again, those armor malfunctions. They change the fight swiftly.
That's right. I think that lone Swiss fighter there will get rushes now in the corner.
If that Swiss fighter can take down that lone Russian fighter, it doesn't look like it's going in her favor.
And that's it. It is called.
3 versus 1 in the end there, but fantastic effort for all of them, doing their absolute best.
Well, that's still an impressive display from Switzerland. They've just got their team together, and it's great to see. This is the expansion that we're talking about in the women's leagues. Very, very impressive. Of course, the Russians will be looking to get gold this time rather than the silver, and well, I think they're still favourites to get it. However, we haven't seen Ukraine or Canada or USA against them yet. Speaking of Canada and USA, there is some conferring among the because there's just a replay now. This may be what brought the marshals in.
This is the hand up that I see. See the open hand towards the Canadian.
That's right. Yeah.
That is worrying because she then decides to keep fighting. So either she was trying to grab something and it didn't really go well, but her hand was up there for a bit too long, or she is was putting her hand up, and that is going to confuse some things. Not that the Canadian waited very long, but that is also a concern if her hand was up for some sort of medical emergency and the Canadian.
Well, she would have gone down in one knee. I think automatically anyone would have done that to forfeit from the fight.
It can be, but it's also a risky thing to go down depending on where the injury is. If maybe your knee is injured, you may not want to go down. This is why the symbol is an open palm facing the enemy.
Yeah.
This is why I believe that a few Battle of the Nations ago they removed the ability to have closed gauntlets. Gauntlets that were actually sealed to themselves so that you could actually submit.
Fist. We've got some fast movement there from USA versus Canada. You're going to have a very aggressive start from both teams there, hacking away with that axe.
Large pole axe, definitely.
There's some good running there, and they've both gone down. So now there's 2 versus 2. The Canadians trying to take the fight to them, trying to get behind the USA fighter.
The poleaxe man keeps getting lifted out, but of course this will be the decider is whether or not she can do some difference there. Hacking away at the poleaxe. We have poleaxe versus poleaxe here, and it's like a 1v1 competition that we don't have.
That's well, we don't have.
Well, we have long
poleaxe right here.
But we don't have poleaxe versus
We've
poleaxe.
got pole arms.
Indeed. Now here, obviously, this engagement is ending up with this poleaxe versus poleaxe, and we'll be able to see what happens here.
They're trying to grab onto the weapons, though. They've got to be very, very careful.
He's trying to loop underneath, but yes, you can't be linking your thumb around that weapon.
I believe that is, in fact, Amy Graham that is on the US team there.
The US team was actually grabbing onto something that was obviously not allowed. The marshal stepped in.
Yeah,
they're very careful about certain things.
Well, in order to get them down, I mean, you'd...
maybe resetting to have a bit of a fight. I like the tail hanging off the back of the Canadian.
Oh, she's got to watch out. She's moving back towards the grounded fighters, so she might risk tripping over them.
She might, but she seems to have been caught against that wall. We obviously see Spain versus Finland in the bottom list here.
Well, this has started to be a very athletic fight. Great movement within the list there, and I think the USA might have taken the bout against Canada there.
Canada wins.
No, it was Canada.
Canada to get the win.
We'll hopefully be able to get some of that footage, feed that back to you in your slow-mo replay.
Let's hope so.
We've got now 3 versus 3, still standing, but getting caught in the corner there. Ruruza from the Finnish obviously wanting to create a bit of space there between the fighters.
Yeah, well, that's some good defensive and good movement there from the Spanish team, has to be said. They're trying to get behind the fighters very well. However, again, the Finnish with this big height advantage, they're going to take full swing at that.
They're all taking a hell of a beating, but it doesn't seem like any of them are moving them down. The next move is going to be to have to put someone down.
They can't waste all their energy with these short axe chops, which are just not going to get the desired effect. They've got to get physical with it, and now the risk is that all four of them will go down.
There's a bit of a break there. Something was obviously caught. These 2 being caught in the corner here at the south side.
Oh, that's a great throw there.
1 Spaniard down.
Big takedown there from Finland, who now go with the advantage. But the Spanish are now charging into the Finns.
Ruruza
that's a great takedown. The Fallen are followed up by the Finnish there, and it's 2 against 1, and they've got to move away from the list there if they're going to get the Spaniard down.
This is obviously an incredible scene. It could have easily turned into a 3 versus 1, but
That's
with,
right.
With Ruza going down, oh no, sorry, not Ruza, with the other Finnish fighter going down.
They're working on that, especially with the trips. They're trying to sweep away the legs.
She's got to do something, otherwise this fight's just going to become a grueling, embarrassing beatdown. I've had that experience myself with the
and there it is, and that's a victory to Finland.
Fantastic work. As I was saying, I've experienced that myself up against a wall, holding on for dear life, hoping that there was another member of your team standing up, only to find that you were getting beaten for no purpose but being beaten.
Well, that's it. Well, there's no cakewalk there. The Spanish certainly took the fight to them.
I have full respect to all of them. They have done a fantastic job in making sure that the nobody's taking any medals away easily. I would say that the Spanish doing their best, obviously in their first engagement, went very well against some experienced fighters. I myself have had the honor of seeing Ruza fight in the Hakkapeliitta tournament in Tampere in Finland.
She's a very skilled and very experienced fighter, but you can see that the Spanish girls are being taught by the more experienced Spanish guys, and it's very impressive, and I think they really took the fight, and they've got a great chance in the second round.
And we still see, obviously, up in the top list, they're unfortunately not getting yet Canada and USA fighting still. So obviously there's been some issue with the rulings there, and they're going to continue until they get a proper...
Quite a fight, though, it has to be said. But we now go into the next round of Spain versus Finland. Again, the Spanish going for a run there on the other side.
Choosing not to change up their pattern too much, repositioning their axe, their short axe wielder quite dramatically. Seeing if maybe she can...
However, there's a danger. Oh, no, it's just another wasted run. Very unfortunate there. The idea was good apart from the execution.
Indeed, I think Ruza saw her coming and repositioned.
And going for another one, charges in, but can't get something to it if they go down further.
Getting hooked on that two-handed pole axe there, unfortunately, but she will be able to reposition herself. Fortunately, an ineffective push there against Ruza. We now have 3 versus 2 as one of the Spaniards has gone down. Very unfortunate and not happy with the performance for herself. And we find, I believe, Ruza in the corner battling it out with another one. This, the spare Finnish fighter coming over to try and help her. But ineffective axes, she needs to really send those shots strong to the legs to try to weaken her.
That's a great move there, they're both down. This means it is 2 against 1 now. They're right in the corner of the list. They'll need to get out, and the Finnish fighters down, and it's 1 versus 1.
And it does believe that the Spaniard may actually have the size advantage in this bout. So the Finnish girl needs to really
back
adjust
off
herself.
to get some more energy, but the crowd love it. Very, very supportive of the Spanish girl here.
Of course,
Once again, axe against axe, and it looks like the aggression is coming from the Spanish fighter.
The longer axe may become a disadvantage in this. Maybe the Finnish needs to back off and keep that distance while she keeps hacking away.
No, if she's not careful, she's going to be the one who needs to go on the list. Like you said, she doesn't have the height advantage. She looks very, very worn out at this point.
She does have the distance advantage.
I think this will go to a... Of course, you can't do the wraparound directly with the helmet. However, they can still keep on fighting. Again, both looking very, very worn out there. I think this will go to... Oh, no, that's the Spanish victory!
This is what happens when the Spaniards lying dead on the ground and you have to use their body as the decider. Now, this will end up with now another fight, another round.
That's right, yep, this is the third and deciding round. That was very impressive work there from Spain, and they've really brought something quite impressive to the list.
This really is obviously an even fight. Everybody doing their absolute best. It was a surprising end to Ruza there as she went down. I don't know what caused that, but this is it. It can change within seconds between what we consider to be a easily over fight.
Well, we can see now it's going over to the USA versus Canada. Things are really hotting up there. And you can see Amy Graham pounding away on the Canadian helmet.
I do believe that was actually an unfortunate shot to the American helmet.
Maybe there's a mutiny in the ranks.
You never know. Oh, fantastic use of that axe pressing against the chest and almost a throat.
Well, I think this is going right to the wire. This is going to be another epic marathon. Both so close, so evenly matched. Oh, they're both gone down.
Fantastic, obviously, use and getting her down, but then with the knees giving out, it's now a one-on-one fight.
You can see the toll it's taken on her, but she doesn't want to get too close to those other fighters there. She's going to have to back away just a little bit.
Well, you can't clear the ground too much, obviously, because then that's advantage.
We now get into Spain versus Finland, the third and final round. A very aggressive start there from Finland, driving Spain back into the list.
Indeed, but Spain being smart not to try and hold the ground when they have no need to. The running axe person has decided to try and clip someone, but unfortunately
illegal hold there.
Yes, when it hooked that helmet straight with the axe. But now she's kind of stuck there, fighting off the beast that is Ruza. If she was able to clear herself and move out, she might be at more advantage. Now we have a clinch of all four fighters.
So you can see now a big advantage, the Spanish fighter hanging on to this,
Oh,
but it's
she
now
was
broken
smart.
free.
Definitely smart with that move. There was no point
Very
staying
impressive. Okay, that's one Spanish fighter down, so it is 3 against 2 there. However, the Finns are in a dangerous position there because there's one grounded fighter, and the risk is that they would fall over them.
If only that Spanish fighter can hold on while their friend moves around a bit more tactically. She needs to be thinking about that down fighter. And unfortunately, now she's got herself boxed in again. That's not going to end well for her. If she's able to free herself like last time, it'd be good, but she needs to be careful of that down fighter.
That's right, there's no way for the third Finnish fighter to get in there.
Well, no, just seemed to pop herself in there now, and but it's not that much room to really be working on. She's freed herself again. Fantastic work by that Spaniard.
Very impressive. And you can see now it starts to hack away those 2 Finnish fighters,
As
taking
long as
them on
that
herself.
Spaniard holds on and pushes her back, pushes Ruza back towards
it's very
her
impressive.
friendly compatriot. Oh, she can hold on for long enough.
That's
But
a
now
great
she's got
charge
the finish
there by
against
the
her
Finn.
back.
And you've got this Spanish runner here who's been very fast and very nimble in getting away from the list.
Trying her best, but she knows the fight is not there. She needs to get in closer to her compatriot. But now she's getting backed into the corner, just like the other one. That Spaniard who's been holding on there is doing a fantastic job.
Very impressive.
Taking a beating, but knowing that as long as she holds up, the game is still in play. She seems to be finding her wall and defending her back. But if only that the running Spaniard is able to actually do something about this. Finding a way in there to actually stop this. The Finnish don't seem to be doing anything. They're just protecting Ruza while she tries to down her.
There have been a number of illegal holds in this particular fight, in this round.
It gets complicated with those axes.
It does, but still, look, there's some
the
movement
Spaniard
there, and the
has
Spaniard's gone down, and that's it.
Fair effort to both those Spaniards.
Although, no, I
doing
think
their
they're
best.
actually called to fight. I think the Finn is down as well. I'm not exactly sure why there's been stopped there. They've been told to continue.
If torso contact meets a torso
That's
that
right,
is
then
on
that
the
means
ground,
they're out.
that means they're out.
So, so it's 2 against 1 here.
This fighter's had probably the least amount of bashing, but at the same time being the one running around. That's
Very,
why her endurance
very
is good enough.
nimble.
Ruza being the larger fighter here, obviously still has
look at
her
this.
has her advantages
She's going to
there.
have to use her speed here, walk around them. However, with these 2 charging at you, it's not going to be easy.
She needs to do what a lot of the Israelis are well trained in, is placing themselves between them and a downed enemy. She can't stay there. Ruza trying to trip up her legs. The Spaniard doing a fantastic job in holding herself up. Needs to free that helmet because that will capture her. If she doesn't hold on to that wall, it may be over pretty quickly.
She's swiping the back there, but it's still the Ruza can't quite get round to the side to effectively attack her.
I don't know who's controlling the movement here. It looks like the finish is the one doing the moving, but ineffectively so, if so.
They're trying to sweep away the legs there, but it's not going to happen from that angle, and that's the right thing.
The Spanish is moving very intelligently,
yeah,
making
that's
sure
smart,
that
very
her
smart.
front is always
You knew
towards
exactly
the
what was going to happen there. Very impressive.
The
Good fighting skills.
Sabatons and the leg arm are holding up strong there. We're going to focus on that. Some shots coming to the legs, but not enough. Not enough. The Spaniard's obviously trying to reposition herself. Ruza doing an amazing job to hold her there, but I don't think it's enough to actually bring her down.
No, that's
She's
it.
just leaning on her, wearing her
That's,
out.
oh, that's an awesome takedown!
And a final throw to finish it off.
Very, very impressive there.
Sometimes all it needs to be is a bit of a wait for the action.
That's
Up in the top list, we can see the French against
The Czech Republic.
Czech Republic. Oh, was it French? I might be mistaken.
No, that's definitely France.
French against the Czech Republic. Intense fighting happening in the corner there. Backed up, and hopefully we'll be able to get a bit of a close-up there. The Spanish and the Finnish hugging, as it was a fantastic equal matchup.
That was epic.
That's the sort of fighting we like to see. It doesn't have to be the best of the entire tournament. It just has to be in a good, equal matchup.
That was very impressive, though. That was a great fight, and the Spanish should be very, very happy with that.
Very good finish for Ruza. I think taking her time, biding her
Yep.
time, waiting for the moment when the Spanish fighter was not aware,
Yep.
not ready for it, and then making a final movement as the beast she is.
Very smart.
Eventually, we'll get a shot up towards the French fighters, who are doing a fantastic job holding their own against the Czech fighters, even though they may be backed into the corner.
Well, it seems pretty even as it goes now.
Marshals being very close, making sure they're watching every moment of the action.
Hard to
Here
see.
we have a replay. That fantastic work by the runner of the Spaniards, trying to get behind them, laying a few blows, as you just saw, into the back of the beast Rusa from Finland, but unfortunately not enough to make any change. The mace wielder there, as you can see, was doing their best to try to keep the axe wielder away from her friend, but at the same time doing a fantastic job. That runner got out multiple times.
That's right. Now we're just looking at the lower list, and it is UK versus Switzerland, both off the back of a defeat there.
But
So-
Switzerland doing obviously a fantastic job, learning from their last match and throwing down.
Oh, that's
an
a UK fighter down already!
Obviously, we'll cut to that shortly after we finish with these replays. The fight that's going on in the lower list to the bottom of your screen.
Just probably zoom in on that as quickly as possible. The Swiss with the advantage here. Some great fighting, very aggressive from them.
And this
And
goes
a
to
nice
show.
charge there, and that's very impressive. She's
But
almost
not
down.
enough to take her down, unfortunately.
No.
You've got these two Swiss fighters battling this English fighter. This is a UK
Very
fighter
strong
down.
UK fighter there.
The Swiss has decided not to continue fighting that one and move on to try to help out the other. This is clearly the runner. But as you can see, they're trying to take out those legs there. I don't see any sabatons on that Swiss fighter, so pretty sore feet there.
Oh, it's a UK fighter out.
Helmet gone for the UK fighter, and
Yeah.
that unfortunately leaves it 3-1, meaning a default win for
That's
the.
right.
I wouldn't call it default.
That's not a default win, no.
No, they definitely have earned it, but of course a one based on rules.
Yeah. Well, that's a very good win there for the Swiss in the top list. It's hard to see because the result of the USA versus Canada, it was a victory for the USA. Well, looks like another tight match there, which went to the third and final round. And the Marshal's having a word with one of the Swiss fighters there, and I think it's about strokes and the weapon strokes.
There may have been something complicated with the helmet, because what sometimes happens is pieces of armor can get caught on the helmet.
That's right.
And that leads to a very complicated fight there.
That's right. In the top list, we're getting it underway. Another round of France versus the Czech Republic just before the beginning of the next round.
France keeping it tight, except for throwing one person around the side. Czech Republic getting a little boxed in there, but pushing their way through.
They're very athletic, the Czechs.
Oh, nearly cleared one out there with a running push. Obviously, the UK team double-checking their armor, making sure it's all working for them. In that far list, we can see we've now got fights happening in the opposite corners.
There we go. You can see it's two French against one Czech fighter there.
Taking a
pounding
beating.
down. And I know that even if only one fighter takes that one down and goes out herself, it's still going to be the advantage.
And this is why she has to hold herself up as strong as she can.
That's backed away, and I wouldn't have given up so quickly there. I think that might have been a mistake. I think they should have kept on with this one, Czech, because she's very strong.
Indeed, indeed. But if the other one can be taken down easier and faster, it might mean an end of the round without having to deal with the biggest fighter. There's a lot of tactics in deciding these things.
And it's been evened out. It is 2 against 2. It is an even score, but there's a charge on from the French fighter. Unfortunately, it will come to nothing as they are locked in the corner as the battle from between Switzerland and the United Kingdom gets underway. Thought moved to one side. I'm not sure the strategy of bunching up so much is going to be so effective for this UK team.
No, but the last time they split, unfortunately, one of the members went down. It seems to be another engagement with the same people. The pole hander.
That's right. Oh, there's some bad footwork there from the Swiss. Very lucky to stay on her feet there.
It could
Look
be
at the Swiss
anybody's.
charging down these UK fighters.
Obviously, this engagement we see right now is a bit of a tussle. The UK fighter nearly going down, caught on the other UK's weapon. The other UK member is not able to actually get that weapon back up without engaging her arm, which was hooked on the list.
Oh, that's it. That's it.
They seem to be holding on to that list a bit too much. As we saw from the Spanish runner, it's not always advisable to actually stay there. Nice
That's
solid
right.
shots to the head with the mace.
There's a good switch there.
The heads are, in the end, though, the most armoured. And so hitting at that arm like the Swiss have then decided to do is a far smarter idea.
Yep.
See
like
the
the UK
shots.
fighter is now.
Yeah, coming
Big
down to
shots
that
there.
arm, trying to weaken it up. Looks like the Swiss armour is not as well rounded and is leaving the front of her arm available, which is going to bruise badly.
That's right.
But they're all sort of biding their time, becoming a bit of a grappling match
Oh,
here.
this is pretty close here, I've got to say. I mean, not only in terms of proximity, but also in terms of skill. I mean, they seem very, very well matched.
Definitely. The guard has gone up by that Swiss on the left side of your screen to make sure those shots don't come down on her arm that's holding onto the wall. They really do need to get that space. I don't think the Swiss runner, whoever the Swiss runner is doing their job anymore. Maybe she's a bit caught up. Nice tussle there.
Pull there.
And
they're both gone down. So that's a double the UK fighter. That has to be very careful she doesn't back over her own teammate.
This is the thing, with those helmets, you can't quite tell. The Swiss fighter knows.
That's right.
She's pushing her towards it,
Got to
but
be very, very careful
not
there.
sure about
Dangerous position, and thought twice about locking the falchion around her. Well, I think this one is going to go to the wire as well.
I think people need to be focusing on those arms. The English holding on nice and hard. Now they decided to let go, but now the English fighter has now decided to try and hook with your right arm. Can't quite make it, but she's going to try to flip that Swiss fighter by
Well, she
sticking
needs to
in
get
that
that
hip.
left leg out of the way, that's for certain.
Definitely. Well, it depends. She could be trying to do a hip toss, but it is probably a bit too much. With no movement, the marshal calls it and they
breaks it
break.
up, yep. That's lock in the action. So they will restart in the middle. They've been the grounded fighters have been told not to move.
This is not the end of the round. It's just if there is no action and no one's making any ground, it just becomes
It's a
stalemate.
10-second point. 10-second point. Okay, so we restart in the middle of the list. And let's see what energy these fighters have left. On some very impressive...
Oh,
Oh, no,
Swiss
that's a
fighter already
Swiss
down.
fighter down! The UK now with the advantage. And we can't see what's happening in the rest of the list there, but it appears that, yes, that's a victory to UK.
Yes, unfortunately, the Swiss fighter seems like it may have made the UK opponent go down, but followed it with it.
Yep, well, it was a smart thing to do. They had the advantage, therefore called it.
In the top field, we have the Canadians starting up against the Argentinians. We'll be able to cover that in a second, but obviously trying to recover with the Swiss and the English.
One of the Argentinians goes down.
One of the Argentinians is down.
Yeah, one down.
Well, it seems like we might have an injury from the one of the
UK.
English, UK girls.
Well, that's right. I've seen a number of injuries in these women's categories. It's quite alarming. That's the third one of the 3 versus 3 already.
Yeah, unfortunately, Argentinian
So,
already down.
oh, that's a Canadian who's gone down,
Oh.
and that's it. The Argentinian unfortunately has gone down as well.
This is what happens if you don't have that sure footing. You can floor someone and then yourself go down within just a second. Now remember, it is 3 points of contact, so it can actually just be a hand to stabilize yourself, even though your feet are still firmly planted. Now we seem to have a 1 versus 2 environment with Canada versus Argentina. But she seems to be holding nice and strong. We'll be able to come to that. Hopefully the UK fighter is not injured beyond recovery. She may have a few more fights left to compete into. This Argentinian doing a fantastic job battling against these Canadians. And
well, that's it. It's gone down to 1 versus 1. Very, very impressive there. And I believe that is, in fact, a Brazilian mercenary.
But her gauntlet has
come off. Very unfortunate.
Such a shame because that fight was done so well.
Oh, that was very impressive.
And to recover that well, unfortunately, it's a shame to end up with losing a piece of armor. That sometimes, though, can be the decider as to whether someone goes down. I've had armor hooked on an enemy, and as I've decided to throw them down, the thing that obviously allowed that to happen was that my armor actually broke, meaning that even though I downed someone, I was now out for the count. As mentioning before, obviously, the idea is if you choose to enter the field with a certain amount of armor, that is okay. There are some bare minimums that you must have covered, obviously. But people fighting in Mongolian or Russo armor may actually have maybe an elbow that is not covered, and that's understandable as part of the historically accurate, but at the same time it's their choice. But once you're on the field, if a piece of your armor does disappear in combat, it is the marshal's job to make sure that you sit out.
So it looks like we're getting underway the third round of UK versus Switzerland.
It seems like the UK, though, are choosing to do 2 versus 3. They don't seem to be having a third fighter in the ring. This is really a point for the Swiss to be deciding whether or not they choose to honor this by dropping a fighter, or whether they take the advantage. And it's a contentious issue, obviously, because if you have beaten a fighter so much that they are injured or it's due to a failure in their armor, then that is obviously the team's fault, the lack of preparedness or their fitness.
Sure.
But if it's a matter of an accident, sometimes it can be very honorable to drop a fighter to make sure you have a fair fight.
As some people do, that's right.
They're having a bit of a conversation, though, as you can see at the bottom left hand of your screen with one of the Swiss fighters. It might be that there was an attack that was actually not legal. They might be needing to review some footage, but at the same time, figure out what exactly happened there.
Of course, they can make the appeal. That's always available to them. So it looks like, yes, so you can see the UK fighter looks pretty badly injured there.
One of each.
That's going to be a big problem. That's a huge setback.
Now the Swiss team still fully on the field, but some of the fighters seeming a little annoyed by what's happening. So maybe there's something going to be discussed further about that.
It's difficult with the fact that the marshals don't have the microphone as they did last year to explain what happened with certain actions and why certain calls were made. But that's of course the captain, you can see, of the Swiss team, Frank, speaking to the night marshal, because I think the appeal went from the player, the fighter, to the captain, and the captain makes the appeal to the night marshal. So I'm not sure if he's accepted it or not. Relaying the decision to the Swiss fighters.
This is where, unlike some other sports, the utmost respect is shown between all competitors or coaches or marshals. The fight now begins, 2 against 3. The Swiss have decided to keep all 3 fighters. The English obviously willing to fight, staying close together, using their shield at the front and their two-handed poleaxe at the rear.
Well, I've seen these one before, so let's just see how the UK react if they can get an early takedown.
Well, they did a fantastic shot to the oncoming Swiss to the head, but if that UK keeps going to the wall and holding on, it may not actually be an advantage even in this fight.
No, that's right.
The movement is key here, and if that UK fighter
and a
getting
nice
bundled
charge
up,
there.
then
And that's it. That's a great takedown there. 3 versus 1 victory to Switzerland there.
Unfortunate for that UK fighter that got locked up and then turned her back to the enemy.
Very unfortunate.
Then getting pushed over, with the Swiss fighter being very sensible though. That as the incoming Swiss fighter landed the blow, she, the Swiss teammate, twisted her body to throw her down to the ground. And the top list, we seem to have Canada versus Argentina in the final rounds. And a few marshals are communicating about that.
Well, I think they had to replay around there, as I just saw at the corner of my eye that there was a double takedown at the end of 1 round, so they had to replay the entire round. But we go now to something that we're all looking forward to, Spain versus Australia.
It's going to be incredibly impressive here. Obviously, both well versed in warmer weather, even though this is a pretty, let's say, average day for both of their countries. Most importantly, I would think here, seeing the new Spaniards taking on some very well established fighters, such as Yesgai is fielding, as well as the Israeli mercenary. But then against the fighter Jessica, who's proving herself, proving her worth in these fights very well.
Yeah, that's right. I think it'll be very impressive. Also, you've got the Spanish who have got the support of the crowd behind them.
Something definitely can be done for your psyche when that happens.
Absolutely. Well, I think this is gonna be a great bout. The Spanish will have been encouraged by the fight that they had against Finland, really pulling it back after what happened in their first fight.
The only thing being, obviously, if they are a bit battered, because it was very long fights, and that will wear you out sometimes more than a big, strong hit. Sometimes holding on to a list and taking lots of battering.
Oh, it takes a surprising amount of energy just to hold on, and that's, a lot of energy is lost there.
Indeed. I see Sky Burney stepping off the field there. Seems that there might be some issue either maybe towards armor or her health. We'll make sure that we can have a look at that. She might be able to fight in one of the other rounds if it's just an armor issue.
But
Bryce running off the field.
Let's focus now on the start of this fight, and I think the Night Marshal is going to try to get this started as quickly as possible, because we are slightly dragging the time here. However, the Night Marshal is ready and he's going to call it. So, brings the fighters together to start the fight. And it is an early run there from Spain. The Australians looking a little bit confused and not knowing where to start. However, it's a great run there for a start. And you can see the Israeli mercenary moving around very swiftly. It's still being stalked in the middle there. Doesn't quite have that option. Great movement there from the Israeli, and there's some rushes there.
Jess definitely hitting hard, but at the same time taking some bad attacks from the Spanish fighter.
So I think the smart thing that the Israeli mercenary can do is actually stay loose, because she is the runner of the team. Very, very strong with those charges. So I think if she pulls the bat, and now she's going to go into that unaware Spanish fighter. Great shot to the head there, however, it wasn't quite enough to take her down.
It's enough to knock them about and change up the fight a little, so it can definitely
Skirmish
work.
in the middle. You can see the Australian hanging on to 2 Spaniards there. Very impressive. Big shots now from the Israeli mercenary against the Spaniard.
Distract her enough to make sure that she changes her targets, and the Israeli fighter will now do her best to, again, strike the second that the back is turned.
But you
and
can
pull
see
her
that's
down.
a big grab there from the Israeli mercenary. However, the
Spaniard is
Spaniard
holding
really
on.
is at full stretch. Is now being attacked by the Australian. 2 Australians against 1 Spaniard, and vice versa on the other side.
Yes.
2 skirmishes happening there.
As long as that Australian holds on to the list and holds on strong, she'll be able to take it. Jess getting a
Look
hook
at the
around.
punishment. Oh!
Jess has gone down with the other Spaniard.
Absolutely
leading to,
incredible. That
2
leaves
versus
it 2 versus 2. Something's been held off there. I think that's an illegal hold. They will be split up. However, that Spaniard looks very, very worn out. The Israeli mercenary now trying to capitalize, really holding it down. She doesn't have the size advantage, but look at the athleticism. Driving into her. Going for the pull down. She doesn't have the backing of there, so the Spaniard is down. It's 2 against 1.
Fantastic job there by the Israeli. The only problem being, obviously, how much energy did she expend?
That's true. She put absolutely everything into that, and though it was amazing, it will have taken its toll on her stamina.
I think this is the Spanish runner we saw against the finish.
It wasn't. No, it was a different helmet. Well, you can see, and you've seen a great strategy there, changing the weapon to wear down the Spaniard. It's absolutely out there. Perfectly legal to do that, and I think the Spaniard is going to find herself in big trouble here unless she can take down the second Australian.
Oh, that shot was solid.
And that's
Sent
it.
that Spaniard right down.
Big
Sometimes
shots there.
Sometimes a shot like that can end a fight long before the fighter gets tired.
That's right.
You know,
Very, very impressive work there. Great strategy, changing the weapon, really using her brain. Very smart there from the Israeli fighter, Ira.
It seems like the Spaniard that went down after grappling Jessica down off guard with that pole axe needed a bit of a hand up there. Australian team member Jake helping her out. One of the kindest souls that I think is in the Australian team. You see him at the bottom of the screen.
That's right. Yep.
The Australian team readying themselves. Bit of a conversation going on. Not quite sure how they're planning on doing this this next round.
In this matchup between Mexico and France.
Oh, we've got the Mexico 3 versus 3.
And
that's another new team for this tournament. Very, very impressive.
Sky now entering the field. Obviously, he's had whatever armor issue there was sorted out. Hopefully, Marshall's double checking some sort of piece of armor. That's I think they've allowed her to play. That's good that they've had that sorted out. Obviously biding their time. The Spaniard still taking a second to get up there. That shot from the Israeli mercenary.
She really was worn down by those last attacks, however, so...
Lots of support from the arena, though, obviously.
Great support.
At home.
And truly deserves that. I mean, she really put up a fight there.
Definitely.
Very, very impressive.
It's always a daunting thing having 2 against 1. I've only ever once come out on top in a situation like that.
Right.
Back in Australia, and it's an incredibly worrying sight to see. Now we see the French up against the Mexicans in the fight that's happening on the top list.
You can see the Mexicans choosing that Eastern armor.
Oh,
they've got great strikes down there.
The French, unfortunately, not aware of their surroundings, ran into one of their own members.
And that's 2 Mexicans down already!
And that is how fast it can happen.
Very impressive.
That leads to 3-1, and it means that the round is over.
Well, impressive work, but we now move on, if we can change the camera angle to see the next round of Spain versus Australia. A quick burst there, and that's the runner we were talking about earlier, as you can see from Spain, who's coming behind.
We can now see in the bottom of the screen, obviously the one in the left hand in the corner has changed up the file. The Australians repositioning their line, making sure that they still have a forward guard, not letting it get broken up by the runner there. 2 of them getting caught in the corner. The Israeli keeping that distance there, making sure that 2-hand axe person.
Oh, that's a great rush there from the Israeli. Very smart. She waited and waited for the perfect moment. Took her down. That's a big takedown.
Now the Israeli back out again after being the Spaniard being re-engaged by one of the other spare Australian fighters. As long as she's aware of that Spaniard behind her, that's the biggest worry.
Oh, and that's an easy chance there, but can't quite get the takedown by that very, very strategic and very fast Spanish run on the side. Once again, you can see Sky trying to wear down the Spanish fighter. Can they do it again? The Israeli mercenary striking down, digging in, now regrouping the Australians, thrusting against the list there. The Israeli mercenary breaks free and once again changes the strategy, goes for that axe. They can both go down and still have the advantage there. And that's stunning work. They're very impressive there from Australia. A great victory.
Fantastic job. Those shots were clean, but so dangerously close to the neck. Obviously, shots may sometimes end up on the neck, but they cannot be placed on it. A little bit of a worry there with the Spaniard team.
Seems to be okay.
But she's up.
Well, the third one's not. She's still down, but I think it's more out of breath than anything. I sincerely hope it is.
Obviously, Jake, again, from the Australian team, helping out the Spaniards, getting their visors up. Really hope that this Spanish team member is looked after. Even legal shots can be incredibly painfully hard.
Oh, for sure. You can hear already the Australians have started the Aussie chants.
You can't stop them.
It was only a matter of time.
It's something I feel that is iconic. Nothing's really, it never really started as anything official. It just grew from the people.
That's right. I'll tell you, somebody who's missing from this tournament is the Polish fighter Kamila Henkelman. And I think as she fought with mercenaries Sierra and Sky last year on Team Poland, I'm sure she's really feeling bitter about not being here. Unfortunately, she has suffered a knee injury, which means she's at home, so she's watching from home. So big hello to her.
And a fast recovery.
Absolutely, and it seems that the Spanish fighter is up and she's okay, so big applause for her, and that's great news.
Definitely. A monster fighter she is as well in terms of stature, so it was incredible to see her go down there. Well-placed shots can be the decider. Now we see in the upper list we have USA versus Argentina. A well-placed strategic move by Argentina.
We've got some fast movement there.
The USA moved around to make sure that they split the fight up and break the Argentinian line.
And, you know, the USA team on the back of a difficult match against Canada. They were really pushed to the limit with that. You can see now some marshals are discussing how blows are coming in. You can see they're not so happy about what's being allowed.
But obviously the Night Marshal there will make sure that the call is final.
Yes. Well, it looks like the Russian fighters are preparing for another round. And it appears that there might be another injured Argentinian.
Hopefully
looking on the other screen, I can see that some of the teammates have gone in to check that she's okay.
The Marshal's still, as you see on our live stream, deliberating something. It might not be deliberating as much as it is going over some rule sets to make sure that all other Marshals are clear. But the experience between them all and the education is going to come through. If they need to, they may review some footage.
We're seeing some pretty impressive fights so far. I believe that the Argentina and USA, they're getting ready for one more round. But it appears that in the lower list, it has been cleared now. So I suppose that means the fights there are over and we can go into the other groups. This is just 2 of the groups in the entire category. Remember, twice as many as last year. The medic has now gone to give attention to the grounded Argentinian fighter. That's 2 Argentinian fighters who have had to receive medical attention. That does not bode well.
No. Hopefully, obviously, it's by getting the medical attention they get the recovery they need, which will allow them to do the final fight. But they need to be smart about themselves. Obviously, this is the World Championship, and everyone will put their absolute best in, but there's no point injuring yourself beyond recovery.
That's right, and you can see, again, once again, still going on these discussions between the Marshals.
The Swiss team there, obviously communicating with one another about their fight and how they went. Obviously, credit to them.
I think they can be quite satisfied with what they've got. You know, brand new team, first experience as the 3 versus 3 of Battle of the Nations, and I think they've done a very, very good job. They certainly proved their worth.
I think their first engagement gave them a bit of a taste of what they should be expecting, and then they decided, okay, now we need to step it up again.
Well, it's like learning to swim in the shark pool.
Yes, you may have learned to swim in the piranha pool and had a few nibbles.
Well, that's it.
Back at home, but the second you come here, it's when a shark takes a chunk out of you, you need to wisen up and start punching back. As an Australian, I know quite a lot about punching sharks. It is a daily routine.
You know quite a lot about punching sharks.
Yeah,
Is
it's
that
a daily
your
routine
training
for
routine,
Australians.
is it?
Yeah, that is clearly that and kangaroos.
Right, okay. Oh, they're in kangaroos, yes. So I've seen the footage.
Yes.
Somebody even contacted that guy, so maybe he wants to join HMB.
Yeah, could offer that up. That is actually just generally any Australian male. So, punching kangaroos. Oh no, a stretcher is being brought to the field.
Well, that's the second Argentinian fighter who will be stretchered off.
Not good. I'm very happy. Obviously, the ground is firm enough here in Barcelona that we can have that stretcher wheeled on. Prague, it was not so forgiving. They want to make these medics carry off fighters in armor. Full credit to them and their work.
It doesn't look good, however. So
she's still moving. So therefore, it's not, I believe, as much as emergency as it would be life and death. It may just be some injury that will be recoverable.
Well, certainly let's hope so, or something which will be a quick recovery. However, the fact that it's what concerns me, possibly about the training methods that they're doing, or even the armor, considering it's the second injury and the second stretcher injury they've had in this women's 3 versus 3. What could it be? Has it got anything to do with training, do you think, or is it the armor itself?
Yeah, I wouldn't say it was training, because a lot of natural training will kick into defending yourself. But yes, if it is a drop in the armor, or maybe armor that's not made to fit, there can be small gaps. Most importantly as well, it depends on the competitors. If it was only one fight, then it may be, just maybe armor. But with there being this happening with every single, competitor, how are they being struck down? Is it poleaxes? Maybe they don't train with the poleaxes. Maybe you're right.
Well, in fact, this is the Brazilian mercenary who's being stretchered off, in fact. So it's not one of the Argentinian fighters. Like we said, first time Team Brazil is here at Battle of the Nations. Could it be a question of training? Or indeed conditions, as you quite rightly said? A round of applause there for the fighter going off.
Definitely earned it.
She seems to be complimentous. She seems to be responding. So that's a good sign. But she does appear to be in quite a bit of pain there at the same time.
Definitely. And it's not every day that somebody would be willing to obviously jump on a stretcher. There's a lot of pride going around in these fields, and so to walk off the field is definitely important, especially amongst people who have so much to prove.
Absolutely.
So obviously taking a bit of a break here to figure out what the fight will be now with these Argentinians versus
Next
USA.
round,
And it'll be interesting to see.
Argentina versus the USA.
Interesting to see whether the USA drops a member or whether they continue on their fight.
Yep.
The round has started, obviously 2 against 3.
Early advance there from USA. I think they're going to take full advantage of this and goes charging into the Argentinian in the air. The other one, not quite sure what to do, backing away, but concerned that the third loose fighter
shouldn't be backing herself into a corner with her.
Bad idea, and that's one down.
No, not quite yet.
No, she's held it, and that's it.
The squatting position led her with probably a few inches before touching the ground, so technically still in.
Very impressive work there from USA. They've got a great women's team this year.
Indeed.
Very, very impressive.
Indeed. That axe shot was well placed straight onto the leg, maybe even slightly higher one than wanted.
That's right. Very wise fighting.
Indeed. We'll take out a leg, and then hopefully, obviously, placed her on the ground with a nice clean shot. The knees are such worry. I mean, obviously, the armor will stop any backwards knees movement or any sort of major movement from the left to the right. But even myself, I once was in an all versus all with Russia, kicked in the side of the leg by a Russian. And
oh, that's right.
The only advantage was the fact that my knee rolled inwards, allowing me to simply take the knee. If all my weight was sitting on it, I'd hate to see how that would have ended up.
I was hoping that was going to happen, Tarek. I was watching very carefully.
I was mentioning, yes. Go and get his knee. Get him out.
That's right. I got a bit carried away there.
Well, you wanted me in the commentary box, didn't you? You didn't want me fighting anymore. You wanted me in the commentary box, didn't you, Gavin?
I thought you'd make a good contribution. That just goes to show how wrong someone can be. But speaking seriously now, you're still fighting. You're still taking. You did 2 WMFC first-class tournaments last year. Very impressive.
Definitely.
One in Italy, one in Finland.
Thank you.
So you're still very much active. What's next year going to be like for you?
Well, I think I've gone back to Australia now. I'm staying there, living in Australia as my home with my wonderful partner who's moved from England. So that's the aim. That means basically I'm going to be spending my time reapplying for the Australian team, going through the qualifying rounds, and be back here next year at Battle of the Nations. Hopefully individually as a fighter or maybe a commentator.
Sure.
You know, either way, I'll try to be involved on both sides as much as possible.
Well, you spent most of last year in Europe, especially in the UK. So
I spent 6 months traveling around. I got some
Right.
chance to meet up with some fantastic fighters and see some very unique places that gave me some ideas for training. I ended up rock climbing on the English coast, which with no ropes, and that does a lot for your upper muscles.
well, yes, I suppose it does. Yeah, of course.
When you're afraid of falling to your death. So, I mean, this is the key thing. Hopefully some of the interviewers on the live stream will be able to move around and chat to some of our fighters and see what their training regimes are like, because learning from fighters as you go is probably one of the best ways to develop your skills. This is stuff that obviously we have now, machinery and equipment that we can work with that will allow us to become very fit and very well developed. But there's manuscripts and documents that have been around for a millennia that describe some of the fittest, most successful fighters of their time and how they trained. One of the most interesting ones I've seen.
And we just break into Ukraine versus Canada. Very sharp movements there from Ukraine, getting stuck right in. However, Canada not going down. There's a double takedown in the center of the list there. You can barely see from the screen that you've got at the moment. However, we do have another monitor. So hopefully they will move to that as quickly as possible so we can see this. But there's a very, very aggressive start from both teams there. Now, Ukraine has pushed Canada deep back into its own half, right against the list, jammed into the corner there. And I think, if I can see right, it is only 2 fighters remaining, 1 Ukrainian and 1 Canadian. I can't quite see from this angle. And certainly what's shown on the stream, we can't see anything at all. And there we go. And in fact, yes, it's 2 versus 2, and a Canadian's gone down, and both of them gone down. That's a victory there for Ukraine.
Very well done by them. Not as fast as Ukraine usually moves. So
well, it's a big Canadian team. That's, they're very, very strong. You saw what they put up against the United States earlier.
Indeed.
Very impressive.
Their stature is probably going to be the thing that works against the Ukraine speed there.
So they're regrouping now, the Canadians, looking to maybe change the way they approach it. I think they just sort of waited for the Ukrainians to come at them, which, despite their size, was perhaps not the best idea. Maybe they need to take the fight to them this time.
Yeah, agreed. But at the same time, the Ukrainians are fast enough to break through a line, and so when you've got such a large list, yet with only 3 fighters, keeping a line and keeping a corner may not actually be possible with these Ukrainians.
Sure.
And they may be able to pass right through your line and then surround you, which is not advisable.
That's right. They're starting off very close together. I'll see this time if they do what the Russians, in fact, did, is actually spread out. This time they've gone for
One
the
Canadian moving fast in, but the rest...
They're going for runners, yeah. The Canadians did change the strategy, taking the fight to the Ukrainians deep in their own half of the list.
2 fighters down, Ukrainian and Canadian in the center down.
It's 2 against 2, both in very different parts of the list. And the Ukrainian striking down on the Canadian now, who is held against the list. However, there's some great movement from
down again, I believe. So we're now left with the 1-on-1 in the corner.
1 versus 1, and before this strong Canadian fighter with, as you can see, the tail on the back of the helmet, which was very, very impressive, showing a lot of determination.
She has done well.
And she's holding on to that list, and that is her best friend at the moment. I'm not sure if she'll be able to survive this attack by this big Ukrainian.
If she shifts her position now, she may actually be able to free her head, but the Ukrainian has the power at the moment
and that's it.
And has downed her.
Good work there from the Ukrainian fighter.
Indeed. This may mean that is obviously the end of that fight.
I think you hit the nail on the head there, mate.
I believe the end of the entire fight. That would have been obviously a 2-2. 2-1.
Okay, yes. So that brings it to an end. And I believe, unless I'm mistaken, that is the final fight of that group. Or maybe not, in fact. I think the Czech Republic are now getting ready to do battle against Mexico if they're not leaving the list
Yes,
itself.
I definitely think that they're both taking up their sides. It will be impressive. Obviously, Czech Republic with some great stature. Mexico not famously known for their height.
Very well known for their speed, however. You saw them earlier,
Indeed.
the way they took it to the opponents.
This isn't obviously going to be a point scoring, though, so the advantage of speed needs to be about running across the field, about catching them off guard.
Yep.
And but that being said, some of the Mexican girls quite burly, able to take quite a good few hits.
I think the overall standard we're seeing this year, and not only the fact that there are twice as many teams as last year, but the overall standard of the 3 versus 3 is much more precise. It's there's so much more discipline in the fighting that they're doing, even with the mercenary fighters, which can be quite difficult if you're not able to train with these mercenaries. However, very, very compact. Argentinians, from what we saw, looked pretty good. The French, very, very impressive. The Australians, say no more. And the Russians, well, they really stand out.
Of course, of course. I think the aim, obviously, would be to making sure that they have enough subs, because it seems to be that a few of the teams, when with injured members, were not able to replace them.
That's right.
And so just having that one extra member is enough to make the difference. Pressing hard. Czech Republic staying close together.
That's right, yep.
We have 2 of the Mexicans pushing hard against one of the Czech Republic. One of them deciding to disengage.
And you've got one runner there.
Seems
However,
like the Mexicans already gone down.
Czech fighter there, that's right.
So we've got 3 against 2 now.
Some big blows to the head there from the halberdier.
She needs to reposition her weapon. It's caught up inside
it
there.
is.
And
well, she's got 2. She's got 2 pole axes there.
She needs to reposition herself, because she's getting beaten on both sides now.
Yeah.
Excuse the technical difficulties here. Obviously,
You've got one Czech fighter has actually been told to change the weapon, I think, where there was a breakage.
Off, yeah.
That's Mexican really taking quite a beating here.
She needs to be
and
aware.
She's quite dazed, and she's going to go down if she's not careful.
She is just not holding her own that well there.
This Czech fighter firmly in control of what's happening here with a big height
done.
advantage, and that's the 3-1. That's the end of the round.
The real issue with her positioning there was by taking those shots straight to the back of her head, straight to the back of her body. She's waiting for something to go wrong. You can't do that. You need to reposition yourself.
Yeah.
Seems like she might be injured again.
Oh, I actually think that she's just out of breath. But she looks really tired there. I think she's
a bit dazed. I mean, she got really clocked on the head there with that two-handed axe.
Well, she seems to have a humour about her.
Yeah.
But
which is good. Which is good.
It's always a good sign. Always a good sign. However, yeah, she was really taking a beating there. But was very resilient at the same time. I mean, she really put up the fight there.
Well, this is the thing. I would say putting up the fight, not the best choice of words. Putting up with endurance, fantastic choice of words.
That's true.
She took the beating, but unfortunately did not take the opportunity to either fight back or to reposition herself. I think that's a lesson learned for her. Now they obviously need to sort out any substitutes for the Mexican team, make sure that they can field 3. Czech Republic already ready to stand by and fight. That gives them some time to relax and catch their breath, but at the same time, that edge of intimidation.
Yeah. And of course, that can, if there's a team that takes too long to get ready, that can also break that attention that they've got, break that concentration that they have for these moments, where at the moment it'll be incredibly intense. But waiting too long, people can start to lose it.
I can definitely understand that. There's a competition I had in New Zealand that unfortunately the list was made out of pine and kept breaking. So there was continuous pauses. And for myself, that's not something that I enjoy.
No.
Seems like they're getting their 3rd fighter ready from Team Mexico, so they're going to be out of field. It is the same fighters, I believe, so good on them for continuing onwards. Hopefully they'll be able to keep their fight together. But they're deciding to split up again. The Czech fighters kept it together last time, and that seemed to work for them.
I think we're going to be able to see a rush here.
She wants to pay her back for that shot. Oh, and she gets a nice shield punch cross from the other fighter.
Great strikes from the halberdier over there.
Now the opportunity to lay some of those shots with the axe. Going for the back of the head and back of the body. People love to do that, but I do believe the legs are actually a far more effective way of taking people down.
Oh, that's right, but you've got to be very careful not to get the back of the knee.
Of course. You can't be directing there whatsoever. And we also don't hook with the axe heads onto the feet unless it's obviously clean. No tendon damage.
This is the difficulty with...
and the Mexican's gone down, losing a helmet in the process.
Well.
It's 3 versus 2. We still have a bit of a tight fight off screen between the members.
I'm concerned about how easily that helmet came off, because we saw it was removed very, very easily the first round.
The problem is that it's really just your choice as to how tight you have it.
Yeah.
If you don't want to put it on tighter than necessary, then it won't go any further. Nice footwork by the Mexican.
Yeah.
To make sure that she's stable. But one of the Mexicans needs to do something. Oh, they've As off screen, we have lost a Mexican and a
right. They've both gone down. Okay.
And a Czech. So it seems to be 2 against 1 here with the Mexican in the corner.
This Mexican in the corner is just going to let the Czechs wear themselves out, but very, very close there with the leg sweep.
She's got to do something. Or
big kick there.
She will lose this round, though. She needs to do something about it.
She does. She's got to have a response soon while these Czech fighters are wearing themselves down with these strikes. However, I think now will be the end of it if they can just get the legs of that strong Mexican all the way to that Czech fighter on her. Well, it took absolutely all of her energy to get that fighter down. That was very, very impressive.
Definitely. So a nice strong stand there by the Mexican. But when it comes to one of those one-on-one moments, the Australians have a very famous saying. It's called the koala.
The koala.
And so basically the idea is you latch on like a koala and go down with them. It doesn't matter in the end.
Well, that's it.
As long as there's one person left standing, then you've won the fight.
Indeed, indeed. Well, she's down again quite doing a limbo under the ball there, but we do appear to have the USA versus Ukraine.
Coming up next, yes.
That should be quite interesting. Two very, very aggressive and experienced teams.
Definitely, but Ukraine being, I think, the faster one out of the two.
Yep, well, they're the current reigning champions. So, I think once they've moved the last fighters, they'll be underway. Once the marshals seem to be ready, so I just think they're just waiting for the Ukrainians to get into the list now.
Obviously, a lot of support from the Australians around the USA team sitting on the edge of the list.
Well, they're great friends.
They are great, but at the same time, I think the Australians also just love a good show.
Oh, yeah, I agree with that, definitely. And why not?
And why not, indeed.
Estados Unidos contra Ucrania. Mujeres 3 contra 3.
Okay, we now go to round 1 of USA versus Ukraine.
As the fighters take the field, we see the size of the US team obviously having a larger stature, I believe, but the Ukrainians obviously having that speed, so it'll be quite different techniques here, and they need to be smart about how they use that.
Well, that's it. The Ukrainians have just gone into the half of the USA team, but a very good rush there, and that is going to prove invaluable. That is going to prove invaluable. However, that fighter is being stalked. Big strike there. Unfortunately, comes to nothing. Comes to Amy's help there.
I believe if they had repositioned, if she had just skipped that first fighter and attacked the second one, it may have moved better.
Oh,
very
this
smart
one is
moves
very
here.
impressive. Very good movement there. However,
Ukrainians
are having none of it. And she's tracing it down. Great evasive action there from the American fighter.
By the Ukraine and landed.
And she's sent down. That was a big takedown there.
Nice leg toss there. Now we're 3 against 2 here, but it doesn't mean that it's all over.
Absolutely not. And if anyone can get out of this, it's the USA. They're surrounding her now, but they're very wisely. The USA fighter is taking her time. She's choosing her moments to break away from that list. You can see Amy Graham in the corner there. Fighter out, and she's taken down.
Unfortunately, that
well,
leads
that
to
big
a 3-1.
Ukrainian fighter there. It's 3-1 in the first round.
Meaning that they are not allowed to continue. One of the worst positions to be in when you're stuck against a wall and you can see your fellow teammate getting bashed or about to go down and wishing you could do something about it, but you're just pinned. Unfortunately, armor is a tricky thing to work with.
Absolutely.
Making sure that you're, the amount of times I've felt I could be free, not to realize that an edge of armor has gotten caught on the opponent's armor, and you're just stuck. You're just stuck, and there's nothing you can do. Nothing they can do either, and you kind of have to wiggle out of it kind of nicely in a friendly way so you can continue fighting. It's awkward because you don't want to give them free reign, but you can't do anything until you do give them free reign.
Of course, that's it, yeah.
And so once that's done, it's a matter of seconds or milliseconds, and then the next bloke comes in. Now they're repositioning. It looks like the Americans are sorting something out in their corner, while I think Amy is able to recompose herself. They may be getting a substitute fighter in. Nope, she seems to be up. Whether she stays on the list is another question. She seems that she is leaving the list, so she obviously needs that break. They'll find themselves hopefully a third fighter, otherwise they'll be stuck with 2 to 3.
Well, I think they should be okay. They got plenty to choose from there, but that was a big takedown from the Ukrainian there, and but a lot of Amy is an absolute rock.
I think she was in, was it the longsword or the sword and buckler already?
No, she wasn't in either.
No. Yeah. Ukraine now pressing hard. Obviously, America wanting to try and reposition themselves.
But the Ukraine is really cutting them off, not giving them the chance. The runner goes out, and unfortunately, stepping backwards might be her downfall there.
But
however, she's blocking these, she's fending off this attacks very, very well. She needs to be careful now.
If she's able to grab and reposition herself while being attacked, that'd be great, but she doesn't seem to be able to get that distance.
No response to the aggression being shown by the Ukrainian fighter here, and that's gone right to the list.
It needs, obviously, fantastic work making sure that she's not being taken down, but the fight needs to move somewhere else. She can't be staying here. She needs to reposition herself and go help her friends out, but she's now worried, I think, to make sure that...
These are both runners, so they're the ideal people to do it, and I think the Ukrainian they're going for, she might wear herself out, trying to get that takedown.
Indeed, stuck in the corner off screen is obviously the 2 versus 2 over there. Getting a bit intense, but with one of the Americans being pushed down. Doesn't look like it's going anywhere. This fight on screen, though, you can see weapons getting caught in all sorts of places.
That's right, yeah. I think. Oh, that's a double takedown there.
So now we focus on the corner. As one of the Americans have already gone down, it now becomes a 2-on-1 fight in that corner. Depends on whether she's able to reposition herself. Arm being caught like that.
Loose there.
She's not able to get a grip onto the fence. Ukrainian coach yelling at their teammates to make sure that they can put her down hard. But unfortunately, not able to do much here. Ooh, knee nearly going to the crotch area.
Some strong thrust from the shield there.
But only to the chest, and that's not enough to really daze someone. Maybe knock a bit of wind out of them, but not enough to daze them. In a fight like this, it seems like its patience will win out. The American's got her arm back there. Let's see if she can do something with it. She's just letting those punches kind of come to the stomach. The Ukrainian trying to tell their teammates how to hook people on. The USA keeping the guard up properly, making sure that no one's really got that advantage. And the USA team member really just taking that time. Shot to the face, bit of a daze there. But taking her time and really holding that corner in strong.
The Ukrainians, you can see, visibly exhausted. These Ukrainians just holding on to the wrist there.
She's trying to, I think, get rid of that sword arm. The question is, of course, whether...
That's right, hoping the other one will come free on the other side, but now they could go for a trip.
They can try, but the arm is still firmly placed on that wall. No, it's not on the wall. This could be the end of it. She should try to get her head out. She's getting her head out, it seems.
Very impressive there for the American. A great trip. There was a leg sweep at the end that took the American out, but very, very resilient there from the USA.
Definitely tied them out. Unfortunately, though, that will be the end of the round.
That is indeed, yeah, and that is a 2-0 victory there for Ukraine over the United States.
Fantastic job. Obviously, we can see that the list is emptying as it comes to the end of this category. Gavin, what do we have up next after this category is over?
Well, we've got 2 more groups for the women's 3 versus 3. Then later on, around about 6 o'clock, maybe slightly afterwards, because we are marginally held back, we'll be looking at groups A and B of the men's mass battles categories 21 versus 21.
A sight to see, to be sure. If you've ever obviously had a chance to see it, you'll know what I'm talking about. Being involved is something else as well. But I will not for a second deprive you of experiencing it for the first time coming up. Make sure that you're all prepared. You have your snacks and your beer and your friends all ready. Make sure that you're ready to cheer on your team.
Well, it looks like we'll have a few moments before the next groups get underway of the women's 3 versus 3.
As I do see, obviously, Spain off to the side, ready to go, but it might be, obviously, Spain versus Ukraine, and as Ukraine just fought, is going to need that time to relax.
So I'm not sure, in fact, what the group system is. That may have been a mixture of all the groups. It's not quite clear. I can't see... Well, we've received no information yet from the announcers or on the system. As said, it's 30 minutes before the men's mass battles are due to start. However, we might be delayed. If not, we're extremely early.
We do apologise if that was the finals. Nonetheless, intense.
It certainly wasn't the finals, no, but it might be those 2 groups, which were those 4 groups, which were in fact mixed into 2.
Señoras y señores, en unos 20 minutos empezaremos.
Okay, well that's cool. We've got 20 minutes pause, and then we'll get straight into the mass battles, it looks like, as according to the announcer. So we'll take a 20-minute break. We'll be right back. Do not go anywhere. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, in about 20 minutes, we'll be back with the exciting 21 versus 21 mass battles of the men's division. We'll be back shortly. Thank you.
Please. Hi, my name is Delia and I'm the captain of the Spanish team. And here are my girls. One is missing, I don't know where's the other one. There's Livia, Chris and Yvonne.
It was a fascinating fight. How long do you take to prepare for the fight?
You mean putting out the armors and stuff?
To the Battle of the Nations.
Oh, well, we've been training for a month, something like that, because a little bit more, because they are pretty new. So it's the first time that we are 6 in Spain. So it's been like the first year that we had the chance to train all together. So Yeah.
You, is it 1 month, 2 months? Is how long you're in the HNB movement?
I know for longer. Well, yeah.
No, I'm very newbie. 6 months only fighting.
But it's a great result. Why do you decide to become a fighter?
I actually love fighting. Just because I love fighting. And I love medieval things, so this is my sport.
Okay. Thank you very much. And you have great supporters here. Do they help you?
Oh yeah, a lot. Yeah, they're always with us and helping a lot. Yeah.
You can tell something in Spanish for your Spanish supporters if you like.
Come on. Algo en español, lo que queráis para vuestros...
Para nuestros fans y apoyadores. Muchas gracias a todos.
Thank you very much, girls, and I wish you good luck and see you next Battle of the Nations.
Welcome back. We are just getting ready now for the first 21 versus 21 fight. You can see the Italian team there, very seasoned in the 21 versus 21 mass battle category. But
around the list we have, around both the lists we have the French, the Russians, and the UK teams all getting ready for their bouts.
It's quite an awesome spectacle to see the size of these groups, the size of these men.
En la Liza 1 empezarán Rusia y el Reino Unido.
Well, that's going to be an incredible fight, Russia versus the UK.
Ha cambiado desde la competición de las chicas. Se han invertido los números.
We now see Poland entering the arena as well.
It may be Poland versus France here, but there's just an announcement for a change, which was put. However, the announcement hasn't been completed yet. Still.
As you can see on your screen now, the 5 teams that will be taking part. Yet to see all of Czech Republic to join the others in the arena.
En esta categoría, impresionante el aspecto de estos guerreros. Estos luchadores vestidos.
Oh, you can see the Czech Republic, in fact, just congregated in the corner near the Polish team. But there are only a few of them there so far.
But the Americans are now joining on the field as well.
Yeah, the Americans are there. The Spanish team have just started to creep up.
The Ukrainians in the right of your screen as well. With that being said, some of these may actually just be spectators.
Per team as they prepare for this exciting battle.
Hopefully,
just a few moments.
The crowds will start to grow a bit, especially as in Barcelona we start reaching the 6 o'clock mark. People are going to, of course, be finished work and able to really come down and enjoy themselves on this Saturday.
Yeah, still a few more seats being filled there, but you know it's first day syndrome. A lot of interest. However, outside there are a number of interviews going on Spanish TV, so surely that's going to attract a lot more interest for tomorrow and Monday. And you can see the Russian team ready to enter the list there. Now, remember that the point scheme for this depends on how many fighters are still standing. For example, the fight is over when one team has one or no fighters standing and the rest counted on the winning team. That is their point. So, for example, if there are 14 Russians still standing and the opponent has 0, that would mean the Russians get a 14-point lead, which goes to a group tally at the end. And you can see the Spanish team walking through the list there. Stefano Canella, a new fighter for the Italian team. A great record in MMA. It's his first time in the sport, his first year in the sport. Just got his armor from the Russians. But he's going to be formidable.
I can imagine so. French team taking their time to relax and get themselves prepared.
And the Italians and the French were some of the first teams to take part in the 21 versus 21, apart from the Ukrainians and the Russians, who are the most seasoned. And in fact, yes, the Russians are still the reigning champions. However, they're going up against a formidable UK team. Such a lot of success over the last 2 years. Very, very impressive. Very strict training regimes. And they could be up for a very good fight here.
Los equipos están casi preparados para esta gran lucha que nos recordará a las batallas épicas del tiempo medieval. Ladies and gentlemen, the teams are almost ready for their first battles coming up.
You can see the advantage that it has of having this wonderful arena. There's so much more space than there was in the past, where the groups got ready outside of the grandstand. It's really hard to move and coordinate people, so this is much, much easier for the organization team. We can see now Russia is ready against a well-formed UK lineup there.
Maciek Ciesielski.
Very, let's say, almost reenactment style fighting, but the Russians, they have their battles in their forests with basically any armor you want to bring or lack of any armor.
Well, you can see that the, well, you can't see from this screen, but there's only one halberdier on the UK team. The rest are all wielding polearms in 21 versus 21 battles. A lot more strategy there. The backup and support comes from those polearm wielders who stay back. You can just about see there. There's only one halberdier which is leaning forward.
The ground here next to the list.
And it is an early rush there from Pavel Kurzak, in fact, to go straight in, get stuck in. And it's very, very close here.
We can see
no
on
fighters
the
down yet. A big skirmish there in the center. Some great movement. Then you can see those helmets flying down to the left there. UK still pushing forward, however.
We've had I think a Russian takedown.
Very, very close there. There's so much sand and dust.
One UK, one Russian down. We just lost Russian breaking it.
Much bigger. There's a great push in there. You can see Naidorov, Alexei Naidorov, who's seen somebody down from the UK, but then Pavel Kurzak goes charging through.
It seems like he's been caught out and he's being taken down by a strike to the back of the leg.
He's been charged out there by this Russian team who are pushing back and back and back into the UK half.
UK's holding their ground, but unfortunately have lost the centre, getting backed into two separate corners. It looks like it might be over for the
that's
UK
right. And
team.
you see there, UK fighters fallen at
Now it's a matter
This UK team are putting up a big fight here.
Definitely.
Very impressive, and that's the end of it. I think that's there for Russia.
Fantastic job for all of them.
No, but it was a big start, though. I'll tell you what, there was very, very close. There was just the one Russian and one UK fighter down for quite a time before the next ones.
And that's all it takes is really that one break.
It's that one break, yeah.
It
Can often be that.
tide.
We can see Poland very, very experienced in 21 versus 21.
Getting ready on that bottom list there.
They'll be against Ukraine, I believe.
And as they are preparing themselves there. Again, one of those situations where being ready early has its advantages and its disadvantages. You've got the advantage of being prepared in the game and ready to go, but of course you're standing around with your armor for longer and your weapons for longer, as well as you may have your mindset a bit fading by the time the battle actually starts.
Contra Ucrania en la liza número 2. En breve.
Ukraine taking time to get ready there.
Definitely. Obviously gathering themselves in the top list as well, with Russia and UK ready to take their next battle.
Yeah, I think they'll be ready. They'll be ready pretty soon.
The Danish fighters have joined forces with the Polish team to complete 21.
Well, I'll tell you what, just as the announcer pointed out there, so there are some Danish mercenaries for the Polish team. And what better mercenaries can you get? You can see how tall the Danish are this year. Outstanding.
Preparados para la segunda ronda de Rusia contra el Reino Unido. Coming up, the second round, Russia versus the UK.
And UK with some work to do here.
And the battle begins.
And UK with an early charge, fairly even. However, those halberds are coming down on the UK fighters, who have chosen to use more
That looked like a Ukraine shield there from some of the UK fighter.
Very frustrated UK fighter has gone down there, and you've got two they have at the moment. Of the UK fighters.
One UK fighter taking one hell of a bash. Oh, too bad. The center has been pushed. It's turning into a bit more of a horseshoe here.
And this is all Russia at the moment. There are only UK fighters on the ground.
Some good shots coming in from the UK, but not enough. That's why he's doing his his best, but unfortunately, weapon going down, meaning he is down. In these 21 fights, there's no chance to get another weapon. Once you've lost yours, you're out.
It's a very, very determined performance from the UK. However, there's no match for these Russians, who only have 2 or 3.
Once again, the round goes to
the 21 team, as we saw last year. So, and this is their, after all, their only their first fight.
I see 2 UK members with yellow and blue shields. Wondering if maybe they're some Ukrainian mercenaries.
No, they're not actually. They are some of the team shields that they've been using. So it's just purely by coincidence.
Oh, there you go. And maybe they themselves actually have a bit of Ukrainian descent. As we do know, two of the UK team are actually of Polish descent.
2.
I do believe so.
More than 2. That's right, yeah. But they're people who've been bringing the movement ahead. In fact, of course, you've got Nikolai Malnach, who is of Belarusian descent. Very, very determined fighter. Travelled all over with battle heritage and brought seriously good results to the UK, and as part of the real development in the movement over the last few years. So it's just one of those things that goes to show that, you know, it doesn't matter where you're from, but it's what you bring to the sport.
Of course, it is a battle of nations, not of nationality.
Sure.
So, you know, whatever your nation you call home is, that's what it is. I mean, especially this goes without saying for Australians. We are a nation built on other nationalities.
Sure.
So we bring that.
Likewise with the UK.
Indeed, yes. There's not mentioning obviously either country can have this claim. I think most countries nowadays can have this claim of pure heritage, but in a day of multiculturalism, multinationality, it is very important to us to remember that where you call home is your home, and that's displayed by every team in Battle of the Nations.
Sure, absolutely.
Now we see obviously Ukraine finally ready to take on the Polish. I'm surprised that there has not been any sort of reprimand, but they were at the edge of the field. And I guess if they're there and at the edge, then they're allowed to continue fighting. They just have to put on their armor.
And they have been taking a bit of a long time, has to be said.
Yeah, that man's getting ready for a sleep. Resting up.
You can see that's one of the Danish mercenaries.
Giant among the team.
Yes, you can see the height difference in them.
As the Danes are known for. But that being said as well, you know, they're... The advantages, disadvantages of height we have covered before. Fantastic headgear there for that fighter. The outfits by some people are more impressive than the actual than the fighting sometimes.
Yeah.
And not necessary, but yet they go to that extra mile to make sure that they look their best.
Some of the weapons may break and pieces go flying. So
just a security message there from the announcer.
Yes, Eddie being sure to make sure that everyone's looked after.
This is the difficulty, because you see during these, it's very hard to control the numbers of people who are around the lists. And you can say it is heavily overcrowded on one side there. And anybody who's not a fighter really needs to be out of the way. Unfortunately, I can see a number of seconds there behind the Italian team. A number of people who are not fighting are in there. It does fill up the space. Exactly the same with the French team there, you can see. Now, focusing on Ukraine versus Poland. Big support here for the Polish.
There was a definite advantage, I think, to the way they did it in there. Oh, and
they've
they're off.
gone for an early rush there. The Ukrainians charging into the
Polish
Poles.
met them quite easily at the center, so same sort of speed for the both of them.
Big shots coming down here from the halberdiers from both teams. Very, very aggressive. One weapon has already gone
Ukraine has
down.
pushed through on the side, but unfortunately not enough. The few members have been pushed through and now getting hacked to bits by the Polish.
They need to get behind them. They need to start a few rushes. Unfortunately, I can see
Two
them
of the
getting
Poles have
caught
already
behind
gone down.
those.
Ukrainians, known for their hip tosses and leg trips, been able to down quite a few of them very quickly.
Very, very impressive. Look at that. Some stunning work. They're charged there in the corner. All those Ukrainians piling on the Poles there, who are standing up resiliently against them.
Now it's just a matter of taking down as many as you can with you.
Yep, and as quickly as you can to save your own energy.
Taking those knees for the sake of pain.
That's a big win there for Ukraine.
Incredibly so. The most important thing for me, though, would be to, instead of taking that knee because of the pain you're receiving, you've got to do what, as I mentioned before, the koala, the Australians like to call the koala.
Right.
When it's a matter of points, you know, the next round you could win, but if you lose by 2 points,
Yeah.
Not going to be nice knowing that you went down just due to pain.
That's right.
As we say before, it's always different when you're in the heat of battle, but I have been there, especially against the Russians, and they are not fun taking those hits.
No, of course.
But I got to a point myself where I lost my sword, and I had 5 poleaxes hitting down onto my skull.
Wow.
And I decided, okay, I'm not staying up for this. You see slow-mo action happening there. Every shot going to the head, just incredible.
Shots going down.
This angle being fantastic to see that meeting of the lines. The Polish doing their best.
Well-timed shots there, 2 big shots coming down
By
with
the
the
Ukrainians,
poleaxes.
yes. It's the problem when you lower your guard in this, it's not like one-on-ones. There are so many angles that can come to you. Even the Ukrainians, if they drop their guard like that, oh, these axes coming through. That axe was well hooked on the back of their the Ukrainian, ended up pulling him into the fray, allowing him to probably be too close to the enemy to do much, and therefore using a very old Viking tactic of keeping a line, letting one person break through so that your backwards line can actually deal with them. Wonder if whenever the Finnish, Danish, Swedish end up fielding teams that are large enough to do the mass battles, see if they do the same thing.
The Ukrainians ready now to get stuck in. Again, you can't really see an organised line in the back there, but there's obviously a lot of method to their madness because they do get the results.
Now we see in the top field that we crossed through just briefly there, the Italians coming up against the USA.
This is going to be interesting. Last year they did have a good result against the Americans. These Italians, they've gone straight into some big shots there.
Definitely. The Americans, though, have pushed hard on the right side, evening out this fight, taking down a few Italians. But the Italians are seeming to regain that ground. The top edge of that field that you can see off to the left of your screen seems to be bunching up nicely, but there's a few loose members. Seems almost even though.
It seems pretty well matched.
You know, Italians and Americans getting picked off left, right, and centre from both sides. But it might be that the Italians have the upper hand.
do have the upper hand there. I would certainly say so. However, they remain with the daunting task of taking down these big Americans.
Oh, very smart move there, turning the back of the Italian to the halberdier, keeping his shield arm up. Hopefully he'll be able to do something fast, otherwise he's going to find that those numbers are not going to end up working in his favour.
That's right, yeah. Don't want the Italians to lose.
Now the Ukrainians and the Polish engaging.
Very aggressive fight there.
Both of them, they want to finish this quickly.
Oh, the Ukrainians are not messing around here. They're proving they're a force to be reckoned with.
One Ukrainian down. We've seen another another Polish chase the Ukrainian, but unfortunately fell down. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 Polish already down on the ground. It seems like it might be all over.
I think that is going to be over very quickly. One's just gone out the back of the list. And
this poor Pole stuck in the corner there. We have a Polish member, unfortunately, outmanned.
Yeah, that's right. I think it's been
it seems to be all already over. Fantastic work to him.
He's considered that excellent. Well, very good work, very sharp work there from the Ukrainian team, and I believe that Italy got the advantage.
And unfortunately, the only problem with not covering both these battles is we do miss out on some of the most epic action, but we'll make sure that we get that to you one way or another in these replays. So we can see a few great shots coming in there with the pole arms from Ukraine, making a pole-armed Polish person reposition himself.
Well-timed rushes there, coming in from the right angles. Very disciplined training goes into that.
Definitely. The Ukrainians simply taking the opportunity that they can, obviously, to make sure that they get that. The poor Polish guy getting backed into the corner here, taking on at least 5 members. Now, obviously, the resetting up north, up to the top end for the Americans and the Italians. Let's see if the Americans can turn this one around, because it wasn't as easily won by the Italians.
No, it was a fierce match. I think this could go to the wire, also go to the third round, because, well, once again, the USA team, with their experience, and I mean, they're big guys. They are big guys.
Indeed. The Italians have a few large ones, but if they go down fast, it leaves them open to some strength.
I think the advantage that Italy have is that they've got some very, very fast runners. You could see that actually infiltrated the US lines.
Primarily, the first thing that actually happened was the Americans pushing along the south side of that list there. And that may have actually been their undoing by breaking that line. Those fast Italian runners were able to move through the gaps, and kind of turned the entire fight into a bit of a sham, I wouldn't say, not sham. a bit of a schmozzle is an Australian word that we might use. Something that's a bit of a mess when it could have been a bit more of a clean line fight. We see Italy obviously has their point against USA there. Now obviously lining up ready for the new fight. Fantastic camera angles we're getting here. Some close-ups obviously of these fighters. There's Colin in the left of your screen, Colin Campbell, otherwise known as Moses. It's great to see him here. He made a tour to the Australian coastline to train with some of the HMB people, involved himself in as much other activities as he could on his trip. And that's the sign of a good fighter, somebody who will go out of their way to make sure that they get the experience of every other training regime, which is why we have the Australian team, I believe, along with a couple of others going to meet up with an Austrian team after Battle of the Nations to be training for about a week near the mountains, and it's just one of those things you've got to do to make sure you're at the top of the game. As this sport expands, you can imagine the athletes that will be joining left, right, and centre, especially like you mentioned that Italian who is from the MMA scene. We're more than likely to be seeing more of them get involved as time passes.
Absolutely. I think, of course, it's a big advantage if you have experience in martial arts.
If you're used to being punched in the face, a helmet changes things a lot.
Well, this is true, yeah. Okay, and looks like they're getting underway. USA versus Italy.
Let's see how intensely they start off this round.
And the early charge, the Americans more cautious. That is a Russian aside who goes down straight away.
Unfortunately, that's one American out already.
Holding the line there.
The Americans pushing a bit harder than necessary, I feel.
And I think that's there's been a bit of a sacrificial lamb. An Italian has charged way too far forward, but he's holding on.
He seems to be drawing a bit of attention from the Italians, from the Americans, which means that they're not able to focus. This American
still standing. He still has not gone down. It's very impressive there. Very resilient with the Italian. However, they're being pushed back into the side, and you can see the Italian on his own there.
We're seeing a few Americans, few Italians. It seems like a pretty even fight.
Oh, very, very even fight here. This is much better from the USA.
USA now choosing their fighters as to who they wish to take down.
That's right.
I see an Italian who's down close to his knees. I wonder if they'll count. The Marshals doing their absolute
there
best.
coming down from the Italian with the polearm.
He seems to be the biggest Italian. Colin regaining his grip on his two-hander, trying to reposition himself.
I think a lot of weapons are being dropped here.
Getting back into the corner, but unfortunately not.
It's going to be very, very difficult for the Marshals to see what's going on there when there are so many bodies in the corner. So there has been a move, and that's very, very well seen by the Marshals there. I'm not sure if, in fact, I think they've called time on that one, which means a victory there for Italy.
It's only because they got them into that corner in the final bit. It was a very tough match.
Well, not only to that, it started off very, very evenly. It was a cautious start by the US fighters, but they got right back into it, and it was very close there for a while.
A few Americans decided to jump the gun. I don't know if that was planned, but it ended up with them on the ground.
That's right, and you can see here some actually very, very close.
Now we have on the bottom field, it'll be Czech Republic versus Spain.
So the crowd well behind the Spanish fighters. The first time they fielded their own 21 versus 21 team.
Different bit of difference for the Czech Republic team, who last year obviously were the favourites.
That's right.
Old favourite versus new favourites. Oh, a nice takedown from the rear there. A solid push. It seems like people are getting caught off guard.
You can see that stunning armour there.
Indeed.
From Big Pavel. It seems to be a very close fight here, however. But the Czech fighters with their experience do have the available runners, it seems. Hamlet goes charging into one of the Spanish fighters there.
Indeed. Misplaced though, I feel that charging them into their own fighter is not the best effort.
No, good look at the size of Pavel taking down the Spanish fighter there.
But he doesn't seem to be having the advantage.
It's not that easy, but throws him around.
Some ambitious Spaniard decides to try and take on Pavel, but is met by another Czech fighter hooking him up. They seem to be holding on to the edge of the list a bit.
Big shots there coming down from the Czech, who are very, very aggressive. Unfortunately, both have gone down. Their bodies are piling up on the side there.
As this is the most impressive aspect of this game, is having those bodies pile up.
As you can see, we've got a much better angle on how things are shaping up elsewhere. It seems to be all the Czech Republic from now here on in. I think they'll be dealing with the last remaining Spanish fighters.
Continúa.
And I believe that's already been called. There's a victory there for the Czech Republic.
Y los árbitros
very impressive work.
piden el fin del combate.
And again, the Czech Republic team more experience in this category.
Que gana el equipo de la
Still a lot
República
of support there, and well-deserved support for the Spanish here. So they will substitute a few of the fighters there. As you can see the replay that the charges were coming from the Czech Republic. I think the Spanish were trying to rely on the speed there, but because they were closed down because of the compactness of the Czech Republic, they weren't able to use the speed to the maximum possibility. And you can see there, very, very solid performance there from the Spanish, but again, coming from behind, from holding the line, those runners got loose. They found themselves free in the wrong places and are getting pushed down from behind. They are getting tripped.
Bohurt activity to 21 is such a different, I mean, obviously the 5 versus 5 Bohurts versus the 21 Bohurt mass battles is such a different sort of attitude to the way you have to go about it. These holding lines doesn't have to happen so much in the 5 versus 5. That can lead to a more dynamic fight with a few fighters able to reposition themselves and strike from behind. In the 21 versus 21, unless you're able to make a group move to behind your enemy, if you're the odd one out, very hard to consider yourself still standing. But at the same time, it's a lot to be said for experience from these what looks to be Czech Republic, yet supported by Hungarians.
Absolutely, yeah.
Hungarian mercenaries helping out the Czech Republic.
Yeah.
About 4, I think. 4 fighters there, 5 fighters.
In fact, the Hungarians, they were some mercenaries. Was it the Australians were mercenaries for the Hungarians last year?
Yes, yes. Don't worry, we'll take any opportunity to get into a fight. Obviously, the key aspect here with that experience from Czech Republic and the Hungarians is knowing what to do in the fray. Being able to reassess multiple times throughout the fight to be sure that you know at which angle you're being attacked and where to attack.
And we've got 2 fights getting ready there. Germany against Russia in the top list. And the second round of Spain versus Czech Republic. We're holding quite a tight line there. I can see more free movement coming from the Spanish in this round.
Well, at least in the rear, they've got a nice front, solid line, but then their rear is bunched up differently. How they plan to move this backward line. Russia now engaging Germany. Germany pushing hard up the center. That hopefully will be able to really balance that fight. Getting some close-in action here now, seeing the Germans really slamming into those Russians. Germans, unfortunately, being pushed back into the corner.
Yeah, they're very much in control of these 21 versus 21 fights, the Russians, and you can see, stand in the corner, very, very aggressive punches coming from the Russian fighters there.
It seems like the fight has been called as there is.
Well, there it is.
This is the problem with the charges. When you commit that much energy to your fight, your energy can be displaced.
Yeah,
and it can
absolutely.
be put down on the ground.
Your balance.
So it ends up that the Russians obviously got that fight. They seized that one. Not to say not earned. Obviously, the Russians, fantastic fighters, were able to think quickly on their feet, notice that there was a charge, and did their best to let that energy take them to the ground.
Yeah.
Contra el equipo ruso, uno de los favoritos.
So look, it's a slightly slow start there for the Czech Republic. I think there's some discrepancy or maybe some complaint from the marshals about the Hungarian mercenaries there, although I'm not quite sure what it is.
It might be based on their uniform. Obviously, they need to do their best to look the part, even in the mass battles. If you look too similar, it can really confuse some things.
I'm not sure it's that so much, because of course, if they don't have the tabards to lend out,
it can get confusing, but that's I believe the country's responsibility, not the marshals.
Yeah.
Obviously, the complicated issue here is going to be if the Spanish believe that they won't be able to tell. But it's one of those things that the Spanish emblems are quite clear, and unless it's a Spanish person, hit it.
Sure. Okay. Medic has just been called to list number 1. I'm not exactly sure what has happened, however.
Well, one of the Germans actually kind of fell out the side of the ring, but I'm not sure if that is the matter.
Well, these things can lead to complications. So
the Spanish very ready to go, trying to keep their energy up, whacking themselves on the head with their weapons. Obviously, it seems to be sorted out now. This brilliant camera angle, hopefully, that we'll get of the the two fighters meeting one another.
I'm still waiting for the start there, and Marshall's just having the last count to ensure that there are 21 fighters on the team.
Any less is the choice of the team. Any more is not allowed,
of course.
Obviously. The tension is high, and this is when you need to be able to keep that attitude. Seeing some lovely tassets on this fighter in front of us with the axe in the right hand.
Yeah.
Looks like a pretty brand new axe, or at least the wood is very new.
Certainly.
We'll see how well that lasts in this fight.
Well, the merchants are here, also get some good business from selling some very, very high quality weapons at this event.
And not just to the fighters, as a viewer, spectator, or anybody who's deciding to just get involved.
Yeah, sure.
I'll be more than happy to sell that to them.
It looks like we're ready to go there. The Marshall.
Here they come and they engage. Strong south side of that fight, but the Hungarians and the Czech Republic met them nicely.
Already you've got one Czech fighter down there who went too far into the Spanish half. And a nice takedown there from the Czech Republic. Some good running there. So going for the trip, but not quite getting the Spanish fighter who's gone to change his weapon.
Yes, because obviously he dropped it. This happens a lot in these fights. Some great overhead shots coming from a Czech Republic fighter, the one in the black with the beam there. Nothing enough to make a bit of a difference.
Mildly slowed down there, and I think that, the Czechs do have the upper hand now. Although some nice takedowns still coming from the Spanish fighters there. Some great runs coming through. If you could just find that fighter there, but can't quite take him down from the rush behind.
Might mean that they actually even out now. So if we look on the field, we seem to have pretty even numbers. Oh,
it's a massive takedown! Some stunning work there.
Some shots from the Hungarian into that Spanish fighter as he goes down off to the bottom left of your screen. Spanish coming to attack him as we cut to the shield punches.
Big takedown there by the Hungarian.
Fantastic shield punches coming there from the large Spaniard. Not enough to make enough of a difference there.
Looking pretty even, I have to say. What have we got? I think we're on.
So hard to tell with all the bodies lying around. The Spanish trying to push the Hungarian down, doesn't go down with him, does well standing up.
Goes for us, and they're both down there.
Both of those
so that
down.
Spanish fighter will go down. He should be down. The Marshal should take him out. And I don't believe the Czech fighter should have been out for that because the...
Yes, but at the same time, I don't know if that Spanish fighter actually meant to get up. He was just kind of repositioning himself, and the Czech fighter engaged him before any chance.
Big shots coming out from the Spanish fighter against the Czech Republic fighter there.
This is
rushing down with a halberd, and that's wonderful news there for the Spanish team with their first victory in 21 versus 21.
Incredible, but at the same time, not that many points. I don't know if they're going to counteract the last round.
Well, that's right. There are only a few of them remaining. However, you can see Russia getting engaged with the German fighters there, straight in once more, deep into the German half.
Getting as close to the action as we can here without, someone collecting the camera with, fantastic shot to the head by that German polearm. Unfortunately, in these 21 versus 21, you can get caught up with your own teammates.
Yeah, that's
He's about to go down on a body, holding his feet well.
It's a final rush there coming through from one side.
Losing a weapon from one of the Germans, making his way back to the baseline to get a spare weapon. Seems like it's being called with there only being probably about 3 or 4 German fighters left.
And that has been called.
I do believe the Russians obviously have that, as they did have the last round, so that would probably be the end of that.
It's a 2-0 victory.
Bout.
However, more importantly now, the Czech Republic with their Hungarian mercenaries are 1-1 against Spain, who got their first round, the second round victory there.
So a very tense next round we're going to see. Looks like some of the Hungarian fighters are stepping out maybe due to damages in the armor, but they seem to have enough subs. Now, obviously, this replay here, you can see some fantastic polearm work by the Germans. This is something that is going to obviously help them in further fights. But the Russians, they themselves match with their own polearm work. Very well known for that. Something I believe that they either seem to perfect, or at least know how it works, is the jackhammer principle. This idea of having one polearm hitter on your head, followed by another one. So the same victim hitting by 5 polearms, one after another, creates a barrage of strong hits.
Servicios médicos, por favor.
So now we see the bottom list with the Czech Republic taking their field all on the line, ready to go. Spanish seeing a bit frayed, not sure if they're ready for the next fight. Probably energy a bit spent from the last round. We'll see how quickly they are ready to go.
I'd say so.
I'm hearing a medical call, I believe.
That's right, yeah. I think that's something outside the list there.
Definitely no one inside the list with any sort of injury, but people can be fatigued and they even collapse after a fight has happened.
Yes, that's true. You can see just at the top there, the UK team are ready and waiting to get into the list. Now the Czech fighters holding their line here.
With that giant standing ready.
Yes.
Seems like he's chosen a poleaxe this time. He had a long sword before.
Well, I think he's got to take advantage of his height there. Wielding a poleaxe is the smart idea if you do have a height advantage.
That long sword, though, whenever it comes down, he collects them quite hard.
Oh, he does.
And the one beautiful thing about, obviously, any weapon that has bladed edge is the bladed edge is going to be the most painful.
Sure.
Majority of the time, especially if it hits anything that's unarmored. So having an axe gives you a very small area of, I would say, pain and larger area of shock. The whole point of a forward-facing part of a blade is it carries more energy with it. You connect before you think you're going to connect, which is one of the points of falchions and heavy-tipped weapons.
Absolutely.
But the longsword, meaning that wherever you connect, you're going to deliver that pain. You're going to deliver that pressure per square inch.
I can see two teams on the back of losses. The USA lost against Italy and the UK lost against Russia are about to face off.
Focusing now, obviously, on the Czech team and the Spanish team, obviously waiting for this fight to kick off. Not sure as to what's happening. Looks like they're still waiting on something just offside of the screen. The Night Marshal is conferring with a few of these other marshals to figure out what's happening. Czech being ready, and this is not the first or the last time you're going to see a mass battle team ready and waiting for the other team to be ready. So much coordination required to have everything down pat, and sometimes all it takes is for more than budgeted amount of people to have their armor fail, and you need to find someone to replace some armor, fix an armor, or get a new team member in. The fight is off.
It's off. An early rush on one side of there from the Czech, who
pushing
have
really hard by the Czech in the north. Yes,
driven right back deep into Czech territory. However, into Spanish territory. Excuse me.
As we can see, obviously these giant here getting those two hands.
So both teams are looking to push through with some crushing blows at the moment. You can see how far and hard they are forced into the ground. A big advantage there from the Spanish. The Czech fighter manages to stay up, having taken him down.
As we can see, there's a bit of an outnumbering in the center of the field, with a few fighters getting outnumbered. But
fighters are dropping all the time now.
And we're seeing that Czech fighter went down while trying to take another one down.
That's
Smart moves from that Czech fighter trying for a trip, but unfortunately not enough up against the edge of the list. We have this Spanish fighters coming in with big two-handed weapons, but the same is happening with the Czech fighters at a different part of the field.
Very athletic, these Spanish fighters, however, they're able to resist these attacks. Great shot there.
Yes, he was. I don't think he was aware that fighter was running right past the Spanish fighter.
And it's
becoming a bit of a clinch here. Some fighters wanting to throw one another. We have some impressive paintwork on that helmet there. Not enough to...
yeah, you've got a great throw down there. Unfortunately, the Spanish fighter went down too.
Again, another fight to the line. This is going to be an intense fight here.
Yeah, I do think, however, the Czech Republic does have the advantage in terms of numbers.
We seem to have lost a weapon in the top left corner here. He seems to have no weapon on himself and has decided to just go down.
That's it, and he can't fight back at that point, and there's a big rush there from the Czech fighter, charges into him.
But this is met, and it's going to be an interesting thing to see how this ends up. You're able to see, obviously, the UK and America getting ready in that top list there. We'll pass to that shortly. You can see in the bottom corner, obviously, the spare Spanish fighter taking on the spare Czech fighter, but the Czech do actually have the numbers at the moment.
And they're going for a takedown there. And he could take two of them down at the same time. You can see the fatigue of the Czech fighters at this point.
When there's so many other people dead on the ground, it becomes a very complicated thing. Remember, if a torso touches a torso, that they are also out. Yep. Oh, then that fighter is down. That was using the body very sensibly. But now it seems to be the two largest Spanish fighters in the middle there. One Spanish fighter just barely hanging on, and
Very
he's down.
impressive
Now we
there
have
from
those
the
two
Czech
against
Republic.
the largest Spanish fighter.
There's an absolute pile of bodies there. Just on the other side of the list, you do have 2 Czech fighters against 1 big Spanish
The
fighter.
big Spanish fighter getting some good knees in there, but not enough to make a difference. Trying to trip him. It seems that the Czech fighters. One Czech fighter has
That's
gone
a
down.
massive takedown there from Spain. It evens out the score.
Unfortunately, one of the Czech fighters was paused by a marshal for some armor questioning about the thumb. This means it's now a 3-2 fight. This Spanish fighter, the larger one, being an aggressive attacker, but now being tangled up with another two-handed pole axe wielder.
You can
He's
see
broken his weapon. He needs to
absolutely
go and get
smashed
something.
that pole arm. Hopefully the Spanish fighter will be able to capitalize on the time advantage that he has before the other Czech fighter can come back with a new weapon. He
But
comes
he's back
back
already.
now.
Oh, unfortunately, not with any pole axe. So now
No,
he's caught.
I'm very
immediately.
surprised at that. I don't think that was a smart move. He should have taken advantage of the numbers he had there.
No, I think he tried. Unfortunately, didn't get a hook around the Czech fighter's helmet. That Czech fighter is very close to the ground now.
Oh, so is the Spanish fighter, though.
He
I'm not
might
sure how this is going to go. They might both go down at the same time.
If I was that Czech fighter, I'd hold on for dear life.
Dropping blows coming from that Czech fighter, but you can see the fatigue, and he's in a good position to take
Oh,
a
and the
swing
Czech
with.
fighter's down.
Oh, and then it's 2 versus 2.
He was only supported by that Spanish fighter up against the wall.
Right, and we've got these 2 big Spanish fighters.
To be honest, if it comes down to size, I think they've got it. But
However, look at the big Czech with the yellow and black helmet there.
He's
and he's in a
doing
very
his
dangerous
best.
position because he does have a grounded Czech fighter behind him, so he may trip up. And I think
The large Spanish
I
fighter.
think that the Czech fighter is trying to use that grounded fighter to his advantage.
He might do. This becomes a game of endurance between these 2 pole axe wielders to the
Absolutely,
left. On the right side, we have obviously a sword and shield user against a single.
And his helmet has
user.
come loose in one arm, so he's got to be very, very careful. He's not guilty of pulling down the helmet. You can see the marshals now are pointing that out, and I think he's
I don't
been
believe
warned
he
there.
was grabbing it though. They are saying he is, but I can
I
see
think he was very close to it. I
Very
think that
close,
was the
very
temptation.
close.
I think the marshal was right not to stop it, but to tap on the hand to make sure he was aware that it could have been a legal move. That is fair enough.
Agreed. Unfortunately, there are a lot of people surrounding the list, and some people like to give their opinion before it's warranted. So we need to make sure that we let the marshals do their jobs.
This is absolutely intense right now. They must be going through so much absolute pain. They must be exhausted at this point.
Especially when it's a 1-to-1, and so now we're seeing the decider. This is it. This is what decides who wins.
Falchion against Falchion. Pole arm against pole arm.
And at this moment, there is going to be this is going to be down to the line, the last person standing. There is no
this
way
is very
to
impressive
default
here.
this.
If the Spanish can pull this off, it will be something quite incredible against the experienced Czech team, but
Czech
they
is
are
doing-
not to be underestimated.
But the Czech's not letting up. He's doing his best to push back. Seemingly, obviously, we have them both getting very tired. The Spanish fighter just off screen is trying to get away to help his comrade, but that Czech fighter is not letting him go, holding onto his arm, dropping of the head, meaning that he's probably getting, the big Spanish fighter is probably
They
getting a
might
little
be-
tired.
I think they're going to be broken up there because of a lull in the action.
Not the most favourable thing, but none of them really had an advantage in their position.
That's true.
So
And
no
they're gonna
bodies are allowed to move, and
That's
hopefully
right, yeah,
no one
they have to
decides to
stay
get up.
where they are, but the thing is the Czechs have moved back into a useful position. I think they're going to slam right back into them. However, it is the Spanish that take the fight to the Czechs.
I really shouldn't have used that space to their like they should not have had that space.
No.
As the smaller fighters, they should have been around
Yep.
the bodies. Something to learn from the Israeli team. Again, this Spanish fighter not able to do anything, but also not easily taken down. Oh, nice leg sweep there, but not enough. Need to follow up with a twist of the core to bring him down.
Of course, it's his opposing leg which has all the weight on it. So
It seems like they've swapped oppositions, though. Obviously, each fighter is now against a fighter that they're not used
I
to.
don't think that's going to be an advantage there.
The Czech fighter off screen has just taken down the Spanish, leading to a 2-on-1 fight.
Wow.
Seems like they're breaking it up. I'm not sure why. Either this is becoming a lull in action, maybe the Spanish might forfeit, or
I'm not exactly sure. It was a very, very tense moment, and of course, you know, once again, the Spanish have found themselves, well, the Spaniard has found himself.
the Spanish is
outnumbered.
hugging out the Czech. Maybe this is it. Maybe they've conferred.
La victoria es para la República Checa.
That's it, yep.
en esta
The Czech Republic
categoría de 21
victors in that nail-biting
contra
round.
21.
A long time since I've seen one like that.
Yeah, incredible. Now, hopefully, we'll cross to another fantastic action as UK presses the US.
They
the
keep
tight into
maintaining
their
that
corner.
hard line, forcing deep into US territory there in the list.
Keeping the line very straight, like you said. These
of
poleaxes,
Yep.
but not as many, I think, as the American team have. But the American poleaxes are sitting back, not really getting as involved as they maybe should be.
Well, I think they're doing the right thing. They're waiting for their runs, and I think that's going to be...
We've got 2 Americans broken through those lines coming out to the back there.
Oh, and that's going to make a big difference there. They come charging. I think they're going for the wrong charges out straight into the back of the UK fighter. But I think that's a big takedown there from the UK fighter.
He was not
very impressive.
That US fighter was not watching himself, unfortunately.
Well, that's it. Yeah, he got behind the lines and unfortunately left himself vulnerable, not realising the UK would come back from that. However, you can see that numbers are not being spent for the right way. A nice charge coming through from the UK fighter. That's a great takedown.
Brilliant takedown. I think that man is very happy with himself.
He like that.
On the high, taking down further fighters. We're seeing US fighters drop left, right, and centre. I think this is a UK fight, but how
However,
much?
down goes the UK fighter, and they have to be very, very careful. That's some great work forcing the UK fighter back. He's gone down himself at that point. There are still charges coming from the US fighters. There's a lot more energy left in them.
Even if they can just take down 1 or 2 more fighters, it can now even the odds, especially since they'll learn from the last round. Another US fighter brought down to his knees by the Giants in UK.
And I think there's just a few to take down now. However, they've got to get them away from the list and out of the corner. What you've got 3 US fighters there.
I think it's pretty much 2 fighters left, and they might be calling it.
2 left, and I think they will, and I believe that's called.
Incredible effort by UK. America made some very brash decisions there that may have paid off, but unfortunately didn't see through.
I think they started off quite big, and they made the right decision to field more halberdiers out there. The UK actually did respond, which maybe they should have done against the Russians by matching that. Though the Americans broke through the lines of the UK, just that I think they charged at the wrong adversaries. They're looking for the larger groups rather than the individuals who were floating around in the middle and had not seen them get through the lines.
That would have been impressive if that single fighter could take down 1 or 2 stragglers and then make sure that he does a head check. Make sure he checks around and to make sure that everyone is busy and not focusing on him.
Exactly.
My job in the Australian team was a runner. And it is a runner, yeah. So as a lighter fighter with not as much upper body strength, my strength was in meeting some fighters, when they're not paying attention. But it's a role that you really have to get used to, and it requires you to engage, disengage. And if you can't pick your targets right, you'll do like I did against the Ukrainians, engage and get hip tossed. Now we see, obviously, the English, fantastic takedown there. That's what I was talking about. Knocking him against the fence, but then using the days to pull him off the fence line. If you spend too long there, they'll just end up grabbing on.
I think that little personal celebration of the UK fighter was a bit unnecessary because he lost valuable time. He had a nice advantage charging into that American there, who unfortunately was able to get right back to the list and support him. So it was quite a loss of energy in that sense.
And we see this part where the smart US fighter pushes him over the dead body, but
very,
then
very
gets
good
caught
play
from
from the
behind.
US there. So we're now looking at the Ukraine, who are ready to face off against the French. Very experienced in 21 versus 21. Very fast.
Indeed, but it will be exciting to see both of them, obviously. Hopefully we'll be able to get as much from both fights at the same time, the USA and Britain.
This is very interesting, the way that the French have divided into 2 lines, but the Ukraine are only keeping 5 fighters back, excuse me, if you cut them to the bottom of the screen.
And they all have their pole arms, so obviously lots of shield work, lots of sword work in the front line, but obviously I think contrasting we have 7 versus the 5 pole arms. And we'll see how much that makes a difference. But that being said, experience and speed. You mentioned the French are fast, but Ukraine are known for being fast fighters.
Absolutely.
So we'll see how quickly this is over and which one exhausts their energy first. Very excited to see USA and UK again. Obviously, preparing themselves, getting ready for their fight. But I would think that they're planning their tactics differently, or at least learning their lessons from the last fight. What was obviously some very brash decisions from USA that didn't pay out. So whether they'll play conservatively this time
remains to be seen. You can see the UK sticking with the lines that they had. The US have yet to get themselves together. I think they're going to go for that early rush again once more, but let's see if they actually keep that to the sides rather than the centre where they left themselves fairly vulnerable. It appears that both these fights will get underway at the same time. That's, yes, a very intelligent early rush there from the Americans, taking down one of the UK fighters. Big move there.
They have broken through again. Obviously, sorry we can't give you this action. We'll do our best to commentate. As you can see at the top of your screen in the distance, we're getting a few Americans tucked in corners. Seems like one of them was taken down, unfortunately, too early. But we've got
big shots from the back there. But these strong Americans are coming back. They're responding to the UK.
Great shot from behind.
Big shots coming straight from the back. Unlucky not to get him back there.
Him.
Well, again, he chose the adversary correctly there. He was right this time. He didn't go into the mob. He got another runner there, infiltrated the UK lines. I think the Americans have a very, very good chance here.
Doing a bit of a whirlwind attack there.
As he
dodging around those fighters, doing
very
a fantastic
impressive
job.
And he takes out the UK.
Oh, not quite.
Very, very close.
Just held himself up. It seemed to be that he pushed him into his enemy.
But this is
USA.
much better from the United States.
That fighter doing an impressive job, but the UK again keeping his feet up.
Yeah, the pressure on this.
That
is,
runner needs to
formidable.
get moving. He's got himself back to the corner,
That's
immediately out and in the field again. He takes his target, a polearm user, but he's now unfortunately outnumbered.
That's
3,
right,
4, 5 against 1. That's incredibly bad odds.
Big kicks there from the UK, and that's it. It's been called.
A fantastic fight by all, but it seems to be that the plans from the USA don't seem to be, fleshing out, and the good old-fashioned keeping in a line seems to be working quite well.
That's right, yeah. Well, the US, they're a very, very seasoned team with the 21 versus 21. They're big guys. It's hard to get around them. I think they, trying to infiltrate the lines with the runners was actually quite an impressive thing to do, and it did pay off in some areas of that round
in the short term, but in the long term wasn't the same. And now we have Ukraine coming up against France. Some fantastic kicks to start it off.
Smashing into each other.
These good shield punches, the speed, incredible from Ukraine, as they're well known for. Looks like nobody has gone down yet. One French man down. And I think we can see another fighter, I can't clear it, another French man down. And
well, you got some loose Ukrainians running around there.
The numbers are now on Ukraine's side.
Yep. You can see the French getting down. They've been very, very efficient, this Ukraine team, in the 21 versus 21. However, they do have some losses of their own.
Unfortunately, the numbers are now on the Ukrainian team's side for France.
But they've got to get those French men off the side of the list now, otherwise they will use up a lot of energy trying to get them down.
The Ukrainians are taking a running punch into some areas, but it seems like it has been called as the numbers are in the Ukraine's favour.
Now there is first round to Ukraine. However, at the start of that was extremely aggressive. Great aggression shown from the French team.
The key thing here, obviously, with these Ukrainians is that if you're coming up against them, you need to have your patience. The energy that they come at with you, they're not going to get tired. They're not going to wear down, and you need to be able to take that and then use that.
Sure thing.
Looks like the Ukrainians exiting the field completely. I'm not sure whether they feel that that's the end of the competition, or if they're fielding an entirely new 21 team. As you see in slow-mo, some fantastic kicks to start off the mass battle. One of the best shots that you can do as you're running towards an enemy is a great kick to the stomach that can kill them over immediately.
Yeah. It was an impressive start, however, from the French team. And well, Ukraine did well to weather the storm, as it were.
And come back fighting.
Yep.
Now, as we saw with the German team before, obviously, pressing really hard, and that lost them against the Russians. And I think France did their best, but as you can see in the center in this replay, they start to lose that center as the French tunnel vision to the right side.
Yeah, that's right.
And that's one of the hardest parts of fighting. Not only does the helmet kill some of your peripheral, but the adrenaline kicking in and the fighting makes people tunnel vision a lot. And if you're not trained to head check as you fight, you can lose your surroundings very quickly.
We can see in the top list now we've got Italy on the back of a win against Germany, it appears to be.
The back of a win against another team, now against Germany, obviously, to clarify.
Okay. The marshals, remember, it's very, very slow starting in the bottom list.
A punto de comenzar Ucrania contra Francia.
And the Italians and the Germans start with a hug.
Obviously good friends, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
something that I mentioned before, not a personal favorite of mine, but it's definitely good sportsmanship. Engaging now, a few kicks starting off. These polearms coming in heavy.
Polearms coming straight through. They've figured out what the French are trying to do, and they've just charged them.
They have
way
completely taken
back
their energy
into
out.
French territory there. However, there are a few Ukrainians down as well.
It might be a little bit even, but now they're getting picked apart. The solo fighting skills are going to come through. The French fighter in the middle, 3 against 1. Oh, polearms up, and his leg's been tripped up.
That's very, very aggressive fighting here. Very, very fast.
The French are in the corner, but they're holding their own. The Ukraine's obviously piling into that corner as well. Probably not enough, unfortunately, to withstand them.
They're taking down a sufficient number of French fighters here, who, even though they are very resilient.
The French are holding that corner well. Maybe one has fallen, so that unfortunately leaving them to a disadvantage.
This is now business as usual for Ukraine.
Indeed,
As you can see them drop.
I'm thinking the Ukrainian feet are just so much stronger that they seem to be lighter on their feet than the French.
Quite a bit, yeah.
And the French, unfortunately, rolling ankles, losing legs, meaning that they lost way too many members in that bout. Over already, and of course 2 rounds to the Ukrainians. No surprise in my mind, obviously the Ukrainians being top fighters from last year.
Yeah, that's right. Very good final against Russia. In fact, the first round they even won, but quite convincingly against the Russians. I think that was a real surprise for people, but of course, not to discredit Ukraine or their fighters, but we're going to see big things from them again this year, and you can see how quickly they've been working. So now we look to the top list where we've got Germany against Italy. And it looks like the Night Marshal has called the start of that. A very cautious start from both teams. Let's see how aggressively they come fighting in. And mildly pushing back are the Italians, not wanting to infiltrate the lines, and there are some bodies going down there.
Germans' polearms are coming in much stronger than Italy's.
Quite clumsy in the middle there. They're falling over each other, and I think it was 2 Italians and 2 Germans went down. You can see
an Italian losing his footing on his own.
Quite clumsy work there. And
dodging between these fighters is a very hard thing to do.
Absolutely, yes.
There was a clean shot from an accident Italian to a fellow Italian, and then had to apologise to him.
That's right.
This will happen in these mass battles, especially with a team like Germany, which shares similar colours.
Yeah,
really
very
lost
difficult.
Their footing for that German.
Sometimes when you get teams like Belarus, France, Italy, who all fight with blue tabards and sokots, it's very difficult to make them out from one another.
There's an Italian coming from behind trying to take out that German. Poor German being beaten down by quite a few.
And the Marshal stepped in there, and rightly so, and has called it.
Fair effort from all of them involved. It was. I wouldn't blame either particular side for being more clumsy than the other, as they all seem to have lost quite a few members from poor footing.
It's true, but I think when people fall over the same person, you've just got to move back. Both teams will have to move back and move around. There's plenty of space with these lists. Remember, these lists are larger than the ones used in Prague.
Indeed, indeed. Unfortunately, sometimes it becomes a matter of checking your surroundings, and that can be a matter of what helmet are you wearing.
Yeah.
If you do have helmets with good, strong visors in front of your nose and mouth, you lose that lower vision,
yeah,
unfortunately.
Of course. That's absolutely right.
Massively so. Now, one of the key things happening here, as we can see, is the Italians are pressing through, and after grabbing a few members who came through from the Germans and downing them, rejoining the fight as fast as possible. Now we see Poland and Spain in the lower list getting themselves ready for their 21 versus 21. I do think that will take some time as they ready themselves.
It's just a brief moment there with the Spanish still getting themselves together. And they'll be quite exhausted after the last fight, there's no doubt about that.
Good support from the Spanish spectators here.
Oh, it's fantastic. We'll see more of that tomorrow and on Monday. So, this is the last count from the Marshal in the Italy versus Germany.
Polish team looking like they're lacking numbers, but they have a lot of people outside.
Yeah, there are also a lot of hugs going around right now as well.
Yeah, yes, they do.
Aunque luchan con gran fervor.
Okay, Marshal calls the start of the Italy-Germany fight. Once again, a fairly tense beginning to that.
All credit to that German, with the first one to enter into that fray. Probably went down faster than anybody else, but he kicked it off.
Well, that's right, yeah. He got it
some
going.
smart moves by the what looks to be a Swiss Italian there. trying to throw...
no, that's one of the fighters from Turin. They used that cross there, Team Taurus.
Wonderful. These fighters clearly splitting up into their separate groups.
Separate skirmishes. This will help the overall movement of each team.
But
However,
it does
now
look like Italy has it.
they are focusing on getting down these last German fighters. That's a big victory there for Italy.
Fantastic fight. I mean, Germany doing their best, but I don't know, it seems like they're not doing as well as they did last year.
Do you think it could be a question of training together in the 21 versus 21? It's naturally the hardest to get together because it would mean, in order to train that live, you do need 42 fighters.
I mean, comparatively, Germany is quite a large country compared to some other countries in Europe.
Yeah, that's true.
France would probably understand that issue as well. Obviously, if we look at something like Spain, even though it is a large country, I do believe that the teams, especially since they are newer, are all in a few very close major cities.
Yep, that's right.
When it comes to Germany, they have very competitive setup against one another.
Yeah, they are missing one of their key teams, however, this year, the German national team. However, we do get underway now with Poland against Spain, and Poland make the early rush. They're very, very aggressive, and they're breaking through the Spanish lines here.
We only have one Spanish fighter down so far, and it seems they're pretty even. Second Spanish fighter down, Polish and another Spanish fighter down. And they seem to be going down pretty evenly. The Polish seem to be getting taken down.
Yeah, that's true. There's some strange movement in the way they're going across. However,
the Polish
are
taking advantage,
working more as a team to get these Spanish fighters down.
And catching the few ones off guard.
Yeah, very nice.
And from the rear. Oh, one Polish fighter gone down onto his own mate.
But it seems that he's got up. And the marshals did not see that.
Something that obviously
the Polish fighter who went down because of his own grounded fighter, and he got back up.
It can be a little confusing, obviously. If your torso does drop onto a fighter, you are out.
Well, I said it was clearly on his backside. Unfortunately, the marshals did not see it, but it doesn't make a whole lot of difference because the Polish have taken control of that.
Fantastic pushing there, obviously, wanting to meet the visors as much as possible. It seems like a lot of Spanish fighters running in, not using that opportunity to shield punch.
Yeah.
Taking the wind out of it. It's something that is quite an odd thing for a lot of fighters when they if they come, especially from MMA backgrounds or any sort of martial arts. Your offhand is usually used as a jab.
Right.
Yet in HMB, it's one of the strongest hits you can do with your shield to be able to cross someone through the face. Especially when they're least expecting it while you're running in.
We can see in the top list, Russia getting ready to do battle with the USA.
Very popular fight, I find, at every one of the Battle of the Nations. Almost every competition in the world, yes.
Absolutely. Let's see what the Americans can pull back. Would we be looking at an upset?
Yeah, it would be incredible if we could see the USA come out on top of Russia, but Russia has not shown any drop in their form, so it would be surprising with USA getting a little caught out. If they play a bit more conservative with their strategies, they might actually do a little better in this one, but if they try something a little wacky, Russia's one to adapt quite well.
Yeah,
so,
very, very aggressive.
Very
I think that's the aggression which gives them the edge.
Indeed, but I think you can meet aggression with aggression, but if that aggression is also adaptable, then you have all advantages working in your favor.
That's right.
The great saying that most people know: the best defense is an offense.
Absolutely.
And I think that's what the Ukrainians and the Russians have down pat.
Yep, completely. I don't think you can disagree with that. We're now waiting for the start of. Once again, both fights here. Really, they might actually set off at the same time. So. Not sure what will be focused on. Would it be USA, Russia, or Spain, Poland? The last remaining Spanish fighters entering the list now. And I think they're about ready to go now that they've got their numbers organized. Still no start at the top. Okay, right, the Spanish are rallying round. The Night Marshal is calling the start of the fight. I think we're going to see an early rush here from the Polish, but we're not this time. It's very, very collected.
Pushing out on the south side by the Polish, leaving a gap in the middle, not willing to engage just yet, hoping that south side's going to be able to wrap them around. They're not seeing much difference, but one Spanish fighter was dragged through the lines and put down on the ground.
You can see that how well Poland hold that solid line. You can see the fighters.
Not overcommitting, and that's a key thing.
Yep.
You don't want to be putting yourself in a situation
They're
where you
not
don't have
taking
the
the
advantage.
risk. They're not taking the risk. They're not going for these runs down the middle.
And if
Or
USA
loose
do
fighters.
that, they might be all right.
I think at this point they might, because they've broken the Spanish line, because they've found the gaps. So that's a great run for the Spanish fighter. Unlucky not to get to take down the Polish fighter.
You see the Polish still staying very close together in the center of the field.
Pushing right back, but slowly but surely back to the Spanish end of the list. Once again,
The Spanish fighters doing well, but unaware of their surroundings, going down.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, these poleaxes coming in very strong, getting caught, and they're using them to drag, and a broken weapon by the Polish fighter there. Leisurely walking back to his baseline. That poor Spanish fighter doing his best, kicking out, doing his absolute best to take everybody down.
Great aggression, but it has been stopped there by the marshal.
I think that fighter deserves a lot of respect.
Definitely, yeah. Well, he wasn't giving up. I mean, that's what the Spanish do. They stay, they stay, they stay. They are not giving up. They're not giving anything away.
Now you see in the North field, obviously, the Russians taking on the US. US again trying a slightly different pattern.
They've gone for those early runs for them. The Russians have got them covered. I mean, there's such fast skirmishes through, which back off to the side of the list, because I think the US fighters aren't taking as many risks this time, which is a smart idea.
I think they have taken some risks, but it's paid off a little bit. As again, in the short term, we'll see whether the Russians can come back round.
Oh, look at the aggression from the Russians there.
Nah, they've unfortunately lost their advantage there. Now getting backed into a corner, seeing a rush of all the spare Russians.
That's right.
Coming
Look at
over.
that.
If I was the US, I would simply just be taking a knee, saving your energy for the next round.
So I think, yeah, the marshals have stopped it there. Big work there from the Russians.
I think the USA team have got a fantastic method with this breaking, but they don't have anything to follow it up.
Yep.
They're breaking through one of the sides, pushing through, taking down as they get distracted, having some heavy hitters come through and take down the stragglers. But then, especially the Russians who can adapt well, they've got nothing to follow that up with. They don't try to reform a line. They don't try to reform a group or section off a part of the field. It just becomes a bit of a messy fight.
That's right. You can see here the replay that the Russians have sort of got a semicircle around the Americans there. Lots of pole arms coming down. You can see there that the strategy really is wear the opponents down.
Are you seeing that jackhammer I was mentioning about those Russians laying 1, 2, 3 pole arms all into their head? It's like they have their timing down pat.
Massive shot there.
Indeed.
And the marshals were, well, I guess the fighter was lucky that the marshals intervened at that
Very
point.
lucky. It would have been interesting to see how much more he can take.
Yep. It looks like we have got France against the Czech Republic in the first list. Once again with those Hungarian mercenaries.
Czech Republic was only just in the fight. They must be very tired.
Oof, I think so. Well, in the French also.
The French have had at least 2 rounds, or at least 2 other teams fighting to take a break there. Czech Republic was literally in the last fight.
We'll see what they can pull out of this one.
It all depends, obviously, how many more substitutes that they have lined up.
I think they can still field their own team. It's just they haven't got enough for the reserves. Therefore, they get the Hungarian mercenaries on their side.
Including the Hungarian mercenaries, if you have, say, 30-something players, at least 10 in the next round is going to be tired. Whereas if you're in Team Russia's situation, where they can sometimes have bucket loads.
Okay. So, the first fight likely to start off will be the second round of USA versus Russia, although there has been a medic on hand there.
It's a little bit concerning, but I don't believe that anybody has been permanently injured. There's no stretcher being brought to the field just yet. Looks like they're calling for something, though, so we'll see whether they need that stretcher.
The fighter is down there.
Stretcher has been called.
Right, it has, yep.
This is not looking good. That was, I believe, the fighter that was pinned against the wall, having his head jackhammered in by those 3 Russians with their poleaxes. Maybe it's some sort of pain in the neck.
could well be. I mean, the impact of a direct blow from a halberd. I mean, you know about that. It's
indeed.
Well, when it comes down on you, it sends you into next July.
I mean, I myself actually have an injury to my neck. I have 4 discs
Right.
bulging into my spinal column, and when you get 4 or 5 Russian halberds coming down on your head there, you just drop out. There's no point.
That's it.
Now, obviously, there's a pause happening here with the French versus the Czech Republic in this south field. I'm not quite sure what the pause is requiring.
No, in fact, we've got no notice of it. Unfortunately, we don't have a rapid enough communication system to understand what is happening at the lists to the control room as it is. Because we don't even have a view to the live action. We are just viewing this through monitors. And the communication, it would be nice to see if we can have something from the marshals, at least to the control center, so we know what's happening. There certainly don't seem to be many rule infringements, and very good to see that there have been no yellow cards or red cards as of yet.
I don't believe it wasn't many in 2016 either. I think people are aware.
Well, there were a few yellow cards, various yellow cards, and I think it was just 1 red card. And that's the start of
French
the
moving in
Republic.
fast, but backing off nicely, trying to just take away the initiative. One Czech fighter getting caught on there. He's a compadre. Czech fighter down, but seems that France and Czech are nicely met here. France coming in fast and strong with their
Skirmishes are
experience.
now moving around. They seem pretty even, though, it has to be said. Those skirmishes all around the list.
One Hungarian down.
Yeah,
I think the numbers are slowly piling in the French favour.
I think so. But you can see a nice rush there, and he's gone down. Very impressive work from this much more organised French team.
About 5 or 6 Czech Republic against the rest of the French fighters here.
Yeah, some big shots
focusing
there.
in on that corner there with only 2 Czech fighters left. Maybe they'll be able to recover at least a few points, but it seems like French have taken down nearly every fighter except for 2.
Down there.
It's amazing that the marshals have not called it yet. It is only 2 fighters left.
Sure.
And it seems like it has been called.
It looks like it, yep.
One final blow to finish off the fight.
Victory there for France. Gives them an early advantage. And we're still waiting for Russia, USA to get underway in the top list.
But that USA team member has obviously been cleared out.
Yep.
Make sure that they are not obviously injured. We hope them, we wish them all the best.
Of course. Okay, and an early rush there from the Russians, who go charging into the Americans.
Oh, seems like Avalok lost his weapon there.
Well, they
leaving
found
that unfortunate man
who goes
out.
down.
He got tripped
Russians
up.
make short work of that fighter, and now Russians with an advantage.
It's amazing seeing this this interaction here. Obviously, Avalok found himself lost his weapon and had to run back to the baseline, leaving the unfortunate Americans caught off guard.
They are being taken down now systematically by this very, very well-prepared Russian team.
Who does not seem to break a sweat.
Well, that's it. Still, the beginning there was a very impressive start by the USA. Never to underestimate them.
Never at all, but I do think that they are going to need to play a bit more conservative.
Yep.
This, of course, is the second round, meaning that that is now done.
Yep.
For that bout between them. But if USA wants to go well, it seems like their brash plays and their creative plays, unfortunately, have not done well in any situation. I like it, but unfortunately, you know, the proof is in the pudding.
Absolutely.
Now at the bottom here, we see Czech Republic and France composing themselves, ready for their next fight.
Yeah, they do take quite a while to get underway, these fights.
Luckily, obviously, with the dual lists, it means that we do have consistent action for the viewers.
Yes. Well, and we look to be moving at some point into round 2 of France versus the Czech Republic. There seems to be some word with the marshals, and You've got the trainee marshals getting some really valuable experience in all these categories. And it'll be good to see them in what they do tomorrow in the men's 5 versus 5 category.
Apoyando a la República Checa.
But now, the Knight Marshal is ready to start the second round of France versus the Czech Republic.
Oh, French again moving in nice and hard to finish off the fight here, but it doesn't seem like they're able to commit as much as they did last time. They're keeping that line steady though. We're seeing Czech getting a bit tangled up in the corner there. Some nice close-ups. Fantastic shots by that polearm for the French fighter. Unfortunately, we're getting a little messy here for the Czech Republic. The only unfortunate thing happening would be the loss of numbers it seems the Czech Republic is experiencing. A few fighters going down.
Oh, there's some sharp work there from France, however. Big takedowns.
Indeed, a few fighters being caught off guard and rolling, but Czech does have some numbers. If they can take a few down with them, then it might even the odds.
Oh, that's very
optimistic, I know, but unfortunately, it does not seem to be going in their favor with about 6 against 1 Czech fighter there.
Yeah, I think that's going to be called. There's just some action in the corner. We can't quite see it, but I believe, yeah, that has been called by the marshals. Important victory there for France.
An unfortunate turn of events for the Czech team, but I mean, French with their experience, France with their experience is it's incredible. It's not surprising, to be honest.
Yeah.
We see what looks to be a Great Britain team in the right side of your screen, actually getting ready for their next round. It'll be interesting to see who they are up against.
Going to be an announcement now. Okay, and you have the UK moving towards this for their next fight, and I believe that will be against Italy. So that should be a very, very interesting fight. That Italy have not lost a fight yet in the 21 versus 21.
Which is, even though that they have their experience, it's nothing compared to, say, the Russians or UK. So seeing UK versus Italy will be a big decider for Italy to see where their level is at.
Again, good organisation straight away from the UK team there.
Ready to go, creating their lines, but at the same time, be interesting to see if they keep those lines. The Italians have been quite good at pushing one side or the other. Now we see the replay here, obviously, French team pushing in hard and then obviously taking their time. Some heavy hitters coming in from the Hungarian team with their pole axes, but not enough to really shake the line of the French team, keeping it together. Now obviously it gets nice and tight here, some grappling on the wall, but unfortunately not enough to really make the difference. Solid shots there, solid shots. We see Ukraine down at the bottom, getting ready for their next round. Looks to be against maybe Spain, gathering themselves over the corner of your screen over to the left
Appears
there.
to be, yeah.
Pero este es el deporte, full combat. La lucha histórica medieval.
Okay, and yeah, it looks like they're ready to start. I think just a few Italians still missing from the top list there. Quite slow to get ready, but as we said before, this is quite normal for the 21 versus 21. And a bit more movement now. You can see, you can even hear that the Ukrainians are getting ready. Some support there from the crowd. But they will be against the crowd favourites here, Spain.
Both lists getting ready for action. I think we will see Italy versus UK start fast. They're about ready to go.
I think they are. I think the Knight Marshals actually calling for the start of it. Hopefully we'll be able to zoom over there very, very quickly.
Preparado España contra
we'll get a fantastic engagement.
And there we go, straight into it. The UK charging towards the Italian team there.
Keeping their line strong though.
Big blows coming through by both teams. Very, very close at this early stage.
You've got a few Italians who've pushed through, but that may actually lead to their demise. I've seen a few UK team members already go down. We have a few people on both sides lost lost behind enemy lines.
That's true, yeah. And you've got that one Italian, I think he's gone far too deep into the UK side of the list.
Seems like one Italian is choosing to argue with the Marshal. Hopefully that is now sorted.
Yeah, it's a fairly risky thing to do, and it appears that the UK are now dominating this in terms of numbers. However, the Italians are not taking this sitting down.
Well, it seems to be that the advantage in numbers has been lost. They now seem to be pretty even, but
these Italians are very, very strong.
But they're not doing anything proactively to change the fight. It seems like they're just taking a beating. They need to start fighting back to try and take down some members.
Yeah, they're fighting against some very, very experienced UK fighters there. Big, aggressive shots there, and I believe the Marshals have called it. That's an important win there for the UK. And I believe we're ready to start in the first list and the bottom list with Ukraine versus Spain. And just you can see how big these shots are from Ukraine. Unfortunately, he missed that one, but a big swing.
You can see his team member telling him to go take the man in the corner.
The Italian went far too deep there. He's looking himself way too risky. If you look just up, you've got all the line of UK fighters that can simply turn around and rush him.
He actually should have disengaged and gone to attack them. It would have shaken up the entire line. An attack from the rear to a solid line can create havoc.
Yep.
Fighters, making sure that all of the equipment, all of the weapons and shields being used are compliant.
Obviously, Eddie, our announcer there, reinforcing the fact that we check every weapon, every shield, every piece of armor to make sure that it is solid, compliant. There are certain edges to each weapon that can only be so rounded, can only be so sharp, so therefore must be more rounded by a certain amount of centimeters. At certain angles, it's very clear to make sure that everyone is as safe as possible, but at the same time, people have their creativity in their weapons and in their armor.
Yeah, that's right.
We're now seeing a build-up here. The crowd's going wild for Spain, obviously. And Ukraine getting ready to bring down what is their speedy attack. Spain's been doing well, but it'll be surprising. Here's the engagement.
Kind of big rush there, fast up from the Ukrainians. Very, very aggressive start there.
Hitting
from
them
both
hard.
teams. The Spanish doing their best to respond, but they're being taken down slowly. There's only three of them down now, but now the Ukrainians have broken the formation completely.
The numbers are increasingly against the Spanish as they're being taken down one by one in quick succession. The Ukrainians fantastically known for their speed and taking an opportunity to hit people from behind.
And you can see the Ukrainians charge right to the end of the Spanish territory.
A sea of blue and yellow. Marshals doing their best to stop some engagements. Yelling as hard as they can, but if they can't get closer,
well, that's true.
They have to use those sticks. And unfortunately, if they're not close enough to use the sticks, it's not safe. Then we don't expect them to be risking their lives to be putting it in there. Luckily, we do not have any history of any Marshal getting seriously injured from a weapon.
Getting injured at all, certainly not Battle of the Nations.
No. Obviously, there are many fights around the world. I've never heard of a single story of anybody, even a Marshal, getting seriously injured. Now, here we see Ukraine pushing hard and just hitting continuously from every angle. The Spanish doing their best to strike, but as your shields come up, you lose some of that ability when you're in a line. Their line is now broken. Obviously, a few fighters trying to hold, some pushing through, but many already on the ground.
Yeah.
The fight was over, I believe, pretty quickly once they had lost 50% of their fighters in the first 15 seconds.
Sure.
This is what I mentioned before. You could train for a year. You can spend your time getting completely prepared with all your armor, and the fight can be over in 30 seconds.
Well, this is it. And the Ukrainians will be looking to do that again. However, the Spanish trying to regain their composure. And you can see now UK and Italy gets back underway.
Fantastic shots coming from the polearms from Great Britain. I believe the the Italian polearms are just not doing anything. They're just standing back and biding their time too much. The Italians trying to hold their line, but it seems like they've lost the north side of the
I don't think they have the rhythm there. The halberdiers are not responding fast enough. I think they're going to regret that. There are still only 2 Italian fighters down at this point.
They're doing fantastic in holding their own, but they need to regain their composure.
That's right,
You've
yes.
still got a line of poleaxes here from the UK team.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, big takedown there from the Italian.
If they
Let's
can
even
keep doing
things
that,
out, but he gets that one right back. You can see it's
using
the
the dead
push over
bodies,
there.
unfortunately,
Yep.
it means that these Italian fighters aren't aware of their surroundings as much as they should be.
I've got some finalising moves there from the UK team, just trying to sweep them with legs from under their feet.
It did, and that really solidified that win
And
there.
you can still see that
Some
big,
solid shots coming in from that
big
UK
Italian
guy
who's
against
taken
the back
some
of the leg.
serious shots there. You can see the captain of Italy is standing there, helpless to the force of the UK.
Doing a fantastic job. Well, we can hear the crowd going crazy for Spain.
Yeah.
The next fight that's going to be happening. Obviously, they're taking their sides up. The strong forward line from Spain with lots of stragglers in the back. Wonder if that'll change once the engagement starts. Ukraine, known obviously for pushing hard. Maybe they want that distance there. Maybe they want to create that distance and not allow them to back them into a corner. But it shall be very interesting to see how they cope with the impending march of the Ukrainians.
Yeah, that's right.
Doing their final counts to make sure that there is enough people on the field, or not too many on the field. The Ukrainian captain, coach, making sure that he has his team members all lined up and ready to go, keeping their morale up. As I said, obviously the waiting can sometimes be the biggest killer of morale.
I would say their morale's pretty high.
After winning so far.
After doing such an efficient job.
Now
a lot of energy going into them.
The Ukrainians obviously pushing hard as per usual. The Spanish doing their best to meet them. Unfortunately, losing their line. Semi-holding it together. Few Spanish pushing through.
First Spanish go to the floor there. We can just see that the Ukrainians have pushed back deep into Spanish territory. Not quite getting the results they wanted, pushing them too far back against the list, so it's harder to get them down. Two are wedged in the corner there, but the Ukrainians have forced them back. Yeah. And I think they're going to be able to use the number of bodies on the ground to stop the fight, and that's it.
That's how quickly these Ukrainians finish off their enemies in terms of taking them out one by one. We see them drop. And it's just unfortunate to watch the fight go over so quickly. But we know the Spanish put in their best. I believe it's just the Ukrainians known for being shock troopers, being people who change the face of a battle through shocking the enemy into submission. The Ukrainians marching off in two columns, showing their superiority there and their poise.
Oh, very, very impressive work there from the Ukrainian team.
Definitely. I think it's going to be impressive eventually if we see them against the Russians again.
Yeah, it's they do still play quite a different game. The Ukrainians relying on speed, whereas the Russians going for power with those halberds.
It shall be interesting to see how that all pans out.
Yep.
And you see, this is what we're talking about, these pushing them into the corner.
That driven right back into their own territory. That speed and force, very impressive.
A few Spanish obviously wanting to try to get out of the groups, but I feel that's what broke their line. You have to be willing to not give up ground whatsoever. Something that obviously when they train together, the Ukrainians know that if they step forward, their brothers step forward with them. That keeps that line strong. Now we see the Polish preparing for their next mass battle on the bottom list. It'll be interesting to see who they are up against.
I'm not sure. I mean, you can see it appears to be the United States. Well, the United States and Spain are both waiting, but it can't possibly be Spain again, not straight after that. Ukrainians moving to their area of the arena. But the Team Poland are ready and waiting.
It'll be interesting to see if it's actually Ukraine maybe who's up into the next fight against Poland.
Oh, that seems a very quick changeover.
I do believe at least Ukraine would be the ones willing to do it.
If anybody's going to do it, Ukraine would do it. That's true. I totally agree with that.
There's something to be said, regardless of their endurance and their strength. It's also to do with their incredible positive attitude. I don't think I've met happier people than the Ukrainian Battle of the Nations team.
Yep. All right, and I believe in the top list we can actually see, or appears to be, USA versus Germany.
And it shall be interesting, obviously, USA with their brash tactics not paying off as well as I think they've been hoping to. But at the same time, Germany not doing as well as they probably hoping to in every round, even though, again, fighting more traditionalist. Whether this means that the USA are better in their physicality, are better in their skill individually if they win this fight, the tactics might actually pay off. But Germany being a bit more conservative with their approach may actually win this if, again, America tends to do their non-conservative, very brash tactics. It might actually lead to a win for Germany.
Well, I think they had something. If they can once again go through those lines and use the runners, but make charges going to the outsides of this rather than the center, which didn't prove so effective.
It didn't. As I said before, obviously the US just needs to have something to follow up with. Once they do that initial attack, they need to have some further tactics. Seems like the French are taking the field to fight against the Polish. Very friendly, obviously meeting each other, making sure that everything is okay, which is good. It means that they're both well-rested teams. A chance to see a really good fight between these two, both known for fighting very fast and having a lot of experience.
Oh, I think it'll be good. It's a bit of an old classic match, this, Poland versus France. Like the good old days.
I think France
camaraderie between
was
them.
one of the first teams to obviously field 21. Which do you believe came first in the 21s, Poland or France?
Oh, I think it was Poland.
There you go.
That said, France, very, very experienced in all categories.
Y empieza.
Now we see the engagement.
That was a very, very slow engagement of Germany against USA.
USA was seemed confused by that as well, almost wondering if it was friendly.
Yeah, it was quite confusing for me.
Some fantastic attacks there by the Americans, taking out some Germans
very
unawares.
Fast attacks there now from the Americans, who are loose behind the lines, and they need to use that to the advantage.
I think they are. I think they're actually doing this.
Big shots coming down. That a great takedown there from the USA.
We're seeing Germans drop like flies
We're
now.
now seeing the aggression that we expected to see from the USA, who are working down these Germans. More of them on the ground now.
I'm thinking the USA getting a bit cocky with that.
And that has been called there. And yes, we do get to see a much more together, much more glued and compact United States team. But it was very wise taking advantage of those runners there. Some big takedowns.
I think they met the Germans, and the difference was the second that they realized the fight was on, they enacted their plan, and that actually worked this time. Like I mentioned before, Germany playing conservative, I don't think has the either the togetherness or the experience, the physicality to beat the US in this endeavor. But usually not working as well, but in this case worked brilliantly. You can see in this replay, after being met with aggression, you've got the USA team pushing back hard and pushing through, such as this fighter here, being followed by a German fighter, but nonetheless was free from that point onwards.
As you can see here, coming in from the behind, you thought the German had the advantage. Big rush there.
By
very
the
effective.
Yes. Now we see in the bottom list, it's probably France getting ready to take on Poland, and they start the engagement.
Underway.
French, again, moving forward, but deciding to not engage.
Yeah, not as fast out of the gate as they've been in the past.
It seems to be that Poland and France are both choosing to stay back, allowing for one side to engage, but whether or not this means that French are going to lose their standing.
Well, very, very closely matched battle. I think you'd see the same thing with Russia against Ukraine, choosing the moment to attack. Now you can see that skirmishes have broken out. There are loose runners.
They've still got a nice line, but it seems to turn more into a horizontal line.
That's right, yep.
The few Polish who have broken through may have gone down quickly, but they seem to have held their own. I don't think the French took the advantage of that situation.
Yep.
And now we have, unfortunately, a few Polish fighters going down really hard.
So some very, very impressive work. There was a big takedown there of the Frenchman.
Frenchman tossing with a nice kick.
Nice push there.
The French fighters coming in strong against the back of the Polish.
This is very, very nice.
Oh,
great takedown there from the Polish.
They're all at their A game, doing a fantastic job, smacking each other senseless and making sure they're catching them off guard. Seems like it's pretty even numbers now, but Poland seems to be the ones up against the list, doing their best to defend themselves. We got some action happening off screen in the corner of the list. It seems to be getting tense. This is, as I mentioned before, obviously some fantastic work.
The numbers are fairly even, yeah.
Bringing them down. Well, no, I think the French have this now, picking off team member after team member.
That's true, yeah, they do have the advantage in numbers. I think things have slowed down quite a bit.
The poise there from that Polish member as that Frenchman is getting backed into a corner.
Very nearly falls down himself. I think that's the Israeli mercenary fighting for the French team there.
We have the French member standing there.
Big shots there from the Frenchman.
Don't know if he's meant to be out. If he is, he should be kneeling. Standing up will be confusing for the marshals. Polish member taking him out. He's clearly not out. Using a downed friendly member to support himself. If you do use your own hand to support yourself on a downed member, I would find that either against the rules or very bad sportsmanship.
What? Well,
not sure how that one was called. It seemed to get a bit messy towards the end. But in the end, I do believe that the French had the slight advantage there.
Yep, and that's it. And USA-Germany gets underway once more. What a tense start there. But now halberds start to fly down. Some big shots there coming from the Americans, and already a German fighter is down. It's a nice movement there. Let's see if these Americans are going to take advantage of the possibility to run through the ranks.
I think they have.
Rush charges there against the Germans, but they are solid enough to stand up.
I think, honestly, the Americans waited long enough for the engagement to start, to wait for the opening and then push their way through, backing the Germans now into a corner to really get them finished up.
Big shots there
solid
from the
shots
USA
coming through. We can hear that ringing up in the commentator's box. Yellow flags flying. It looks like the round is being called to USA's favor. Solid fight there.
Yep, and that's it. Well done to USA. Big result there.
This is what I feel their brash tactics obviously worked in their favor, but obviously with some of the other teams that are can match their physicality and match their skill, they need to think differently.
So we look for the next round of France and Poland as USA leave the list victorious against Germany. And they'll be happy with that, but good friends of the Germans is the American team. You can see here, big shots coming out. It's a little more tense than the other fights. We've seen more aggression from both the Poles and the French in previous fights.
There was definitely a lot of pause in the middle of the list for a good long section of the fight, and it wasn't until there was a strong rotation, making the French fighters keep their line together, even with enemy members behind them. And maybe the Poles did not take advantage of the fact that even though they were engaged, they were behind enemy lines, even if the enemy line had turned horizontally. The Poles unfortunately chose to stick to the wall to try to keep themselves up instead of breaking the line and taking members out. It's one of those things, sometimes you need to sacrifice yourself to break a line. And if you can do that, then hoping that your teammates do the rest. Something that we see definitely from the Americans, willing to sacrifice a fighter or two just to shake things up.
Yeah, that's right.
You mentioned before, obviously, the Italian in the fight, I think, against Germany, when they overcommitted and didn't take that opportunity to attack the enemy line from behind.
Yeah, could have done quite a bit better. You could just see there seems to be some armor that's loose.
Yeah, it seems to be like an elbow cup or a knee cup.
We have in the top list Russia. Looks like they're waiting for their next fight.
I'm not sure who they're going to be up against, but Great Britain does seem to be standing by. Next, we're going to be seeing, obviously, the second, third round? Second round, I think, for the Polish versus the French.
Yep, that's right. Still waiting for that to get underway. It will not be the UK against Russia as they've already fought. I think it will be Russia against Italy.
Yeah, Italy seems to be taking the field up now next to them. Shall be interesting. Italy obviously losing to their previous match, but at the same time has done fantastically otherwise. Now the Russia doing obviously an almost undefeated reign. It'd be interesting to see, just as a numbers game, which fighters did the most damage to them.
Yeah.
Because in terms of winning and losing, they have won everything.
Well, they do have a high number of very, very aggressive halberdiers who come up with some fast strikes.
And the people need to learn from that, especially, I feel, the Italians. They're the ones who have not utilized, and the Great Britain did learn. I believe UK did learn and decide to grab their halberdiers jump on the back line and,
Yeah.
and meet them right after the first round with the
That's
Russians.
right,
They
yeah.
learned.
That's right. We get underway with Poland versus France. Again, quite a tense start to that.
Except in the center, this poise is waiting for one line to break. The rotation, the French have that south side pushing strong. One Polish fighter coming through the enemy lines, but unfortunately not doing well. The French dealt with him immediately. The bottom corner of the screen here on the right, you can see that the French are holding that strongly. This line being consistent from both sides.
That's pretty
Unfortunately,
impressive.
one or two Polish being dragged through, but we see a French fighter down already. Numbers slightly on the French side.
We've got a couple
No,
more
actually.
fighters going down there.
I stand corrected. It's almost perfectly even. About 4 French fighters down and about 4 Polish fighters down.
You can see the Polish fighters now trying to break through the French lines, trying to get that run coming from behind, take down by surprise these French fighters who seem to be completely immobile in the centre, not knowing where to start off. But I think they're going to be surprised from behind by the Polish fighter.
Didn't finish it off though.
Didn't quite get it. However, there was a nice attack there from the French, and
They
it's
back up his
counter-attack,
comrade.
and that fighter is down.
That runner that's in his Hatunga needs to grab another weapon. He's unfortunately lost his, but he's quick.
Oh, that's a big takedown there from the French,
But
but
he
he goes
lost his
down
footing
himself.
as well. Yes, it's an unfortunate thing when you do such a fantastic takedown, but you lose yourself. You wonder about your whether you maybe could have been more effective. The Polish being backed into a corner now, but it's not like the numbers are two against them, but they're dropping unfortunately.
It looks like France will be able to finish this off in reasonable fashion. However, the Polish have
Strong
put up a
Polish
very,
team.
very big fight towards them. So
Unfortunately, only one Polish member left, and so
that's it. I think that would be called there. Again, a big victory for France.
Good effort on Poland's behalf, but obviously the French keeping their line more solid, separating a few of those Poles, dragging them through, or maybe the Poles
We
getting
now
a
get
little
underway with Russia versus Italy. And the Russians go charging into the Italians, forcing them back. They've gone for a runner there. However, it's not going to be so effective this time as there's a lot of backup. Big takedown there in the middle from the Russians, who have driven a lot of the Italians back to their own. It's the captain falling there from the Italian team.
some footing just not being so strong. The Russians really circling them. Not a single rushing standing back. That's what I noticed too much.
Big
from other
takedowns
teams.
there.
And the fight's over.
That's a strong result there for Russia.
I think that's what I notice a lot from other teams is they don't commit everyone. Russia seems to commit every single member immediately to the fight. Halberdiers know their role. Shields know their role. Runners, not so many of them in the Russian team.
No, that's right.
In the 21 versus 21, maybe not so well placed. Obviously, 5v5 runners have a very good job. The Americans trying their best to utilize their runners, and obviously against Team Germany did a fantastic job. But in some other engagements, not so much. Team Russia, of course, swapping out their teams. Wouldn't be surprised if there's a whole spare 21 fighters ready to fight. but they seem to be not needing to swap them all out. Team Italy grouping together, communicating, trying to figure out what worked well there.
I think they're still going to try and capitalize on the fact of having more runners and try to find these gaps like it was attempted in the last one. However, the Russians did have them covered. So they couldn't quite get through, but I think they'll definitely try that again. It's the smartest thing to do in this case because they're not going to take them down by immediate force.
No, but I do believe if they're going to be using the runners, they need to be bulking them up, pushing them into one solid area to really shake up that Russian line. Even if you engage and then disengage and re-engage again, it's got to be done quickly, but it's got to be done in bulk. A few runners are not going to shake the Russians.
Oh, that's right. We see now it looks to be getting to the start of the second round. Yes, very well organized, these Italians and Russians. They get together very quickly. And, however, it does appear that there's a...
Atención, el equipo de Francia tendrá un descanso de 10 minutos ya que les han tocado.
And the engagement starts. Russians pushing hard on the south side. The Italians already going down. The Russians keeping a nice hard guard there, protecting against the halberdiers. A few Italians getting separated from the bunch.
Well, the Russians has lost his weapon. They're now charging. There are still some spaces for the Italians. However, they are being moved back into their corner now. The big shots with the halberds coming in from these Russians in 2 layers. Slamming down on the Italians now, right back into the race, and it is called.
That jackhammer effect from those halberdiers, just one after another, just wears you down. There's no chance to recover. It's just mere like shock value.
Well, very, very impressive there from us. You can see the taxes that are working. Fill the list with halberdiers.
I am going to be so excited to see the Russian versus Ukraine. competition, speed versus power.
Well, you know, I think they're going to be quite tense at the beginning. They're going to be quite slow to start. It's often the case with the 5 versus 5 with Ukraine versus Russia as well. They don't like to burst too early. I think it'll be the same thing with the 21 versus 21.
You know, as much as I say sounds plausible, it's also Russia and Ukraine, known for their intense fighting. As you can see here, Italians tripping over themselves because they're not able to backpedal hard enough to take on these Russians who just come charging at them without pause.
As they have fought several battles in a row and need to do so again, they're taking just a brief pause.
Okay, so we're just hearing
to catch their breaths.
Yeah, the next team up will be taking a few minutes. So a quick break of about 10 minutes and we will be back.
Battle of the Nations 2017. En unos minutos volveremos con más acción impresionante aquí en la Batalla de las Naciones de la HMBIA. Las batallas medievales históricas. Empieza la lucha en la lista número uno, perdón, la lucha entre Reino Unido, que ha dejado KO al equipo alemán con apoyos de Holanda, de China.
Brought the victory about fairly quickly there.
Clara victoria del equipo
So
del Reino Unido.
that is a victory there to the UK. The UK there ready for the second round. Very, very quickly getting prepared, getting themselves together. It was the French team who asked for a slight break there. However, the UK team, very aggressive there. And a smart use of the space. Very, very well spread out. They start in that quite compact line, but they make good use going down the sides, and they've got the runners in the middle who are being used very, very effectively. Now the Spanish
Ahora en la liza
also getting ready
el equipo
to face off
español
against
se
the French
enfrenta al
as
equipo
UK,
francés,
Germany
que
goes
tiene
into the
también
second
algunos
round.
luchadores de
There'll be another cautious
Belarus.
start from the UK team, who start off quite cautiously, but then break into these very, very rapid attacks, pushing the opponents back
Y
to their
preparados
side of
para
the list.
luchar también en la liza número uno. De nuevo el equipo
And we saw
de
even the French
Grandes
team in the
del
last
Reino Unido
fight against Poland
contra
actually slow down
los
quite a bit. They chose
luchadores.
not to go for those fast attacks, but it's quite a rapid UK start there instead. Big blows coming through, however, they're slightly weakened in the centre. Lots of concentration on the outsides there. Now they started to take down German fighters. Fighters coming loose there at the sides. Big blows coming down there from the UK team. Taking down these German fighters. It's moving towards the side and the back of the list. That's very, very smart tactics. Now all the concentration is at that corner of the list, and it's UK dominating this fight as it is. The Germans remaining resilient, however, and it's been called. Well, very good work there from the UK team. The final fighters from the French team getting together now. And just in a few moments, they'll be getting back. So it's hard to position what tactics the Spanish will take. I think they might go back to that tactic of trying to be fast against the French, having seen that they slowed down systematically against the Polish team. However, that does not mean the French team are weaker. They came away with an important victory there.
De Bielorrusia. Mantengamos una distancia.
Okay, we're going into the start of the fight here.
We do apologise for a delay in the sound. We'll be able to fix that up as soon as possible.
There do seem to be some technical difficulties we're experiencing.
The engagement starts.
And that's some fast move from one side from the French, but evenly matched there by the Spanish. We've still got some loose fighters in the middle there. I'm not sure if the Spanish might be hanging back a little bit too much.
The Spanish, though, have seemed to allow on the south side to get a bunch of the French fighters you know, locked in, and could pick them off one by one. But if they don't get them out fast enough, the French will pick off the spare Spanish fighters.
Yeah, I think so.
A few engagements in the middle of the arena. We can see some fantastic work by one of the Spanish to push him down on top of another fighter.
So there's charges there, moving around quite effectively.
Dropped his axe and now needs to run back. That member was the one who almost went down on top of one of his own fighters.
Nice use of the knee there. Unfortunately, with the knees bent, he's not making much of an impact on that Spanish
holding
fighter.
their line, though.
Very, very impressive.
And that doesn't mean the fight's over, but the numbers are waning. The few Spanish fighters that are left up need to start taking people out so that they can even the odds a bit more. That did work. Off screen.
The now looking at the numbers here, they do have the advantage.
The
However,
engagement, you can see though that man was that fighter had just taken down one of the Frenchmen, so even the numbers up a bit.
Well, against some big attacks there, and I don't think there's much the Spanish will be able to do there. Got a nice takedown there. Very wise at that point just to go down with the fighter. They've got the advantage with the numbers. They don't need to have every single fighter there. It's a good way to start working them down, and that has been called. Good victory there. Good solid victory from the French.
It's an unfortunate situation. The Spanish did have such a smart comeback there.
Well, they started very well, I thought. But I feel that some of the halberdiers were hanging back just a bit too much. There's obviously a logic why they do it. But you can see there on the replay that they are hanging back very far. Even the French, however, they do
as well, yes.
They do look for their areas of fighting a bit better, backing up their fighters, whereas you have too many loose Spanish in the wrong places. They've got this half line in the middle, and it doesn't seem very effective.
I don't believe, though, that the French, their plan went fully through. As we saw on the south side, a few French had pushed through, and the Spanish pushed them right up against the list. The only problem being that obviously then you need to do something about that immediately. Otherwise, you've got members tied up on the side, and when the French have the experience to back them up, then one or two members can go out.
Sure. Quite a big change over there for the French team.
So it'll be interesting to see how they deal with this one, whether or not they choose to change their tactics up for both sides. Obviously, the French tactic did not work as well, but they recovered, so maybe they'll try the same thing. I think the Spanish just needs to up their intensity. They need to deal with the opponents immediately, just like the Ukrainians do. Take them down quickly and efficiently.
Yeah, showing that same aggression that the Russians show, especially with the back line of halberdiers. I think that's going to bring some, get them those loose functioners.
Especially with the French halberdiers and poleaxes not going in as hard. The Spanish could then take that initiative away from them.
I think so.
But then the question is, would the French then retaliate? Would they notice that the rear halberdiers, rear poleaxes are coming in hard and meet them?
Well, we're about to find out. I think the Knight Marshal is going to get this underway. It certainly looks so. Less of a French line at the start there. They're quite mixed at the back. The Spanish, however, have a front line which looks quite hard. Let's see if they go charging into the French. And already the French make a fast charge. I think that's a big risk on his part. He's dropped back a little bit.
He always does that. He's did that every single round so far. I think it's just
fairly ineffective.
But I think it does the psychology of making sure that nobody overcommits.
It does, but the thing is, you can't do that against everybody. You do that against Ukraine or Russia, you're going to find yourself
unfortunately, just took down a Spanish fighter himself.
Yep, that's true.
Trying a hip toss on the second one. The French are doing what I said the Spanish should be doing. Again, we get another member caught. This is the center line being covered. Some fantastic line fighting. The French pushing in maybe a bit too hard there.
Two blows coming in there.
We're seeing a few Spanish and French off to the sides getting caught on the walls, but unfortunately not enough to make any of them go down. That's unfortunate.
But he
The
can still
line's
got that
keeping strong, but the
diagonal line
Spanish
there. Yep.
are losing their numbers, unfortunately.
That's true, yeah. I don't think they'll be able to get back from it unless they start concentrating the numbers on individual French fighters. Take a 3-against-1 for a fast takedown, turn around, take another individual.
Indeed, indeed. Unfortunately, we just saw a Spanish fighter go down over some dead bodies there. It is unfortunate that when you get these piled up, now they're severely outnumbered and the line has broken.
They are pushing right back, and you can see there's just one loose Spanish fighter deep in the French territory who almost fell over his own fighter there, and now you can see that the French have got the Spaniards smothered. However, not giving up with the fact they're still charging these French fighters.
But he needs to get himself out. He can't be staying locked up in that wall.
Yep.
They need to disengage, try to take people by surprise. Unfortunately, like I mentioned before, the job of a runner is so important to be out and about, and if you get tangled up, it's just not what you're used to.
It's just a shame that sometimes the runners are too...
Médico, por favor.
Medic called there to the list with some urgency.
I think it might have been in the entanglement at the bottom of the field, at the bottom of the list. That seems to be where everything got a bit chaotic there.
Yeah.
No, medical at the top of the list. Seems to be one of the Spaniards who went down maybe a bit earlier on. Well fought by the French. Obviously, we see these replays here. We can see the lines both keeping very strong.
Yeah.
Some good defenses there by the Spanish, but unfortunately not enough.
So I think the French will right to change their tactics overall, because in the last 2 fights they've done, they've been pretty impressive, whereas the first fights they were relying on that speed and the aggression. It didn't quite work, certainly not to the effectiveness of the Ukrainian fighters.
And this is really the key point. A few of those Spanish, who took that opportunity to obviously toss maybe the oncoming, French fighters, but it did not work as well as the French did when they tossed the Spaniards.
That's right, and it looks like that is the final fight of the day. We have France getting a good victory there against the home team. 2 rounds to 0. So at this point, we leave you. We'll be seeing you tomorrow morning. We start at 9:30 Spanish time, all morning for 5 hours, 9:30 to 2:30. We will have the men's group battles category 5 versus 5, groups A through L. In the block 2, after the lunch break, we'll be looking at the men's sword and shield duel, men's polearm duel category, and the men's group battles playoffs from 6 to 8 o'clock Spanish time.
I'll be telling you, those 5v5 tournaments are going to be an impressive feat, especially because we have some brand new teams coming in.
That's
China,
right.
Brazil,
Turkey. It's going to be pretty impressive stuff. So at that point, we thank you very much, and we look forward to joining you again tomorrow. Thanks a lot, and good night.
La victoria, pues, ha sido para Francia y con esto acabamos nuestra jornada. Queremos dar las gracias a todo el mundo por habernos acompañado aquí en esta lucha de batallas medievales históricas en la Monumental de Barcelona. Gracias por haber estado en la Batalla de las Naciones y esperamos que volváis mañana o pasado o ambos días para seguir con más acción. Veréis otras luchas parecidas a estas y tenemos mucha emoción todavía por delante. Gracias por haber venido y que tengan un buen regreso a sus hogares. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings today's activities of the Battle of the Nations of HMVIA to an end. We thank you for being here with us today, and we invite you to come back tomorrow or Monday or both days to continue watching the exciting, historic medieval battle action in the Plaza Monumental de Toros of Barcelona. Thank you and have a safe trip to your homes or hotels.